logical sense for a Christian to be a good person.
So if it's not logical, then I don't understand what the debate is about, right? Like you're trying to change the argument to say that these Christians are still good Christians because they're recognizing that this thing exists, but they're choosing to ignore it. And because they're choosing to ignore it and practice these teachings without that idea in mind that they are now a good person, but that would still actively prove why they are not a good person because you're actively recognizing that this specific entity that you're choosing to pray to and affirm by your logic, right, still has done these harmful things. If this was applied to a real person in real life, ignoring that somebody has essayed, murdered, and killed people, babies also at that, ignoring that simply happened because you want to believe that you're doing a good thing, that doesn't change anything. The intent is still there. The intent is to, hey, I recognize this harm and I'm choosing to ignore it for the sake of my own personal values. That's selfish. And you're still choosing to praise and uphold an entity that has done harmful things to people. That you would still be representing a bad person, right? Because Dean, be honest, if this was a human person, would you hold this same logic?
So I agree
Not
with
logical.
Yeah, I agree with everything that you just said. I agree that it's harmful for somebody to recognize that another person is, for instance, a rapist, and then to ignore the fact that they're a rapist or to act like the fact they're a rapist doesn't matter. However, that's not the argument that is used by like more benevolent Christians. The argument that's used by more benevolent Christians does not recognize the fact that this metaphorical person would be a rapist to begin with, right? You know, like for instance, there's a lot of like Episcopal priests, more liberal Episcopal priests that like fully believe that the Christian faith is inclusive of everybody. You know, the Christian faith at its core teaches a message of unity that is pro-LGBTQ+, pro-marginalized communities, pro-trans people, so on and so forth, that at its core, like these Christian beliefs, for whatever reason, whatever theory, regardless of its theological divergence or some sense of Christianity otherwise that would lead to the exclusion of the Old Testament in totality, right? Just don't think that God committed genocide. Don't think that God said that slavery is okay. And for all these reasons, okay, right, I'd argue that they're simultaneously Christian and a good person. Now, this is completely ignoring, like, I also just want to point out, like, for the last time, because I feel like this is a really important part of the puzzle, that if we could gain some clarity on it, we might be able to agree. Now, the level on top of all of this is, well, if we were to look at, like, one of these new generation liberal Episcopal priests that are, like, more progressive than I am, you know, would we say that this person is logical and coherent and non-contradictory within their Christian beliefs?
No, I don't think so.
Exactly. And I would answer no to that question as well. Okay. But even though there exists incoherence within their Christian beliefs, this does not mean that they're not Christian because they are still affirming all of the necessary components to be Christian,
Yes.
which would be the recognition that Jesus is God and the recognition that
Yes.
the Trinity is true.
Yeah, but you're still. I'm not. I'm gonna just say this one last thing, and then I know Ryan wants to say something. But you're still not like providing the negation or how this represents this person not being a good person, right? You're saying that the necessary conditions to be a Christian is to believe that Jesus is God and to affirm the Trinity, right? The affirm the Trinity includes the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, right? The Father is a part of that Holy Trinity, right? The Father has an atrocious things within the Bible and just horrible actions. You're saying that these Christians can still be a good person because they have certain denominations, certain theories, certain ideologies, or they just choose to ignore the harmful shit and pretend that it doesn't exist in the Bible and just choose to praise this person for the good characteristics or the good actions that he has done. But in order for them to do that, they would also have to actively be ignoring that these negative things exist. You cannot have an ideology or a theory where somebody is saying, hey, I only want to praise to this specific person because that is that person picking and choosing what they want to do. That is also acknowledging the action that this entity has done in a whole and choosing not to ignore it. So either you would have to concede that, hey, yeah, they actually are ignoring the harmful thing that this entity's done, or you would just have to admit to the fact that these people are misinterpreting the Bible or just simply being delusional, and which wouldn't be opposing that of Christianity. But I know Ryan wanted to say something, and then you could respond after Dean.
Mimi's gonna go, and then I'll speak.
Okay. Sorry, I haven't read the comments. I don't know if anybody's hand was raised. My apologies.
Oh God, if I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna go ahead and let everybody who wanted to speak on this topic speak. If I'm gonna be quite honest, I of course I do want to respect the panel. I want to respect Blue's Live. These are the topics that are up there. But I'm going to be completely honest with you. Outside of apologetics, what's apocryphal, what's canonized, what's not, is a Black American, as far as I'm concerned, Timothy, Peter, Colossians, Titus, all that, slave Bibles, all I had to read to be convinced. So this conversation is not necessarily for me, but there is a conversation that I think is very pertinent to have while we have this gentleman up here. So I do want to say, if we could, I kid you not, like, again, I would not be saying this if I really didn't feel the need to. If we could, of course, say everything everybody needs to say on this topic, but there's another topic that's not quite up there that needs to be addressed. So if we could circle back after that, I really, really would appreciate it. But of course, Ryan, go ahead, baby. Sorry, specifically after Ryan, if Cass could go, I'd really appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm not going to be long, right? So just based off of what I've heard in the last 5 or 7 minutes, right? I'm just going to say, so we can all confirm, affirm, and agree, right, that the Bible is bullshit. Are we all pretty good on that?
Yes.
Okay. So if we can agree, right, that the Bible is bullshit, right, and that all the stories and the verses and the chapters and the books and the testaments therein are not real, right, and have no bearing on any part of reality, right, then the only thing that I have the ability to judge Christianity on is how it has impacted actual people, right? And to be clear, right, the fundamental tenets of what Christianity is do not involve the Trinity and the acceptance of Jesus as God, because not all Christians believe that Jesus is God, and not all Christians believe in the Trinity. So I just wanted to make that clear, right? What I will say is that one of the practical tenets of Christianity is accepting the fact that Jesus died for your sins. That is one thing, right? But again, given the fact that we understand that everything in the Bible is bullshit, I can only judge Christianity based off of the examples that I've seen in real life, in reality, right? And branching off of what Mimi was alluding to, right? In just a way, right? Like, I, as a Black individual living in this world, in the society that we live in, right? Definitely, with my understanding of history, right? View the Bible in a different way than other people might. Even other people who may be atheist, even other people who might be agnostic, or even other people who would describe themselves as Christians, right? Because Christianity has affected myself and people like me much differently than it has people who don't look like me. So if I'm judging the Bible based off of how I believe it has treated people throughout the ages, right, the only conclusion that I can come to, right, is that you cannot be, right, a Christian and be a good person, because of the fact that Christianity is a religion that over the course of the last 2,000 years has been profit upon people who did not wish it to be proffered upon them forcefully, right? It has been used as a tool of control. It has been used as a tool of oppression. It has been used, right, to justify chattel slavery, right? It's been used to justify the treatment of chattel slaves, right? It's been used to justify imperialism and the genocide of multiple ethnic groups of people here on Turtle Island and throughout, right? In the name of Christianity, right? In the name of Christ. So that is something that I know based on the reality of what history and what my present circumstances have taught me. Right. And so if we're saying that you cannot be a Christian and a good person, then that is clearly true. Right. Because we've seen, right, the destruction, the absolute diabolically, disgustingly just oppressive way in which Christianity has been proffered to people who are not white, right? To people who are not European, and in some cases, even to those who are, right? So, you cannot be a Christian and be a good person. That is true. And the reason that you can't be a Christian and be a good person is because Christianity is a religion that has been used purely, right, for the sake of control and oppression of people who we would traditionally, or not traditionally, but we would commonly say today are a part of the global South, a part of oppressed classes, colorful people, people of color, whatever you want to say, right? Because it is not a religion that is endemic to us as a people, particularly those of us whose ancestors come from West and Central Africa, right? It is not something that we ever wish to have given to us, and yet it was forced on us. And therefore, through those forces, here we have now the proffering of patriarchal forms of religion, right? Which include anti-homosexuality, anti-transness, right? The negation, the relegation, the obfuscation, right, of African tribal religions, African traditional religions, faiths, and all other things which are endemic to me as a black man, right, that I was completely separated from due to not only colonization on the continent, but chattel slavery here in the United States. That Bible that was used to justify that enslavement, that was used to justify the punishment that I endured under that slavery, right? And so, to conclude, again, I want to emphasize, right, that you cannot be a Christian and be a good person, because we know what Christianity has done. We know what Christianity is, and we know how Christianity treats people who are not white and cis and male. I know that was a lot. I apologize, but I just want to put an emphasis on that. Since we all know that this is bullshit, I can only judge Christianity by what I've seen Christianity do. And Christianity is absolutely harmful. Thank you.
Aren't you judging it based on what Christians have done and not Christianity itself?
Oh, I don't know if you know, but
Christianity
genocide and
does not
slavery.
exist outside of the Bible, correct? The
Right.
only way that Christianity exists is through the Bible, right? And so you cannot separate Christianity from Christians, because there is no in between. Christianity exists because that book exists, right? And people have used that book to justify the actions that they have taken. You cannot separate Christianity from Christians. That is
Where does it?
impossible. You cannot
Right.
do that.
Right. Genocide and slavery is also two things that actively exist in the Bible, even prior to the translation, which is why I'm saying like the argument that Dean is making doesn't make sense, because he's basically just saying that people would have to recognize this and just act like it doesn't exist, or recognize it and then just label it something completely different. There's no story ever in case that where you can see a 12-year-old girl being impregnated and say, yeah, that's SA, but I'm going to call it something else, and now I'm a good person because I don't recognize it to be that way. That's still a bad person that would be inflicting harm.
Right,
So
but I'm saying, where do you draw the line in morality when it comes to people who have used the Bible to condemn the actions of said genocides and abuses and corruption said things?
It's
How would
not
they use
Christian
it?
people.
Well, then
Yeah,
this
Morality
is
is
just
not
a
so
drawn by
neutral
them.
Scotsman fallacy, isn't
right.
it?
So no, it's not, right? Because like I said, it would still be ignoring that this specific actions have happened, right? Like you're gonna use a genocider to say a
No.
genocider is bad, like you're choosing to actively ignore that specific component, right? Like
can
what in the Bible
No.
specifically condemns these harmful things from happening?
if
I
I could
didn't say.
just hop in after
Go ahead.
Jaden responds, that'd be great.
Yeah, I
Yeah, no
didn't say it's
problem.
ignoring it. I'm saying as a condemnation, as Christians, and there are many Christians that do this, use the Bible as form of condemnation towards homophobic Christians, towards the ultra-Christian nationalists. There are good Christians out there. I don't think it's fair to make a hasty generalization and to say that because of the actions of many people over centuries, you didn't interrupt, Dean, because of the actions
I
of
didn't
millions
interrupt
over
you. What the
centuries.
fuck?
Well, you just started speaking. You're doing it now. But
I
because
didn't
of the
even
actions
speak. All
of
I what
people,
the fuck is
Don't do that.
Jayden,
Don't do
Jayden.
that.
I literally
Don't
did
do
not
that.
say anything just now. I don't know what caused you to act like that. Slow down, Savannah. I interrupt anybody here.
That shit
Go
the
ahead,
fuck
Jayden.
out.
Finish what you were saying.
great. I think it's difficult to make the argument, especially when we're excluding every other monotheistic religion, that has killed people, that has flooded the earth, that has done destructive damage towards the populace. I think it's difficult to make the argument that solely Christians are the ones to blame towards this, and not that of any other people, and not that of Christians that are trying to do the right thing and rectify the actions of those who have committed atrocities.
Wait, for when did I say it was only Christians?
Are you saying that it's only Christians, or is this
When did
towards
I? You just
monotheism?
No one said that,
you just
Jayden.
made. I
Is it
never
towards
once in my
monotheism?
whole life.
That was
I
one
never
point that
once
I
in my
brought up,
whole
but
life.
that's great.
Never once in my whole life did I
That is
say it
great.
was
But
only Christians. I
is
never
your
made an
point towards
argument that way.
Christianity or
So
monotheism?
Hey,
Can I?
I'm specifically talking about Christianity in this moment, right? But I never once mentioned it was only Christianity, so I don't know where
Right.
you came from with that.
And
Second of
did you
all,
hear
even
the
in
other
your
point that
first
I made?
argument, yeah. Second of all, even in your first argument in regards to like, oh, there are Christians that have also used the Bible to condemn like homophobia or to condemn like misogyny, all of these things. That's great, but that would still be a person that is still abiding by the Bible in itself. So it doesn't matter what they're using it for. They're still praising to an entity that is extremely disgusting. They would still have to be like, according to Dean's definition, they would still have to be affirming this God and this specific Trinity. You would still have to affirm somebody that has done horrific things to human. So
So
yeah,
I
use it for
see.
what you want, but you're still gonna get on your knees and pray and say hallelujah and amen to a fucking wicked ass entity.
I
But
see two different arguments. I'm
yeah,
sorry
go
for
ahead.
cutting you off. I see two different arguments being made here. I see one argument being made by the host that in the necessary affirmation of Trinity, one must necessarily also believe that, you know, like for instance, said God committed genocide as present in 1 Samuel 15:3. And then the second argument that I hear is from Ryan, basically saying that because Christianity has been used as a tool for hate, oppression, death, killing, enslavement, so on and so forth, for for so long, that it is thereby impossible for somebody to practice Christianity in a benevolent manner. I'm going to attempt to give a brief response to both of these positions. So, first, in response to you, Ryan, arguing that because it's been used in such a bad way in so many circumstances throughout the last, I don't know, 2,000 years of history. I mean, another 4,000 on top of that for the Old Testament, of course. That therefore it's impossible for somebody to be a benevolent Christian. Well, I'd actually say that these facts are why I argue that you can be a good Christian, because ultimately people will be Christian, and ultimately there are many people in positions of power that attempt to influence others to use said belief in Christianity to be a bad person, to perpetuate harm, to believe in bad things. Okay, and I think that if we could recognize that a benevolent view of like loving thy neighbor, wanting to care for the sick, wanting to care for the poor, so on and so forth, is compatible with the scripture and thereby compatible with the essential characteristics of what it means to be a Christian, that therefore you can be a good Christian. And by the way, I just want to call this one out. A good Christian would condemn all of the ways in which Christianity has been historically used to oppress, to kill, to slaughter, to enslave. Now, the second thing I'll say here, this is in response to you,
but they
host, just
don't
once again.
though.
Just once again to you, host. This is about the argument that if somebody believes Jesus is God and the Trinity is true, then they have to affirm a lot of the stuff in the Old Testament. I'm just going to kind of repeat what I said earlier, but really brief. So there are different theories, okay, in which many Christians hold to, and which would lead to the exclusion of the belief that God is culpable for genocide, regardless, like once again, of its theological divergence, or this notion that the totality of the Old Testament is parabolic, or even like the implausible yet technically logically possible view that like the books in the Bible where God like does bad things are apocrypha, they're mistranslated, so on and so forth, or even that they just don't know about them, right? Like I'd argue that there's many Christians who just are in all reality pretty stupid, don't research their religion at all, and all they know about Christianity is that Jesus is God and you're supposed to love the people around you. Well, they're fulfilling all the essential characteristics of what it means to be a Christian. They believe Jesus is God. They find the Trinity to be true, and they don't believe that their God is guilty for genocide because they haven't, picked up the fucking Bible. But with all that being said, I'm going to go and leave that there from my time. I kind of ran over the time I told myself I'd be up here. I am sitting on the couch watching TV with a girlfriend. So, if you want to quickly
Wait.
give that any last second response.
Wait,
before
hold
we
on.
Wait,
wrap.
because I think Cass want to talk to you.
Yeah,
Okay. Well, unfortunately, I do have to
hold on,
drop.
man. No.
Well,
Just give
don't
me 1
run.
minute. Just give me 1 minute, bro.
I
Don't
tried to
run.
push
Of course
it
he has
to the maximum of the time I
Wait,
could
are
stay
you
up here.
scared? Hold
So
on.
it's-
Are you
Don't do that,
scared?
dude.
Are you
Don't do
scared,
that.
bro?
Well, I
Don't do
didn't
that,
even
dude.
I didn't even
Come
know
on
that you
now.
had something to say to
Let
me.
me
I
have one
just
point. Let me have one point on
No,
him.
hold on.
feel free to say it. I'll be
Cass.
watching.
No. Just stay right there, bro.
I'm sorry.
Listen.
This happens every time I'm on a panel, you guys. I draw a firm line and I leave. This is typically how it goes.
So you
I'm
know
trying to give
what
you.
this is
No,
about.
hold on one
Cass,
second, guys.
I'm
trying to give
sorry,
you.
man.
Listen, bro.
I'm sorry. This
No, just
this
mute one
happens every
second.
time I join
You're
a
a
panel.
sneaky fuck ass.
Just
Yes.
This
mute.
happens every time I join
No,
a panel.
that's
I'm always being told to stay
crazy.
on it and
Sneaky
not to
fuck
run.
ass.
Dean, bro, just mute real quick. That's all.
I
Just
So
mute.
this
I'll
happens every
happily
time I'm
listen
on a
to what you
panel. I
have to
make a
say.
hard line and I leave.
This happens
Yeah, you said
every time I
everything
join a
you
panel,
want to
though.
say,
So I've learned
but
that I
you
have
don't
to
care
draw
about
that
listening
line.
to what the fuck
I
everybody else has to
appreciate
say.
you
You're a
guys so
fuck
much.
I'm trying to
ass
give you
Dean.
an
I hope you
You're a
opportunity.
consider the
fuck
arguments.
ass
I'm
bitch.
trying to give
So
you.
yeah, take your
Oh.
bitch ass the fuck out of
come
here.
All right,
on.
listen. Let
Corny.
me say what I have to say then. If he's here,
That
let me
was
say what I
so
have to say,
corny.
please.
Go ahead, Cass.
I'm begging you, Dean. I'm asking you to donate $2,500, preferably $2,800 to this GoFundMe. I'm dropping it in chat. Everybody spam it, bro. You are such a scaredy cat, dude. Why did you do that? I sat up here being patient, listening to you whine about Christianity. I don't give a fuck about Christianity, bro. I was trying to be respectful. Listen, you
But it's
made at a
crazy
minimum.
because
I'm
it's crazy
being
because I feel
generous.
like he didn't do that until they was like let Cass go. As soon as it was like let Cass go, it was
Yeah,
like
he's a punk ass bitch.
I'm being generous
Yeah,
because
yeah, he's a fuck ass.
like
how do you copy the
so
GoFundMe?
listen guys, listen. If you make this on YouTube, you monetize by CPM, cent per mile, right? I'm being generous in his rate. I'm sure he made bank off that video with Lily Tino. All I'm asking is for his profit to be donated. It's not going to affect his quality of life. He's still going to live lavishly and comfortably and safely as he should and he deserves to. But if you're going to talk about trans people, then give back to people in the community. So donate to this GoFundMe for a Black trans woman seeking safety. Sat here for 30 minutes, 45 minutes talking about Christianity, and he knows who I am, and he runs. That's wrong. All I'm asking is for help.
Is there a screenshot of this GoFundMe? Because it's not letting me. How do you guys copy and paste it?
If
Can you help me?
if you hold down and hit copy to send, it should like pop up in your chat, and then I think you could copy it from there. It's for a woman
I
named
don't get that
Emma.
option. I
Oh,
don't know
okay.
why it
It
doesn't
might
get
be
that
because you're
option.
host.
I got it. I'll
That's
spam
bad.
it. I'll spam it.
I'll
Go
send it
post
to
it.
you.
If
I'll
you
send it
guys
to
have
you.
a like a picture of it, I could also put it on the screen. But yeah, that's
Yeah,
crazy.
and I saw a comment just now that nobody knows me. You're right, but Dean does. And that's the point.
So yeah, exactly.
And also,
But it's just go ahead, Larry.
I just want to say this. Of all the fucking times for my ass to come in late, man, I wanted a piece of Dean with this. I wanted a piece of Dean
Larry.
with. I was ready to jump on Dean.
I want smoke.
Yeah, I think I, yeah, already know how I feel about the situation. I just think that it's interesting, but I mean, to be honest, let me see. I don't know if Dean is still here now. I don't know. I don't give a fuck. But like Dean, if you still, I think this is like
Fuck
part of
him.
the issue. I think that you've kind of created a platform to push back against certain harmful things. But like, I feel like as soon as it gets too radical for you or too left for you, it's like all of a sudden you feel like you have to play like moderator, right? Like to sit here and like say like, oh, Christianities can still be good people, but they would have to like directly ignore all the harmful things and make up theories that has nothing to do with the Bible. Like that's just like completely dishonest. And then like even like the argument of like, oh yeah, like just because Christians have used these things to do said thing doesn't mean that they're actually harmful being Christians in itself. Why would you, who has watched a religious structure for hundreds of thousands of years, like literally be utilized to oppress people, and you woke up one day like, let me be Christian. Come on, like let's not be disingenuous about like how this actually works and why people are Christian today. Let's even talk about why Christianity is in America specifically. But anyways, I just think it's a very disingenuous thing. But you do make money from TikTok, so please donate to the Black Trans Fund that is in the comments. That'll be great. Put your money where your mouth is, since you're a good person, right? That'll work.
Can I just
But
say a
I
couple
don't
more
know.
things before I drop?
And thank you. And so sorry, Cass, but the one reason why I got on the mic while I did is because I knew that nigga was gonna do exactly what the fuck he just did. Apologetics, we could talk about all of this shit all day long. We talk about Christianity every fucking day. Mind you, this nigga sat on a panel next to somebody he had spoken to, exactly knew what the fuck was going on when he got in this panel, exactly knew who he was next to. I don't appreciate that. That's the one thing that's the one reason why I want everybody to say what they needed to say in terms of the Christianity and the apologetics. I don't mind that. This is Pooh's panel. I'm gonna always respect the queen. Whatever she wants, whatever she says goes. That's it. That's all. But the one reason why I brought up one thing I did bring up, and hopefully you guys are paying attention to this panel. And that's the only reason why I wanted to segue the conversation, take it to a different direction, was because D knew this. He's on a backup account. He's coming up here. He's speaking. You never in this life, my nigga. Let's be expeditiously for real. Expeditiously.
Well, yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead. Say your speak. But nonetheless, I just wanted to voice why I wanted to segue.
And if anybody has the GoFundMe picture, please give it to me so I can put it up.
No, you all good, baby. They sent it in the chat. Go ahead, please continue to send it in the chat. If you can donate, please do donate. This is for a very good cause. It's for Black trans women who really need the fuck up out of here. And which is Dean is not willing to help. But go ahead, Cass. I'm so sorry, baby.
No, it's okay. I have so much like on my mind because this has been obviously on my mind. And then he comes up in here and I'm always chilling with y'all. I don't even know what the fuck he was doing here, but I said, this is going to be my one opportunity because he's not going to let me back up on his panel because I lost connection and he wouldn't let me back up. I sat in the request for an hour and I was like, all right, fuck it. And I left. But, and people, a lot of messages I've been getting, right? Oh, he's not going to listen. Okay. But it's kind of like, it's not just him, right? This is just liberalism. It's capitalism. He's hoarding wealth. And people think, oh, he doesn't owe. And again, he's making tens of thousands, probably upwards of 50 grand a month. If you calculate all his YouTube revenue in addition to his PayPals and the money he makes on TikTok, y'all, he's making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. He could help out the communities. And if you think of it like this, right? If you want to make money being a singer, being a violinist, being a pianist, whatever, that's talent, right? No, he doesn't have a talent. He sits there and talks about other people. So if he's going to make money off of the people, then he has to give back. Otherwise, he's just a piece of shit. I'm sorry.
Absolutely. And that's the point. I saw somebody put in the comments and was like, pocket watching. You absolutely should be pocket watching people that have influence, right? Like, let's be clear. Dean is not a part of any oppressed class, right? This is a white cishet man in one of the most strongest countries to ever exist, right? He is not oppressed in any way, shape, or form. If your whole political position and the whole reason why you're famous is because you are advocating for these oppressed classes, yes, you absolutely should be boosting GoFundMes. You absolutely should be donating to Black people, to trans people, to queer people, to disabled people. You absolutely should be, especially because, let's be honest, Dean doesn't have an original thought. Most of the things that Dean's debated is things that Black scholars and Black activists and Black liberators have written hundreds of thousands of years ago. All he's doing is repeating it now on TikTok because white people actually don't have access to this knowledge. There's nothing he's saying that Assata Shakur hasn't said. There's nothing he's saying that Kwame Nkrumah hasn't said. There's nothing he's saying that Malcolm X didn't say with his light skin ass. You understand what I'm saying? Like, he's actively using like Black liberation talking points and things that he's stolen from other Black creators and Black historians to make his point. You don't get to advocate for oppressed people and then do nothing to help those oppressed people. The whole reason you have this position is because niggas is dying, Dean. And you're not the one that's dying. So if you want to be seen as this good person, this person that advocates for the oppressed group, I just feel like put your money where your mouth is. Nobody here is a rich person. Not a single person on this panel, including myself, is a rich person. And we all have donated way more than niggas have ever seen you done. Do you even let refugees up on the panel?
And while he's still here, one more thing, because I need him to hear this, yo. By the way, if you're such an advocate against attacks on trans people, I just want to let you know, I have hundreds of DMs, messages, comments from your fans threatening to dox me on Twitter, all this wild shit, calling me a woman. Like, so how about you condemn your audience then? Reel it in, dude. If you're such an advocate, just prove it. That's all we're saying to you. Like, we're laying it up for you. You can just fucking dunk it. But for some reason, and it's probably because you're just a greedy dude, you don't want to do it.
Yeah. The thing about it is white mediocrity is absolutely fucking obscene. And I think that in this day and age, in the way that our social system, our political system has developed over the course of the last, let's say 10 years, white mediocrity has led some people who should have never been allowed to be in front of a microphone, much less a camera, or influencing any fucking body, has allowed these mediocre white fucking people to get up here and talk to marginalized, oppressed people about who they are and what their situations is. This is an example of that. Now here we are. People have needs. People have fucking situations that they're dealing with, and I know this motherfucker ain't gonna do shit because that's how they are. White mediocrity is obscene, and it needs to be done away with.
Before I say anything, I would like to go after Liv. Liv has been asking to speak for quite some time now. I would like to go after Liv and anybody else that has been up here before me. I would like to say something at some point.
I just wanted to say, this is like a message because it was happening earlier. Please stop the over talking. I get it. It's a little passionate. I understand, but people are using captions. Also, I do have a list of who wants to go in order. I know that Ari wanted to speak and has been wanting to speak for a little bit.
Yeah, my bad, Ori. I didn't know.
Yeah, Ari
Okay, we're gonna fight.
Ari one of the goats for real.
Good, you're good. And you don't know me, so I get it. I get
Yeah,
it.
I just want to protect the space. That's why. But they said you
Yeah, no.
good, so my bad.
No. I'm Ari. I'm a black woman. I'm 28. I go by she, they pronouns. Nice to meet you. And hello to all my friends, especially Mimi. I haven't seen you in a while, my love. So what I actually came up here to address, and Jayden, if you're in the comments, like you can come back up because I think what y'all both did is shows the issues with liberalism and the apology that y'all did. Because inherently you have to understand the foundations and founding of Christianity overall is founded on patriarchy and the patriarchal suppression of women and representing people. And there is no excuse for that. Like the Abrahamic God, and that's me granted the Abrahamic God exists, is foundationally patriarchal. It's a patriarchal monotheistic religion. So to adhere to that religion at all is to condone and placate to patriarchy and the subjugation of women. Period, point blank, whether it's New Testament, Old Testament. You only know that God exists is through that book. And through that book, it tells you and placates and allows and justifies, one, the existence of the gender binary. And the gender binary only exists for the subjugation of women and representing people and non-men, including trans people, right? The placation, the apologia is ridiculous. And I would love to address everything y'all said if y'all come back up.
Liv, you said you had a list of who was in order. Would you mind telling us who's next?
Ari was the last person that I saw in chat because once Dean dropped, you went.
Okay, is it safe for me to go?
Yeah, I don't have anyone marked.
Oh, okay. While we pocket watching, I'm gonna keep it a being.
Very
I don't
awesome.
know I don't know if they are donating. That's not my issue that I have with them. I do appreciate people that come out and start talking in place for marginalized groups, but that's also my issue with them is when they come into topics when they're talking about like trans people or women especially. I have sat in those in their lives. Well, Dean's live. I don't really see Jayden hosting too many lives. He used to. Don't know if he does. I'm sorry if I'm misgendering you and you use different pronouns. I apologize. What I do know is when those people go up and they start talking about trans people, and there will be trans people in their live, or there will be women in their live, and instead of allowing for that marginalized group to come up and defend themselves and adequately be able to debate people on those topics, they do not bring them up. I believe I was in that live where Cass got disconnected, and instead of allowing for Cass to come up and like finish what they were saying, I'm sorry, Cass, if I'm using the wrong pronouns. They don't allow for that to happen. They would rather center themselves in that argument and then like I'm better than you, as opposed to allowing for the demographic that has been disparaged against up to just like defend themselves. I can't say whether or not they donate to other people. I don't know. I don't have the tax forms in front of me. I will say honestly, if you are a person that actually cares about these marginalized groups, allow for their voices to be heard. You have a massive platform that would allow for these people to come up and just say, hey, this is what this is, that is what that is. And they do not do that. I haven't seen Jayden on a live in like 2 years, like of his own at least. I've seen him in panels, but I haven't seen him host his live. But if you actually fucking care about these people, allow for these people to speak on their lived experience. If you actually care, if you want to take anything from this conversation, take that for that information. Allow for the demographic to speak. If you feel like you're more articulate, you need to sit down. If you feel like you speak better than them, you need to sit down. If you feel like what you have to say carries more weight than them, you need to sit down. These demographics deserve to have their voices heard, especially on panels where you're talking about them. I'll at least have them present on the panel so that they can defend themselves. It's just a little odd to me. I have my own issues with the both of them, and neither of them have to do with anything other than that.
W. Vinny.
W.
Larry wanted to go next.
Yeah, and also like jokes aside about what I was saying about Dean is for real though. This is the problem why we have such a problem with liberals, especially white liberals, is because you act like you know you're our ally, you're our friend, and you know what's best for us, but you don't. The only people that knows, my apologies for stuttering, that knows what's best for us is us. You know, and it's this whole entire thing. When you look at the history of just liberalism, the whole idea that, you know, whites had created, you know, this idea of freedom, liberation, fraternity, all of this. We knew this before you knew this. Humans have known this before anybody wrote this. We know we're free. We know all of those things. We don't need you putting it in for us. But it's literally the fact that you believe that you can police somebody or just say, well, I know what's best for you. I know what's this. I know, and you don't know shit. From literally being in that conversation, that brief second with you two jackasses, you barely knew shit. Still defending pretty much an institution that justified the crimes against fucking humanity, and mind you, still does. Like, are we literally annoying how Christians still justify the genocide in Palestine? Or how they still justify us doing imperialism because supposedly it's God's will, and then proceed to use, you know, and still today, like, they will still deny the basic fact that Christ was a man of color. And mind you, they'll go on and on about how they love Jesus, but yet if Jesus was around today, they would either G-side him for being Palestinian, or they would literally send him to one of the detention centers for being a person of color. Like, let's talk about it. And this is the problem with why we don't like liberals. You know, they act like, oh, well, it's just, you know, the communists or the anarchists or just these leftists coming up with slurs about us. No, liberal ain't no damn slur. So don't try that shit. Don't you ever in your life try that shit. And mind you, while we talking about Dean, wasn't it the fact that you defended homeboy, and we know who I'm talking about, homeboy that literally made it his mission to make people of color and women and all oppressed people's lives a living hell, and literally the last thing that motherfucker said before he got was, is that gang related violence? A fucking dog whistle. So I have no respect for you, and I have no respect for none of you liberals. Because let's face it, you can boo-hoo and do all the shit you want and cry and put all your, you know, blackout squares and all of that shit. But we know who you are. You're not our ally. You're our oppressor. It's always been that way. And because here's also another thing, and I'll make sure to land my plane, is this. A historical example when it comes to Christians, you know, them doing their whole entire thing, but they're good Christians, really. Well, let's take the case of John Brown. When John Brown did Harper's Ferry and tried to literally help black people with their liberation, wasn't it Christians, white Christians, that literally demonized him and literally called him satanic for doing what he did? Or also what Reverend Nat Turner did. When Nat Turner literally led a slave rebellion, it was Christians that literally unalived him and did all types of horrific things to his body after he died. Like, let's call it what it is. The Abrahamic religions have defended both capital, imperialism, and colonialism for centuries and will continue to do it. Let's call it what it is.
Boost Zara's GoFundMe, please. Copy and post a link in the GoFundMe. Dean, make sure you donate. You got it. Who was next, Liv? Can you add me to queue too?
It's Ryan, Pooh, and then
It's
Vinny.
Cass, Ryan, then Pooh, and then me.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck.
Bill, you look good. You look good. No, but I'll be quick. I just keep thinking of things that I wanted to say before. What I was trying to get to, right, is if he makes even like medium CPM, $5 per thousand views. He made $2,800 just off that video that we were having a conversation about. So it's not a lot. He could definitely do it. So definitely, please do that, Dean. I don't see why not. And also something else, that like clicked with me after listening to it is he said a trans person's birth name like 10, 15 times on live. And allies don't do that. Like, because I didn't even know the birth name. So I just want to point that out. I think it's clear as day. And I'm going to pass it on. Thank you.
Ra.
Yeah. So this would be the last thing I say. But I reserve the right to call a porch monkey a porch monkey. And I think that it's very necessary, right, for us to understand that in the way that our current society is set up, and the way that capitalism works, and the way the social structure is built, right? I think it's important that we understand that, unfortunately, there are those who should have a particular ideology, who should have a particular orientation in terms of who they are loyal to, that will unfortunately find themselves seated in front of the master's table and taking from his scraps. And I think that is unfortunately a large circumstance of many here in this social and political realm, again, of these influencers, these people who have marked themselves as being important to a cause or integral to a cause, and have put themselves on a shelf, right? To be able to say, yes, I'm here, listen to me, I can give you good advice, and I know good people, and this is who I am associated with, and these are the ideals that I hold to, while simultaneously those ideals that you're holding to are contradictory, right, to who we are as a people. And so, again, I say that I reserve the right to call a porch monkey a porch monkey. I reserve the right to call a lawn jockey a lawn jockey. I reserve the right to call a coon a coon. And I just want to make sure that we're all clear about the fact, right? That no matter what you do, no matter how hard you suck at the teat, right, you're never going to be where they don't want you to be. You're never going to get what they don't want you to have. You're never going to be able to succeed in a world that was quite literally created to destroy you. And so I would beg my brothers and sisters to do some introspection and reflection about how we've engaged here on this conversation tonight, given the very good urgency of this GoFundMe, right? And the arguments that were made against people like Cass, right? The ignorance that was displayed towards people like Cass and those who are concurrently affected. And I think that it's very important, right, that people who look like me need to understand who their allies are, who really has their backs. And it is not people like Dean, right? It's not people who look like Dean. It's not people who talk like Dean. So, to close, right? Again, I reserve the right to call a porch monkey, and I will continue to do so. And I hope that everyone has a beautiful night.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the issue was our next, Liv.
Yes, you next and then me.
Yeah, I think the issue is that when we talk about liberalism, right, and like why a lot of white people or people tend to engage in it, typically like people that come from oppressed classes, whether it's white people or men. I think that what we tend to notice is that like liberalism allows them to be bigots, but not bigot enough that they have some type of liking, right? So when you notice like liberals like Dean or Parker or any of these fucking buffoons, a lot of the times what you see is that like they're white people that have all of this privilege, but if they say, "Hey, Trump is bad," all of a sudden they feel like it gives them the optics of being a good person because they wouldn't uphold what the typical white person would uphold. And a lot of times because they take that, like, "Oh yeah, I'm anti-Trump, I'm now a safe person." No, you're not. Gaps is not a safe person because you are a person, yeah, you hate Trump, yeah, you hate all of these white supremacist ideas, yeah, you denounce Christianity, but you're still a bigot that's still upholding these harmful systems that still tend to oppress people of color or other oppressed classes. Like this was the same person who made a whole career around um debating bigots, and then when Charlie Kirk died, this motherfucker was in tears. He was in tears, boo-hooing. You would have thought he had to pay for
Because
the
he's the
funeral.
same.
You would have thought he had to pay for the funeral. Motherfucker was in there crying. Ah, you guys are gonna make me go right. A fascist died. Why the fuck are you crying? And it's just so crazy because it's gonna be the same thing. He all he debate about is Trump. Trump died. He's gonna be the main motherfucker reading the obituary. That's what I'm saying. People like that you cannot trust. You cannot trust that because these white people will always still choose whiteness at the end of the day. Always. Like imagine how that may feel for you to be a person of this oppressed class that's continuously watching somebody advocate for you and do the right things for you. And then when the people from the bourgeoisie class that literally talk shit about you and put laws and policies into place for your oppression, this motherfucker starts crying. That's pathetic. Like it's pathetic. But I also do want to highlight something that I think Mimi has said, no, or Heaven, that Dean nor any of Dean's supporters has yet to donate to the GoFundMe. But I'm done.
Yeah. Nobody's going to pass the purity test of everybody. Let me just start there. Nobody's going to pass the purity test that everybody puts up. I'm certainly not going to pass the purity test when it comes to like feminism, especially in spaces where people do not know me or know that I do advocate for those things. They can absolutely have their disdain for me simply on the basis of me being a man in a patriarchal system. And of course, I acknowledge that with me living and existing in the system, I am a misogynist, even though I disagree with misogyny. We have to recognize that. Again, I don't know whether or not they do donate. They could donate under pseudonyms. I don't know. It's unlikely. However, I will say this. I don't participate anymore after talking to some of my elders, especially in the organizations that I participate with. I don't, and I'm not saying that anybody else is not me tone policing at all. I no longer call black people that are agents in white supremacy. I don't call them coons anymore. This is just a new development for me. I just don't do it anymore, especially in the optics in the faces of people that advocate or use those kind of the vernacular that we use against each other, an effort to use against black people. I do understand that these trash panderers, you know what I'm saying? These trash panderers, they do participate in these things in an effort. They do not actually advocate for these people. In my opinion, in my personal opinion, what they do is advocate for their wallet. They just advocate for their wallet. Anybody can go and look up things and speak for a community. Again, they don't allow for the communities to come up and speak for themselves. That is where my issue is. Like the CK thing and him crying, I was not surprised. White men gonna cry about white men. That's what it is. That's what we observe. We just know it is what it is, and it ain't the first time. Dean ain't the first person to do it. I do respect Parker a little bit more because Parker was just kind of like, fuck that nigga for real. I do have my disdain for Dean on that shit, but it's neither here nor there. My issue really and truly it lies with you cannot speak for me as a black man in the same volume that I cannot speak for a woman. It don't matter what race she is. I cannot speak for trans people as I'm a cis heterosexual man. I cannot speak for the gay community. If y'all actually care about these people, allow for them to speak. You speak in front of thousands of people a night, hundreds of thousands of people come into your lives. And instead of letting those people voice what is happening in their lived experiences, you speak in place of them. Sure, you may use words that they may not use in common conversation. Sure, you may understand something that happened historically that maybe that person does not understand. But when you speak over them, because they both do speak over people, you have to understand that what you're doing is inherently a part of the problem. It's the same thing when it comes to black people. When we have our issues, instead of listening to us, what they say is, oh, I do understand what you're going through. Allow for me to put these things in place. And it doesn't actually fucking help us in function. You're just saying shit that that people that you talk to have already heard. They do not give a fuck about what you're saying. They do not give a fuck about the community. But for the people that do actually care that are in your rooms, if you actually want to put yourself in the position to not be an ally but an accomplice, allow for those people to use the avenues that you use to speak for them. Now, I don't necessarily agree with their method. I do appreciate them going in the same fight, in the same direction, at least, of what we're fighting for. I will say that I appreciate that. Not giving you too many
Speak for
flowers, man.
yourself.
Shut up,
Yeah, and
Betty.
for me, I do appreciate the thing that you're fighting in direction of. I do not appreciate the method. I do not appreciate the method. These niggas do not actually, in my opinion, care for these demographics. They line their wallets, and then I can't say I can't say that they don't donate, but y'all don't allow for these people to fucking speak in these spaces and allow for people to just say like, "Hey, I heard this person speak. I've heard this empathetic verbiage that they use, and now I can go and seek out the information." Allow for people to fucking speak. You just keep talking about these people instead of letting these people speak for themselves.
I would never think a white man for trying to be anti-racist. You couldn't pay me
Facts.
to do that, because what that kind of turns into is like you end up giving niggas a gold star for like the bare minimum. You know what I mean? Because when we're talking about him doing something in the right direction, like it's like you should already be there, right? There's no such thing as trying not to be racist or trying not to be oppressive or trying not to exploit black people in their liberation. Like, fuck out of here. He's a grown ass man and with the resources to do so. There's no reason for him to not be doing certain things, right? Even when we're talking about like the donating, for sure we can't confirm or deny if this person has donated or not. But we have had conversations with people that have been in personal spaces with Dean, one of the people that we know, I'm not going to name on here. And they even said they probably seen them donate one single time. And they said that they keep those things private. Why the fuck would you keep it private? You could debate about these people in public, but when it comes to them actually needing support, why is that something that is privatized? Why can't you post their GoFundMe's? Why can't you post the support that they need? Why can't you let refugees join your panel? Like, why is everything done in privacy? Why is it that nobody can ever mention a point in time where Dean has donated something? I find that really hard to believe. And this is part of what's happening. Like, poor people help poor people. That's always been what it was. Poor people help poor people. When the niggas actually get money, they don't actually do anything to put their money where their mouth is. And it's like not even to be funny, but Dean is a typical white man. Dean is a typical white man. It's like who was he's like I'm trying to think of who I could like correlate him to. But he's Sanders, right? Like I feel like that's 'cause he gets good PR. He gets great PR and he's actually a terrible person. Like he actually doesn't do anything that promotes black liberation. Like not even to be funny. What Dean doing his debate so far? Name one thing that Howard has helped the oppressed class. One thing. Anybody. How have black people benefited? How have queer people benefited? How have trans people benefited? How have disabled people benefited? How has anybody benefited? Anybody get a piece of that Jubilee check?
No.
Anybody? Like that's what I'm saying. Like that's what I'm saying. None of these things is actually like showing some type of like benefit at the hands of Dean. The least he could do is donate some fucking money.
Zara, you are next.
Hello, everyone. I am the Run hosting the GoFundMe, and I am very disappointed to hear about the context of this conversation. I just want to stress what I feel like I've already had to repeat so many times to often very limited rooms, or at least limited ears. I am myself a refugee. I have had to flee danger multiple times within Canada, even as well. And even my own position is cornered. I'm exhausted. I cannot sleep well. My lines on my face get deeper. I feel ashamed of myself. I feel hideous. I feel like trash. And then I have to constantly push this because I know that Petra was on the verge of being gone. The
Hello?
Might have been a
hello, that might have been an accident. But I, the ways in which Petra needed help, because when she was in the red state, she was in, even the supposed allies, even white trans people turned on her, disregarded her, no matter how much advocacy she did, no matter how much leadership, the constant racial aggression constantly against her, and yet it was her trying to hold these groups together and have this fucking
brother gift help me.
praxis that I was so proud of. And she was in such danger to flee. And then the events that happened to her in the blue state. And then I'll just give you one example of her life. Just trying to get a job, for example. The job is at the airport. So she gets finally a lead into a job, okay? And it's at the airport, but this is right before that little executive order he did. So when she has to end up to the job, guess who's fucking there? ICE is there. ICE is there at the goddamn airport for the fucking job she's trying to rebuild her life in this blue state.
A gift.
And yet, no matter how many times I'm saying she needs help, where is anyone? Why am I having to do this? I can't even sleep. I can't even sleep. I feel aged. I don't even have my own life together. And I'm having to fucking minstrel dance tragedies of racial trauma. I've already had to go through a whole book, reading for hours, that book. Now I'm having to go on a second book. And I've only gotten this far. At this rate, it's going to take me several months to have to even get close to the goal.
Please gift help me.
I have to do this
please.
like a part-time job. And between my exhaustion, I have nothing to even build myself. My whole life that I need to rebuild, fleeing myself, I can't even put together. I have bills from my old life that I had to flee mounting up. Phone calls I can't answer. Having to beg locally, maybe to get money to feed myself. Having to still rely on my husband, despite he's the man I had to flee from. Do you know how degrading that is? I can't even take care of myself. I can't even take care of myself, and I have to keep doing this GoFundMe because no one else cares. And then people talk about this all the time, and I get audiences of 7, 6, 5, or 4. No one is there. How is it that there can be hundreds of people talking about what Black people go through, what women go through, what trans people go through, and then none of you are fucking there? I'm tired. I'm so tired. Sometimes I'm so tired and I can't sleep. I just start walking the streets at night. Because I can't even put my mind together. Why is it that I'm having to be more responsible than all these people with so much money and attention? Hi, can you help me? It's not even me. I'm not even talking about me. Yes, my channel initially started to talk about me, but then Petra needed help. So if you notice in my last videos that I made them and what I've been doing, I put myself in the fucking back burner. You know why? Because I recognize still as a half Black, half white person to helping Petra, who is Afro-Latina, I still know what my fucking privileges are, even in my situation. And as she's turned away from Black communities, even when she's in such dire need and how much she faces anti-Blackness, and I tell people this, and where the fuck are any of you? Why am I having to be the adult in the room? Why are all these people happy Transgender Visibility Day? You're gonna let someone like her wither away. You're gonna let someone like me wither away. I can't even get myself functional. I'm so exhausted, and then I roll myself out of bed and get back to reading to an audience of 5. I'm not even focused on me anymore because I can't even get enough support to help her. And then there's Lady Ashen as well. Then there's Lady Ashen, who's tried to come up here to Canada, and that was horrible and dangerous for her. I don't know how this is still academic. I don't know how this is still academic. Our lives are in jeopardy, okay? I'm already getting words of people starting to meet within the United States. New populations are forming. Fleeing trans people are starting to meet one another in the blue states. You have eternally displaced refugees that are trans that you keep talking about all the time, and then you do nothing. You do nothing. You do nothing. Why is it left to the other fucking refugee? Why is it left
Dear
to
brother,
me?
gift, help me.
Why? I am so fucking tired. I don't even like looking at myself in the mirror. I don't feel beautiful or dignified. I feel like shit. And I can't even be on this fucking app and defend other people without myself in jeopardy. But I still have to read, hoping maybe this book will be interesting enough of a tap dance about how colonization ruined and killed us all and hurt us all. Maybe this one will be just tragic enough and interesting enough that maybe someone, I can at least get $50 today. And then to hear how Catholics are forgetting he is trans.
I can pass mine down too, and I hope my kids don't sell it either. But at the same time, until it's paid off,
you would be
horrified. They still gonna be paying their own.
Oh, wait.
because you haven't
paid it off. I don't have
Disproportionately,
anything to
yes,
pay off.
but nonetheless.
So
yours is not
I will
generational
go
wealth
against
yet, boss
him.
man.
If they could get his hands on
The
him,
difference is he gotta
Okay.
sell it.
we know what
That's
they
the
would want
difference.
to do.
He still gotta sell
And
it
it's
though.
He still got
appalling.
No.
It doesn't
And
matter.
how
It's still
You're not
No.
seriously
Talking about
disrespectful
broke men though.
Can I please explain?
All right, come on, bro
on the
man,
basis of
All
that.
right. So
He ain't broke.
I'm not broke.
Does he
Liquid
have
No,
to
assets,
be
you
where I
broke.
don't
accountable
It's
have
for
to pay
okay.
anything
racism
off. So y'all
and
know
other
real quick. I was
intersectionalities?
a
Yes.
producer in the rap industry for a
But
long
to
time.
address issues
So
Okay.
of
those
trans
Broke
assets
people,
go.
producer in the rap industry.
All right. So those assets,
they
I
would
don't owe
use
anybody
him
any
up
money. Cool.
in
They
ways
go
I would feel
that goes straight to
disgusted
my
even
kids.
saying in
However,
detail.
like the property, my business, and all that, there
And
are
look at that.
loans and
Me
assets that are
talking
tied to
declines
it.
the
So
audience
it's not
account.
the same
There it
as my
goes.
music royalties.
From
My music royalties go
113
to my
to
kids,
85.
debt free.
There it goes.
Brian, what does that
Anytime I
have to do with
speak,
this prompt?
this always happens.
Exactly.
Anytime I
Uh,
No
speak,
problem. He's not broken. He
the
needs to be
viewers
telling y'all
just
not to
die.
date and get your monies up so you can get
I'm not
generational
telling
wealth.
you
Anywhere
not.
I go.
Okay. Okay, you're
Anything
right.
I
I'm
do.
not telling you not to date.
That's
There they go.
he told us that we
I'm not
could date,
interesting enough.
even though
I don't
he
He
have
got
lied
his
on
all the
us.
Gucci
academic
slides on, baby, and
knowledge
his Versace shoe, bro.
that
I
can
don't
He
owe
ain't
go,
got
where
no
this
slides
person
on.
said
Here,
this
Exactly.
here and this
He
thing
just
yo,
trying to be
here,
constitutes
nice
this
to the
D-Nice.
political
ladies, so
thing.
the
And he
ladies
living
gonna
in
pay
a
that
high
I'm
crazy
just not
rise.
shit.
I
interesting
just went
enough.
on
I
his
don't
page.
live
He
in a high
living in a
rise.
high rise. What
With
is
the
that
Gucci
then?
slides and the
So
Versace
sorry
rug.
to
He
I
over
get
don't.
here with the no
you into the
Just because
broke
he
fact
bitch
living
identity
somewhere with that nigga.
I don't.
2026.
exhausted
I don't
and
live in a high
degraded
rise. I
and
don't have
cornered.
Gucci slides.
And that's not
Okay, where you
entertainment
live?
enough. Thanks.
Exactly.
I'm
What
done.
you
You
live
just
in?
heard that.
I
I'm
live in
going based
apartments.
off
Pictures
the
of food.
video. I'm going based off the
Videos of
video.
No,
food.
I was just
You know,
joking about the
videos of
Gucci slides and
food.
the Versace.
That's just social media. Social media food. You
Okay, and
see how
his
we just
life is
got food?
debatable. I can debate his point. I can debate his life. So, D
No
Nice,
fear,
I didn't say
please
nothing.
let me talk to
All I said
him
was
and not to you. I said, are you living in a high rise?
what I just
That's
said.
what I asked.
What I just said though.
Brian, are you living in a high rise? Not D Nice. Brian, are you living in a high
You ain't even
rise?
hear what
No?
I just said. That's the
No.
crazy thing. You think I said something crazy? That's funny.
No, you're not living in a high rise. So why
No.
are you not living in the house that you said your parents put in a trust with the house, right? Too, right?
Yeah.
So why are you not living in that house? Why are you
Well,
are you accumulating like debt? Like that's what I wanted to
yeah.
get on here.
So I used to live in a house. I sold it a
Mhm.
couple months ago. So
Oh, so you do have money in the bank.
enough to
I
them.
mean,
They
yes,
need
but
to
I feel like that's not what I'm
recognize the
trying
harm
to
that they
express
perpetuate.
to people.
No
What
matter
was the
their
So
reason for you
race,
you
selling your
is a
house?
they are
rich man
perpetuating
with
harm.
money.
They're supporting
We
a
ain't talking about
system
no
that
rich
is
man. He a broke
inherently
man. We talking about
Yo,
the broke
this
anti-black.
is
man.
unbelievable.
He not broke.
They
He has
cannot
money in the bank.
Y'all
He
just
a
allow
broke
Broke
man.
men
Brian to
don't
just
have
understand
no
make his
money in the
Broke
point.
bank.
man
I
got
feel like
money
it's
in the
not
bank.
about
Broke
What do
men
you
that.
don't
think
have no
what
money
do
in
you
the
think
bank. You
his
have
check
no
get
they're
cashed
disposable
in?
deciding to
What
income.
do
get
you
You
think
have
his
no
check
accountability.
get
disposable
cashed in?
All
income.
the
He has
No.
banks can do is
disposable
That
hold you
check
income.
accountable
comes
and
through the
He
pay you
has
bank.
back.
So he
disposable
got
Only
some type of
income.
dollars
That's
access
in
what
there.
he
out to
said.
And he
them
got
Y'all,
savings
will
in the
only
bank. He
Y'all
And
got
he
stuff
believe
to
got
this
sit
ain't on
on.
savings
TikTok.
and he
Go
got
no.
that's
assets. And
It's
he
the
got
okay. Be
Brian,
nice.
are we
assets.
It's
trying to
okay.
find a
Be
woman up
nice.
here,
Why
Brian?
y'all
It's
believe
okay.
everything on
He's
bro,
TikTok?
not
I'm
broke. He's
trying.
okay.
Why do y'all
I feel
believe
like
is
everything
whatever
on
y'all talking about,
TikTok?
actively
that's not my point.
deciding and
My
Oh
point
my
is,
destroying black
gosh.
people
Exactly.
and
Look at them
cannot
blushing
survive
over
without
a
it.
We're
picture.
When we
debating.
have a
We're
system
debating
that
what he
Over a
has never
said.
picture.
That's his
existed,
point. That's
and
his
you
life.
don't
So
even
we're
need
gonna
to be a
debate it.
communist.
I didn't
The
say nothing
That's for
about.
communist
I ain't say
anybody
lifestyle
that
nothing.
comes up
existed way
here.
I ain't
before the
So
saying
for
nothing
you to
communist.
about
even say
that.
that is
Oh, it's
disingenuous.
What's
Anyways, like we were
unrealistic
saying,
disingenuous? What I
Brian,
say?
like we
but
were saying,
actually gain
What
Brian,
the
I just
research
say?
to see what it
you
looks like.
have assets,
And
you
I'm
have
just so
money in the
sick
bank,
of
therefore you
liberals
are not
He
broke.
broke.
We
being
are not
so
talking
He
about
flippant and
broke.
you.
so
If
He
a
perfunctory.
broke
broke.
man has
And
little to
Dean,
no
I don't
disposable
know if
income,
you
he
After he
is
remember
do
me or
what he
broke.
not,
do,
He
so
just
he
but
broke.
said he got
I
money in the
am,
bank. So
Okay,
how
he
is
fundamental
he
in
broke.
broke?
well,
Discord
He
because of
broke.
how
Okay, hold
racist
on.
your
Let Brian
Oh
parents
my
talk.
are
God.
and how
Boss
much
man, can you
harm they
mute,
have
Somebody
please?
caused
got
to black
got some noise in the
community
background.
and have affected their mental health. And we invited you to
okay.
that
Well,
Discord and
all right.
we
Like
spoke
he said,
and we would literally
yes,
guide you on
I
how not
have
to be
been
racist.
technically
And
broke
then
and broke, whatever.
you kept on being racist. We
I feel
kept
like
on calling you out.
we have to understand
Guess
what broke
what?
means.
You ghosted us.
Broke means you
Only
can't like pay your
20%.
rent. Cool.
Oh, is this
You can pay
apology
your rent with
acceptable?
broke.
Because I'm getting
Okay.
canceled
Well, I mean, like,
because
okay.
I
Broke
So
bought
is
a
check to check, no,
neo-Nazi.
little to no income,
And
no disposable income.
unfortunately, I
like,
blew
After
it
so
by the time.
to a certain extent,
So I read
like
it over. You
I'm
know what?
worth
No, that's a
money
lie.
because I
If
have
I drag you to
assets.
filth, but
Liquid
my
cash,
friends
I don't
are
have
still
it at certain
lived,
times
unfortunately,
because if I
but
like
it's a work
liquidate
in
my
progress.
money
And they
to buy
told
something
you
else, I
how
don't
to
have
fix
any
it.
cash
And
money.
that
how you pay
is
your
literally the
bills?
proof of the harm. Like, you're still
Well,
very
I paid
harmful,
them because I had a
but then
job.
pretend
So
that you're a good
recently, I
person.
quit my
And
job and I
I'm
started my
so
own
sick
company.
of libs just
And it's
protecting
been
white
hard the
people
past
just
3 months
because you've been
because I don't have the
socialized
income.
to think
But
of
on
Brian,
people
you
paper,
think
as
that you should be
innocent.
dating and in
Doesn't
Okay.
somebody's
mean that they
face
are.
when
And
you
it
trying to build a
Yeah.
no,
business?
requires
Yeah.
so
and
much
so
research to
absolutely
unpack
not.
that.
I would never
The
date anybody in my
parasocial
situation right now.
relationships
He
is
went.
so freaking
Oh,
I
there we
would.
disgusting.
go. There we
And
go.
it
He
really,
Thank
wouldn't.
you.
I
really needs to
would.
be
That's what we
unpacked.
wanted to
There
hear.
is no
I
safe
mean,
No,
some
no,
people
no,
not
you
relationship
strong
wouldn't.
enough to be in
space.
those situations.
Okay,
It's okay.
continue, Brian.
Continue, Brian.
That's
Thank
all.
you.
No. Like I'm gonna be real. Like I've been really up,
Thank you,
and so
Nafi.
I
Is it my
decided
turn?
I
Yep.
decided to
Okay,
liquidate my
thank you.
money
And
to
I want to
start a
say, I know
business,
Zara
and I
dropped down,
really
but thank you,
am
Zara,
broke.
for sharing
So
what
I
you
have
Can I
no
also
interest
speak
in
after
dating
Cass?
anybody because I have to
Uh-huh.
focus on
If
getting
anyone's
it
waiting
back
after
and,
Cass, we
and
can.
making something else of it.
It's
So
Cass, then
no,
Jaden,
I
then
have
Vinny.
no interest in dating anybody.
Yeah, that's him.
Zion
But
connected
that
real
man
quick,
over there,
but
that
but
broke man in
but after Zion gets
2026,
finished.
he could
Also,
date.
I just want to say
It's
hi,
okay that
y'all.
he don't
No,
want to
Allow
date.
allow
That's
me to
his
talk,
preference.
please.
why would you want to
Hi,
date?
Ronnie. Hi,
Why?
Zaya.
Thank
Hi,
you.
Vinny. Hi,
Why
Hey,
would
Cass.
you
ask the
want to
Because
question.
date?
why
Hey,
you
wait a
stopping
minute.
yourself
Wait,
after
he
that?
can't ask the
Thank you
question
so
and y'all
much.
start chilling and I gotta hit her question?
Hey,
What was the
Rachel, what
question?
up? What up? Maybe what up?
Why? That's the
Say
question.
what?
The
Say what
question
up?
is
Like I'm
why
so
what?
sorry. We just a lot going on, but
Why
I can't
what?
say everybody
What's
right
the
now. But
question?
it's all love.
He said, "Why would you
Okay,
want
let me
today?
get it.
Why would
Why
you
would
want
I
to
want
do it?"
Yeah,
today?
I just wanted to
First of
say
all,
thank you to
because I
Zara as well
can.
for sharing
Secondly,
what she did
because I
share,
worked hard
and
enough to
doing
do it.
that emotional labor
Thirdly,
to
I'm
share
not
it,
coming with
because
bad
it
intentions.
takes
Fourthly,
something
I'm
out
not
of
the
her,
dude that y'all
and
talking
people
about
think it's
that's
not
on
that
the
serious,
couch
but it is
sitting
that
there
serious
waiting to
because she
take from
shared
this
her
lady that I just
experience.
met. So
And
that's why I feel
Shoot,
like
there's
I
people
broken
living in
can,
the
broke.
and that's
society
why
that we
I
That's
live
know
in,
I
the
can
and
reach
Y'all
out
people
to
take
are
the
my
man on the
right
community.
couch
now
anyways.
opportunities to
broken
help
broke.
her.
All I
All
know
Maybe
y'all in
is
the
it's
y'all
same
not
boat
just
not
kept
enough
pushing
category.
that
work for
off.
her, and
Broke is not
and
broke.
I
that's
was
what's important.
addressing
Someone
And
that's
I'm
Brian.
sitting
trying
on
to
the
have
couch,
that
that's
Everybody
a
conversation
broke
talking while I'm
mentality.
addressing
That's you
Brian.
being
with us
broke
as
and having
well.
a broken mentality.
But
Okay, y'all done? I'll go ahead and
and
finish
as
Exactly.
a
So
up.
white
that's
man,
broke.
I do have
I'll
the
let
What
me
is
have
Someone
it
privilege
in
what
a
has
is
of
minute.
growth,
broke?
being
like y'all saying
for the
check
rest of
the
my
check.
life,
Okay, that could be
and
Yeah,
that
let's
kind of
check the
growth,
check.
I'm
Check
but
given
you
check
that
the
still
growth.
going to
opportunity,
get it, which
to do
means
my
you could
best to listen,
rise.
to take a
You know,
step
but
back, and
Exactly.
I
having
think
a
that
growth
that's what
Exactly. They
mentality
don't
is
Dean
get
had the
that.
different. Someone
opportunity to
sitting on
do.
the couch that's having
What
a
he
growth
did
mentality
take
as
that
well.
Broke is
No,
Exactly.
that's
temporary.
still
I
broke.
People don't
I
That's
agree with
still
understand.
that.
Broke
broke,
is
ma'am.
temporary
I
though.
think
Broke is
that
That's
They
temporary.
don't
still
understand
broke.
Living
broke is
check the
temporary.
check, though,
because
that's someone going to
Yeah.
get
No,
it.
no.
And
the
Living
hopefully,
living
people
check
that
to
are
check without a
attacking
free.
him
Have you
plan,
been
at the
in
without
the
beginning
any
Have you been
action.
in the live
they're
long?
platforming right? When you debate
Yeah, I
on
don't
They
think
MAGA.
she's
want you to
living the
hear when
Bible.
So
one
I think if
person
we're gonna
say
talk
something
on
to make
that,
you change your
it's also
mind.
really
So you
important
have
to
One
to
inform
person.
those
continue to
that
hear
No,
something
because
these
that's a
that comes
part
from
of y'all
bigots
community.
don't like.
You want, yeah.
And
That's y'all broke community,
They
yeah,
want you
brother.
to they want you to hear my
A
thank
brother.
you,
lot of the
understand.
times y'all
and
gonna
thank you,
choose
Zara,
that broke
again.
man that's on the couch anyways. Y'all keep
Facts.
talking about y'all choosing them
No,
anyways.
we're
Why that
trying to
man
make
at
sure the
work?
women don't.
Hey,
Who that lady
if
gonna be
Zara's
cracking
still
jokes to on the
watching,
phone?
I
Why
wanted
that
to let
man
her
at
know
work?
that I may
That
have
same
access
man
to
that she talking
resources
about.
which she can
That
utilize in
same
Boy,
her
broke man.
future.
stop it.
I do
Oh,
Cause he
hope that
ain't
she
got
please.
will
number time to
return
crack
to
jokes and
normal
talk stuff
center.
all day.
And
All they want
as
to
I
do
understand it,
is sit
Zara's
up on
based out
y'all
of
couch
Canada.
and
That's
use
So they
y'all
cap.
do have
food
outreach
You
and
know
in
eat
so
y'all
much, yo.
baby
You know so
snacks.
That's
much.
not
Eat
everybody
y'all
that's
baby
That's
living
not
check to
snacks.
everybody.
check though.
Would
Like
That's
he
not
anyone
everybody
said,
that's
like
living
he
That's
check
not
said,
to check.
broke
everybody.
do
men
that?
do. Broke is
Support
broke, baby.
your
Check to check, no
GoFundMe.
That's
money
the, and
on
I'm
the
saying
couch
what
is
That's
you're
still
poor.
broke.
That's
describing. What
poor.
you're
What you
describing
talking
is
about is
not
poor.
someone that's living
That's
check
not
to
poor.
check.
It's no levels to
That's
it.
A
poor.
man
It's
that's
no
That's
living
poor.
levels
check
to
to
broke.
check, he's
Before
getting
I
up, going to work,
go
coming
any
back
It's no
further,
home, you
levels
know,
to
I want
broke.
to
and
make
Broke
also
is
sure
broke.
taking
that
care
Yes,
of
it
his
is.
home and
It's
then
somebody
going
that
back
will
to
come
work.
in
This
that
is
will tell
the
you not to
another
tarnish his
issue
broke
with the
community.
bulls. This just
I
shows
Do
don't know
not
that
who
tarnish the
that
broke
is, but you're
community.
not talking about
Zara
one
just
that's
sat
going
here and
like
told
check
you
to check. That's not someone
potentially
that's check to
No,
check.
using
I
baby. He
know
will
Canada
say don't tarnish the broke
and the
community
flat out from
with
that
what you're
is
saying
the
right
what
now.
about the
other
women that's not
resources that I can
materialistic
give
and that
out.
don't mind
Take
that
those
and they're not
resources
looking
We're
for
not
that
towards
talking
main
about
chick?
women.
resources.
We talking about
it's
your broke
not
men.
even
Well,
Michelle,
okay.
materialistic.
What about
Someone
Giants
what
that's
about the
check
talking.
to
broke
check will
man? What
also
about the
take
broke
you
man
on
that's being
dates.
So
accepted
Hey,
and it's
TikTok,
not
are you
looked
getting there?
upon
Zara
for the
There's
just
a lot of other
finance?
stated,
playlists
and
up
it's
here. Y'all
very
can talk.
important for
Accept
people who
yourself.
aren't in this
Jesus.
But they're
position who
still
want
being
more
Right.
accepted.
What is
goals,
so
those
wrong with
privileges.
But what's
Okay,
wrong
getting
with
some
them being
time
you
accepted? What
off?
need to
answer that?
listen
What's
to
wrong with them
actually
being
sit there
Jesus
and
accepted?
listen to it
Christ.
and
Is
let
What's
you
wrong
nothing
with them being
wrong.
everything
accepted?
We're
that
just
What's
telling
wrong
y'all
with
just
what's
because
wrong
you
with
has
just
What's
can
doing
doesn't
what's
mean
wrong
wrong
you
with
with them
doing the
being
should.
work for
accepted?
yourself?
they're
Right.
saying
Why
You
can't you
telling
just
people
work
who
for
they
that
can't
yourself?
how you
accept?
Why is
utilize
that?
praxis to
Accept
actually
She said,
get
why?
you
yourself.
Because
You're
work
where
not
for
you
even
They
need to
accepting
myself.
be.
they are
yourself.
they're
And if they
Another
comfortable.
do
thing
find the
that
They're
one
I
while
comfortable.
they're
about white
working, like
livers
They're
living
that's
comfortable.
okay.
abroad
Like
is
don't miss
how
that
much
that
you just
person
Why?
don't
that could be
listen
your
They
forever.
to
they want us
marginalized
to go
people how much they would
get
Ma'am,
a
it was just
second
a person
job
up
to go on a
here
No,
that
we're
date.
not
dated
trying
a
to
broke
settle.
with
man
the
for
situation not
7 years
so long
and
ago
he did
where
not
I was
commit to her. He
brutally
didn't do
Okay,
beaten
anything for her.
And I
okay.
Please
just said
tell
I've
me.
been
by
with my
two
man for
Y'all,
So
adults
so
9
we
years.
have
He
that
now we
started
have
she
some
out
said the
that's
story
check
wrong.
to
wrong.
check.
She
I
He
said
had
she
started
Hold
out
didn't
on,
want
check
to
hold
to
on,
get
hold
check.
on. No,
married.
no.
come up
She
She just
said she
with
said
didn't
that.
want
Now
to
we
get
about to
married.
debate it.
for and
So
tried
you
to
said
She
defend
you
said
come
she
me
in
didn't
for
want to get
9
through
years,
married.
right?
grotesque
Yes,
microaggressions
and he
I had to
started
deal
out
with
check to
Are y'all
check.
married?
because of, and this person
Not
was
yet.
also
Next year.
treated
So y'all
completely
engaged?
horribly, like
Yeah,
Y'all
insanely
have
horribly. They
kids?
were
That's
yelling
normally
three,
at
what that
me for
means.
Did you have
hours.
3
I
daughters.
kids
was called a
before
bitch
y'all was
multiple
broke or
times by
after?
an individual. I was harassed. So was that other person. They
After,
were harassed numerous
Okay, so
times.
y'all didn't do it while y'all was broke, right?
And
but
That
we
It
then
were
wouldn't
didn't
be
still
matter.
because
smart.
my
That
dating.
wouldn't be
We were
confidence
smart,
still
in
right?
what
It
dating
was,
still
though.
worked
That
I
They
wouldn't
were
be
out.
still
decided to
smart.
dating.
post my
We
own
were
life to
dating.
call these people
Hold
out,
on,
to
hush. I'm
warn other
talking to
people of
her.
this,
Yeah,
especially to not
I'm
Would
go
over
you
to
think
there.
that wouldn't
individual
be
places
smart?
so they won't
You
experience
would
the
you
same harm
would
me
that have
that
been
But that's
smart
not
for
the
you to
question. The
have
suffered.
question
kids?
is
I also want to make this clear. The only
dating.
reason why I even went up on that panel is because I was
Would
asked to by a
another
that been
whitey
smart because you can
liberal.
have
So
kids
another
while dating.
whitey liberal
So let's
essentially
not act like
used
that
me
can't
to.
happen.
And we had
I don't
That
know
kids while
definitely can
why
dating.
happen.
He was
he
living
said
check
he
to
Exactly.
check.
So
We
why?
were
harbored a
dating.
whitey
We're
liberal
Okay,
still
so
bias.
so
dating.
then,
So
so
he
then you
doesn't
just lied.
set me
So
in harm's
y'all
way to
had
be
kids while
berated
you was
like that
broke,
by
or y'all
a
had
bunch of
No,
kids
you're
fucking
not
white
after y'all
You're
was
people.
not
broke?
As I was
listening. We were
hosting this
dating.
live and as we're
While he
aptly
was doing
venting
check
out
to
our
check.
I'm
frustrations to
asking you,
racism and
when did you have the
anti-blackness that we have
kids
to deal with
before
every
you was
fucking day on this
broke,
After,
The
but
platform.
read
problem
the
is
I
not the
question though.
kids.
I
After, but
am
read the
now having
question.
to deal with insane
The problem ain't
accusations
about
that have
kids.
been
Why we
thrown
keep
about
going back
this.
to?
Read the
I have
They
question.
call.
I
They
have been
trying to move
told
that
things
goalpost. I
that
know.
I
that's
Read
not
the
moving the
question.
threatened
I
goalposts.
somebody's
started
It
dating
pride.
him
is.
while he was
I
living
threatened somebody's
check to
life.
check.
I threatened to send
We're still dating and he's
crystallized
been amazing.
substances over the mail to someone. None of that is true. They have threatened to
Absolutely,
call
and
the
I'm very
authorities
happy
on
about
me
you.
and a bunch of
That's
other
the rare
black people for
occasion of
talking
that,
about
but y'all not
racism.
broke no
That
more,
is
right?
It
fucking
ain't rare.
disgusting.
No,
I
we
had
grew
to
together.
yesterday. I had to
Okay,
sit
that's
and
what we
watch
like
the
to hear. We
entire
like to
live
hear that.
recording for
The only thing I was
Another
3 hours
asking
success
was
to
story.
see
the
if
Why
any
did
of
it
those
take you now
claims were
to
true,
get
and they were
engaged?
not. I
And
had to
why you
spend
guys
three
getting
yeah,
hours
married?
having a
9 years.
Everyone's
conversation
That's
timeline is
what
not
I
the
about
was
same
because
asking.
of
timeline.
fucking
That's what
lies
I
that
was
were made
asking.
about me.
9 years.
And I
Everyone's
had to
timeline is
sit
not the
and I
same
had
Because
to sit
it's
for
timeline.
not
another three
because he
hours to
was
wait this video
broke.
to
Neither
It's
one of them
process
because
and then
married
when
to
you're
their
post it
young,
on
you
accident.
start off
YouTube just to
young
clear my
dating.
fucking
You need
name.
to grow together first.
Oh, so you did it. Oh, see, so this doesn't even count. Cause how young was
Well,
y'all?
I know.
What age was this?
Right.
That y'all started dating?
It's
So you were able
Ryan,
to have kids
not
before
to
You can't specify age on
definitely let you
brokenness.
respond
Grown
before I
is
speak. I'll
grown.
go last. I don't
Y'all
mind
can't
going last
change
at
it up
all.
just
Yes,
because
it
y'all
is,
grown.
because
Ryan is.
we
Then
don't
after
do
Ryan, I'll
18
be
and under.
No,
Idris,
We
no,
and then
don't do
No,
that.
so when
no,
someone
we
has sex
do
and you're
That's
able,
grown.
not
so you trust
grown.
them
We
enough
do
to have a
Adam,
kid
meet
with
grown.
me
You
them,
at the
don't
end.
but
mention
not
the
trusting them to
college.
get
I know
married
what
first.
I know
Yeah,
what the
that's what we
guidelines is.
said.
Y'all can't tell me
Exactly.
anything.
That's why I just
Thank you,
asked. That's
Lily, for
why
the
I
labor
asked
too. I
her
appreciate
what
it because
age
Well,
Jackie
you
was
said
can
it,
go
she's
so
before
we
supposed to
me.
do
can get
my
a
job, and clearly I'm
clarification.
not good
She
at
But
it.
said
that
we've been together
Wait,
for a long
Pooh,
time,
you can
so
go
I
before
need
me.
to
I
know the
have absolutely
clarification
no
of the
problem. If you want
age.
to jump
they
in
were
with the
still
Why?
mods,
grown
put your
though.
hand up in the
Why?
chat. Let
That's
somebody
not.
know what the mods or
It's
even me
not about
myself. I'm
being
not a
grown.
mod. I just
Again,
am.
the
But just let
guidelines
somebody
is
know
we're
that I
not
will
talking
Where
about
doesn't the
college or
question
whatever
does
the
it
Why?
say
case.
should
Last.
broke
End
men
of
that are
the
I was
episode.
18
18, he
I have
was
no issue with
20.
that.
and plus should
See,
be
that's what I'm
allowed to
saying.
date?
That's what I'm
I'm still
saying.
here, y'all.
So
I'm just
of
muted
course
because I'm
they
gonna
dated
board and
broke. They
shit.
But
was
Shay, where
18.
does it
That's
say in
like
the
All right,
prompt
that
And she
so
18
I'm
told
gonna
plus?
she read
use
the prompt and
we
said
already said
she said
that.
yes.
We
I'm gonna
already
use
said it
within
was
So
my
the
why
guidelines.
within
So
my
him, I
space
don't
to
know if
just
you've
it,
been up
remind
here
everybody
before,
that
but
Pooh
that's how they do that over
has
here.
been doing some labor for us and
I don't know
allowing
what
the
I'm
new
just saying,
individuals
even
guidelines
to
if
I
it's
was
date
trying
not,
to
even
put
if
age
it's
out.
two people
for the
living check to
time
check, like
that they have
they can
allowed
still
it to
date.
do
She
so.
said
And if
yes
it's
already.
someone
We
y'all
did
talking about a
ask a
bum living
little
on the
while
couch,
ago
that's
Oh
um,
That's
man.
I
if
being
mean,
you
that's
if
poor.
still
like
you
a
broke.
felt
broke.
the
That's
That's
still
need
broke.
poor.
Wait a minute.
That's
Wait a
not
minute.
poor. It's no
some
See,
levels to
that's the
being
thing.
material
broke.
That's
I
why I
don't
be
know why
saying
y'all
abilities
keep
stick to the
doing that.
prompt.
is
Hold
for
on,
Y'all gotta
live
learn how to stick to the
and
prompt. That's why
have
that
the
be happening.
rotation right
If you stick
to
to
make
broke
sure
man,
that
won't nobody be
after
saying
this
nothing
particular
extra.
round of speaking
Ooh, and Jim just
that
came
we
up here.
fulfill
God dang it.
who's
Yeah, if y'all
I
have been
needed
going
her
to
quiet a
up
go
couple of
here.
back
minutes,
to
y'all would have heard it.
Oh,
Can
hush.
you address the
so
prompt for me?
it is very, very necessary to have these conversations, and I'm
Hello?
glad that we did have these conversations.
You
I
got the
think
flow
I've
when you
ended my
ready. We
live
gonna
Hey,
keep that up.
Jim.
that I was going to
Hello.
go on
Should
with
broke
for a
men be
little
allowed
while
to
at the
date in
exact right
2026? I
time that
say
we came over
absolutely
here.
yes.
And I
These
think that
women
it was
out
very
here are
good for
still
us to
desperate
do
and
that
lonely. Keyword
so that we
desperate
could
and
see what was
lonely.
happening tonight and
Broke
so
men,
that
go
some
ahead
of
and
us who
chase a single
contribute can be a
mother.
part
Single
of
mothers
this.
are easier to
I do
get at.
believe that
All right, there's an
this has been
epidemic of single
important,
mothers
but
just lingering
our
around. It
host
is getting out of
does
hand.
want
I'm
some
tired of
relief.
seeing them on the store.
And
I'm
so
starting
I
to
would
seeing
ask
at
again,
Walmart,
like I
even at
said, after this
Wawa.
round of
Some,
speaking,
it's so
that we
getting
hand
bad
it
out of
back
hand
over
right now.
to
Some
her.
even infiltrate my
Thank
dream,
you.
waking up my woman sleep talking. We as
Oh
broke men
shit.
must date these type of women. All right. Just remember when dealing with single mothers, she does come
Nelson,
with
did
that
you want
little
to go?
nuisance which I call the rugrat. It is highly recommended of you
Yes,
to get rid
I
of
would
this
like
kid
to have a conversation
immediately.
with
Again,
Jayden, and
immediately
even though you are
by
lib, you
encouraging
are
her
also
to drop
black.
that kid off to his
Okay.
daddy. The man is
Yes,
just
but
around the corner about
you
5 to
said
10
you
minutes
had no
away.
choice but to
We are not
vote
going to be
with,
fighting for the
like,
mother's
to have a
affection while this
conversation
kid
about
is
that.
there. We are not going to
Can
be
I
fighting
respond
this
to the other
kid
point first
for the
before we get into
Capri
that?
Sun, even though
Yeah,
his mama
sure.
bought it for him. I
I
have earned
was
the right
the
to play
issue
this
that he
kid
took with
PS5
me
and leave my
recommending
imprint
services
on
that
the
would
couch
otherwise
because it
alleviate the
took a lot of
problems
me
that's
to
already
convince his
occurring.
mother to take my brokenness to the household.
Because she
Now I'm
asked
looking
for
asked.
forward
money,
for her to put
quite
my
frankly.
name on
She
the
asked for
lease.
money.
We can't
Yeah,
sell
she
ourselves short,
told
broke
you the
man.
tangible things
We got
that
to
she
plan for the
needs that
long
can
term.
change her
And if she does give you
expectations.
access to that cupboard,
Yeah, and
go
of
ahead and
those
procreate with
positive.
that woman. It is highly recommended of you to
She
And
procreate.
what she
said
needs money for?
This is
she
the
said
Well,
she
broke
broke
needed
men are
people.
man.
right.
This is y'all
I'm not saying
advocate.
that this is any
Boss
less than
man.
anybody.
Love,
Come
can
on,
you
These are
boss
address the
just
man.
in
prompt? TikTok
addition.
friendly
These are
language. Please
additional
code your
You
services
words.
which
debate him.
trans
That's
people
No
should
fine.
cursing.
rely
Hold
upon.
on,
him.
And I
No
should
cursing
know.
at
I'm
all.
working with them directly.
Love.
These are
Address the
beneficial
prompt,
services
read
for
it, and give
housing,
us your
for
thoughts.
legal
Right, but you don't have the
funds,
right to
for
tell her that,
treatment.
though.
I don't have a
So,
right to recommend something.
Love, are you there?
no, not when they're asking for
Hey,
things specifically,
Okay,
right?
I'm going to give you a disclaimer
This
again.
addresses that
No
specifically.
cursing, code your words,
Well,
It does.
TikTok
no, it
friendly
doesn't,
language,
because
read the
Yes, it
she
prompt,
does.
and tell
asked
us
for
what you
very
think.
specific things, right?
I
And
don't have anything to
the
say.
things that
Y'all
she
let him
asked
run
for
amok. I
was
said the N word.
financial and
Y'all let
material.
him run amok.
What
But
you're
I'm going to
asking
say,
for is
That,
something
should
that
that,
broke
will most
men
likely
be
take
allowed
time that
today
she
in
doesn't have, as
2026?
she emphasized
There are
multiple times in
nuances
her
to this
speaking,
question. And
to
there
go
are
through,
levels to
right?
this
And so the
question.
needs that she has
For me and
are
my
current.
husband, we
The
were
needs that she
broke
has are
30 years
immediate,
ago.
to be of immediate help, right? If you have the ability to help with the financial and material needs that she asked for, my recommendation would be to simply say, all right, I'm going to help you with that. If you find that there are other things that you think you could help with, you could definitely hit Zara up on the back end and say, hey, I donated for you to this particular GoFundMe and to the other GoFundMe. Here are some additional resources that you can have. But
Well, I
saying
did do
that
that.
to Zara, right, immediately after Zara asked for material and financial assistance, I think was just a little short-sighted.
So I did donate That was before I even added it to the link tree. And I'm saying that in addition to that, in addition to my support, of which I do think it's beneficial to have for people to see on my page, and I will promote it on my lives regularly where they can go. Yes, you should have access to further services should you need it. I didn't say that she does need them. I said if you need them and would like to contact me, I'm more than happy to oblige. I'm not being insistent upon this. I'm not being entitled. Justin, if you need something, this is where you can go. I don't think that's a negative.
Yeah, I guess the
Not what
issue
you
that I'm
said.
having is that I'm trying to figure out what the necessity of that was in that moment.
Yeah.
Right. I think Zara, being the affected party, is probably actually fairly aware of resources in her particular jurisdiction, and has probably, as she described, right, um, submitted herself to a lot of those previously, right? So I think she might be aware. I think that the issue that I personally am having is that, given the fact that she probably is aware of those things, you mentioning it at that time when she was asking for specific things was just short-sighted. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Well, then I apologize for my short sightedness. I was under the impression that this would have been a service that could have been utilized in an immediate fashion, and this is utilized in an immediate fashion. But I'm not forcing it upon somebody. It's my recommendation. But again, I don't want to be entitled towards it, don't want to be cocky. My apologies. Like I said, I'll continue to promote it, I'll continue to help you out, I'll continue to talk about it. And yes, I sound condescending. That's just my voice. I can't control it.
Nafi.
Okay,
I
so
also gave money before I talked, but okay.
okay, so would you like to have the conversation about why you need to vote?
But why I need to vote?
Yeah,
I'd rather like to hear your position as to why I shouldn't vote.
I think that voting contributes to the harm because you are participating in the system that is in um oh oh okay, sorry. Um I forgot what I was saying. Oh,
Okay.
um that you would be part of that harm because of the system is anti-black as heck, and that this system relies on the deaths of black people. And so why would you participate in a system where you don't need to?
Because an alternative doesn't exist.
Yes, it
I
does.
You're
disagree.
saying that I don't need to. Well, can I have this one-on-one conversation, respectfully?
But it does
Actually,
exist.
can
Wait,
we
so
Like
go
I
and
didn't vote. Are there any other body of people up here that didn't vote?
me?
I sure as
Well,
hell didn't.
not
I'm
anymore.
aware you didn't.
So what do
But
you
the
mean there's no
alternative, I'm
other?
saying towards the alternative of what your goals are in this world. How does not voting help achieve them further?
Yeah, because you're
Be-
not participating in the system that is oppressive, right? Democracy isn't actually working, right? Like putting your vote in for one fascist versus the other fascist. You're voting for a fascist. If I don't want to vote a fascist, I shouldn't have to. It's not going to stop a fascist from being put into place.
Can I ask, is Zoran Mamdani a fascist?
Yeah, he is.
Yes.
What fascistic
And a
tendencies does he
Zionist.
exhibit?
He's a politician.
Well, politician and fascism aren't synonymous.
Heavy on
They
the
are in
Zionist.
America.
How's he a Zionist?
He supports the state of Israel, which is a
Supporting
Zionist project.
supporting an independent
No,
state
no, no,
is
no,
not
no,
the
no,
same
no.
as
The
No,
state of
supporting
Israel is a
supporting the
Zionist
Israeli
project.
supporting the Israeli state's existence that is a colonial state on Palestinian land is Zionism.
Wait,
I'll be
fellas.
It is
honest
a
with you,
Zionist
Wait, time
state.
out,
having
time out, time out, time out, time out, time out, time out,
okay.
time out, fellas. We are actively, unknowingly participating in misogyny right now. This conversation was asked by Nafi to be had with Jayden. Let Nafi and Jayden have their conversation, so we're not participating in that misogyny. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, for clarity, I also want to point out that asking about Zaram and Donnie was also specific and intentional. So
How? That's just an example.
it was a reason why you chose that one, but I'll get into that after Nafi finishes.
Well, if you presuppose the reason, can you tell me?
Yeah, after Nafi goes.
All right. Nafi?
Nafi?
Okay.
Is it me?
Yeah, we can hear you now, Nafi.
Alright. So he's a Zionist. He did say that they have the right to exist, even though they are colonizers. He is recognizing their presence on stolen land, and that is being a Zionist. But they can jump in because they can better speak on this topic because I stutter and so, but yeah.
Okay. I think Zoran's position is unique in that he understood the rhetoric that was surrounding him and his identity and had to make such a statement. I don't genuinely believe that Zoran Mamdani supports that position and is a Zionist. But I do understand the demographics of New York, which have a considerable amount of Jewish people, of which 33% voted for him. And at some points, there are concessions that need to be made. He did have to say that. He does not believe in that. And I think that's pretty consistent with how he's led in his administration and who he's appointed and the people that he talks to, in the fact that he's been pretty consistent in
No,
zero support going from New York City to Israel.
no,
I think that's been pretty
you
consistent
don't
with his
get to,
actions.
you don't get to do that. You don't get to assume how Mamdani actually feels, right? Like there's no way you could possibly know that, right? Like you're just assuming that, oh yeah, he just said this because he wants to play middle ground. You have absolutely idea if that is the case or not. We can only go by what he says, and as somebody that is in this political position, where like the fucking state of Palestine is extremely like in harm's way. No, he does not get to say something like that because he wants to be palatable to fucking 2,000 fucking Jews in New York. No, absolutely the fuck not. Like we're not gonna be disingenuous to that. Like there's no way you know how Mamdani actually feels. We can only grade him by his actions. And it also goes to further prove the point that if you feel like as a politician he has to play middle ground, then you would also recognize that these politicians are not there to appease the people. They're there to appease the state. They're there to appease to property. They're there to appeal to American ideology. That's why we're saying to you, voting doesn't absolutely nothing. Vote for this fascist or vote for this Zionist. Absolutely the fuck not.
But every goal point requires some form of appeasement, does it not?
And that's the
No.
problem. It forces you to appease to white fucking supremacists. That's the problem, Jayden.
Yes, as a long form practical solution towards distancing the United States interest of Israel. He has done that, and you say his actions should speak louder than his words. What if his actions done that would indicate that he's pro-Zionist? A statement is not an
Nafi
action.
that is an action.
No, it's
Going on
not.
a public forum or national
Statements
television.
aren't tangible. They don't mean anything on their own. There
You
needs
see,
to be a force behind it.
that's
No, no, no,
purely
no. Now
conjecture.
you're gaslighting. Now
No, I'm
you're
not.
gaslighting. So if Mamdani went on stage and said nigga, there's nothing behind that? There's no force behind that?
Nothing's happened. Does that
Wait,
mean
What?
does that mean the slaughter of black people as the result of saying the N-word? Does
wait,
that mean
hold
No,
that
on.
the
rights have
Wait,
been
slaughter
Hold
of
negated?
on.
Has
black.
anything
wait, I'm so
what
Hold
of
sorry.
on.
material
Hold on.
Wait,
benefit?
wait, I'm so sorry. Can I?
Hold on. Let's be clear. People in these political positions, do they have the ability to influence their ideology?
Yes,
So Zaram Hamdani, as a political position, going up and saying something that is pro-Zionist, how does he not have the ability to influence on that?
because his actions have contradicted that.
They
Have they not?
haven't. His action. Wait. So
What is he?
is speaking
Okay,
not an action?
speaking isn't tangible. No.
That's not
And
what I
speaking
asked you.
doesn't
That's
often
not what
lead
I
to
asked you.
results.
That's not what I asked you. You said his
I would
actions are
say
proving. You said
right,
his
but when we're
actions are
talking in the
proving up.
context,
You said his actions are proving otherwise. Is speaking in action? Yes or no?
technically yes.
So his actions is absolutely proving of that
But
he's a
in the
Zionist.
context in which we're referring to actions, I'm talking policy, I'm talking funding, I'm talking who you endorse, I'm talking what you endorse. Those actually fuel movements, that fuels actions. Saying a
And words
statement doesn't
don't.
inherently do that.
Words don't fuel action. Words don't fuel movements.
Not inherently, no.
So how did he get in the position of mayor?
On
Because
his
he didn't have the
policies.
ability to put in any policies or anything then. How did he get to become
Because,
mayor?
wait, that's how every politician would work.
But hold on. Because you're
That's
naming
not an
that he.
action, though. People are
Hold on,
betting
wait,
on
wait,
the
wait. Don't
guarantee of
don't
an
pivot.
action.
Don't pivot. How did he become the mayor? Because prior to becoming a mayor, he had no ability to implement any of these things. How did he become mayor?
He campaigned.
Through the gift of fucking gab, right? Meaning that his
Mm-hmm.
words led him to become a political politician and allowed him to be in this position so where he can actually do these things. So when you're making the argument that these words have no fucking enforcement, historically through all political positions, they have literally had to fucking have the gift of gab in order
Right.
to get where they
Right.
were. So this idea that like words has no action
Mm-hmm.
behind it or words has no type of enforcement, that's just completely disingenuous.
Wait, no, it's not, because what happened when he said those things? He actually pushed for them. He moved towards them. He acted upon them, right? He substantiated that. Did he
Upon
not?
what?
Words alone don't fuel policy. Policy does. Actions
It fueled
do.
him to become into a political position.
That alone, okay, but people didn't elect a public speaker. They elected somebody who can do something. They elected people based on outcomes that they wanted, which
Mamdani
require
couldn't do
actions.
anything.
Words do
Mamdani couldn't
not
do
inherently
anything.
fuel actions and
Mamdani couldn't do
outcomes.
anything.
Policy does.
Mamdani couldn't do anything.
But he did and has.
Like what?
Childcare.
How has that stopped Zionism?
Is that what you asked me for?
That's
What
what
has
the
he done that's
conversation was
promoted
about.
Zionism? Wait,
That's what
what
the
policy has he
conversation
done
was
that's
about.
promoted Zionism?
That was the conversation was about. You said that his actions, his words are not being reflective in his actions. He made a Zionist statement. What actions has he done to go against that?
Wait, I didn't make that claim.
You
You have to
did.
make the positive claim that his actions have supported Zionism. And if your
Hold on.
statement is that he's
Yes, I just
speaking
did.
it into existence, that's not tangible.
Speaking is an action. You just agreed to that.
I don't think it's inherently one that causes action.
Speaking is an action.
But that
Okay,
is
but
how
in the
all leaders
context of
rise to
policy and what
power.
he can do,
Nafi,
but
can I
he
just
had
chime
he
in?
had a
No.
revocation of
For
pro.
clarity, this whole thing came up because Nafi said that he's a Zionist
Wait,
because
wait,
of the
wait,
words he
wait,
said.
wait, wait. I was
But you said the things that he is doing is not actually reflective of those words. So you were the one who said that
I had an
whatever
example.
action or whatever he's enforcing is not reflecting that of a Zionist. Where
I
is
can
that
give you
in?
some examples. There was a revocation of pre-Israel executive orders in his first month, most of which had to do with anti-BDS measures. There was an order. Let me try finding it. There was uh, public statements with regards towards funding towards
Wait. Why?
businesses.
You
Hmm?
just said public statements don't matter. Where's the policies and the action? You said public statements don't matter. Think about it.
Um, Nafi, did you want me to like chime in? Because I know you asked me if I
Yes, please. Yeah.
is it okay, Pooh?
Of
Um,
course.
yeah. So you said policy, right? One of the policy, he hired a Zionist. I mean, he appointed a Zionist to the what was it? Hold on. He
And
appointed a Zionist for the office in combat for the chair in office in combat office in combat anti-Semitism. This person named I believe it's called Facilio Wisdom, and she's part of a progressive Zionist group. She's the chair of a progressive Zionist group, and Mamdani appointed her.
And what has she done policy-wise?
Does it matter? He appointed a Zionist.
right.
Yes, you do understand that there are Zionists who are anti-Israel, though, right?
That
Anti-IDF.
that makes
That
no. That's what
That
that
is
makes no
true.
sense.
Wait, but that is true. There are
That
Zionists
makes
who are
no sense.
anti-IDF. Why does it not make sense?
Fundamentally, Zionism is supporting the Israeli state's existence, and for the Israeli states to protect their existence, that's why they have the IDF.
They don't, however, perpetuate the harm done towards the Palestinians or any other
The
people that
Israeli
Israel has
state's
endorsed.
existence alone
Okay,
is
but
harmful to
right, that statement
Palestinians.
alone can make a person a Zionist, but a full endorsement of the actions of the
Exactly,
IDF
you're
and the
getting
Israeli
it.
government
Supporting
does not. When I said statement, I was referring to the anti-settlement funding bill, not on our dime, which he introduced as he was a member of the New York State Attorney. That prohibited New York registered nonprofits from using tax-exempt status to fund Israeli settlements in the West Bank. That's pretty significant.
Do you
That's
think
something that he alone was doing.
anti Netanyahu is
Can
anti Zionism?
That's not what I said.
Okay, so
can
then
I
what?
say something real quick?
Go ahead.
Please refrain from over talking as much as you can because there are people in the live who do use captions and over talking can interfere with that. That's all.
I apologize. I'll try my best. Yeah, so the point is that yes, fundamentally supporting the Israeli state's existence, which is a colonial state on Palestinian land, is actively harming Palestinians. The Israeli state alone is perpetuating the genocide of Palestinians, not just this genocide, the genocide since their foundation. So yes, if you there's no way you could be an anti-Israel Zionist. That makes no sense. So
So
for being a
there is.
progressive Zionist is still Zionism, and he appointed the Zionist woman into his into this office.
So, yeah, Zionism in and of itself, per the Jewish language, is self-determination, right to self-determination and national homeland. And if one is to have that position while maintaining the belief that you can do so non-violently, without ethnic cleansing, without the destruction of property and innocent human lives, I don't know that that's necessarily a contradiction. You can have a right to self-determination, as many people do. That's not within the same realm of saying that people deserve to die without any reason whatsoever.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fundamentally not the definition of what Zionism is.
Yes, it is.
Zionism, according to who?
According to, wait, according to who? That's quite literally the definition per the Hebrew language.
According to who?
I just told you.
That's. Can you give me a source? Can you give me like? Can you give me like an
What source would you
author?
like?
I don't know. Any definition from any source. An author, a Zionist,
The Jewish
scholar,
Center of Justice. Well, I have to ask, how is it? What source would you like? What
I don't
type
know,
of source would you like?
maybe a Zionist scholar, a Zionist
A Zionist
philosopher,
scholar?
or maybe just like I don't know, maybe just provide me any definition. Give me any source. I'll take any source at this point.
All right, 1 second.
While Jayden is getting his source, don't forget we have
I gotta
a
turn on my computer.
sibling up here. Let's try our very best to donate if we can. If you can give anything, that's great. If you can't, just try to like share the live out, tap the screen, show a little bit of love. We have people that need help. I don't need it to the degree that they do. Don't send me anything. Try not to send anybody else anything.
Yeah,
Even if we agree
brother,
with
help
them,
me gift.
let's give it to our Zionist sibling that's up at the top left, right next to Pooh's channel, please. Also, again, let's not participate in digital ableism. There are people that are reading this. They are not hearing. They're reading this. Let's try to keep the talking to like one mic at a time, please.
Please gift help me مساعد يا brother.
Can I just like make it clear that so many people don't realize that Democrats are right wing. Liberalism is a right wing ideology. They all support capitalism. They all contribute to the harm. They both sides, quote unquote, both sides support G side. Like, are we forgetting that they support Zionism? They do all the things. There's not much of a difference. It's just that the Republicans make it very loud and proud, and then the Democrats smile in your face and do it behind your back, and people fall for it over and over again. Democrats are not left. They're not left. They're right wing, right? And we really need to start to put this into mind.
So Shlomo Avenari is the
Please
lead
help me
dog.
gift. No food, no help.
Okay. By the way, I'm not Zionist, by the way. I do not stand for the IDF, for the actions of Israel, and I do not endorse such statements that would perpetuate I'm sorry?
Would you support the total dissolvement of the Israeli state?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Okay. That's good. Well, I'm not making like a normative or definitive claim on you or a moral claim on you, but I am making a claim on Zoran Mamdani and what liberal Zionism is.
And
Who did
Yeah,
he
personally,
vote for?
Hmm?
Who did he vote for?
I'm not in New York, by the way, but
No, who did you
for
vote
what?
for in the presidential
In the
election?
presidential race, Harris. Yeah, you roll your eyes, I know.
You don't support
Wait,
And I voted
Zionism.
for
let's not skip
Harris.
past.
Hmm?
Let's not skip past the source. Let's not skip past the source before we continue the conversation. Zion.
I said Shlomo Avineri.
Would you mind putting the name in the chat so that we can all like read and like come to the same conclusion, please?
All right.
Where he's getting a source from, sorry.
Leading
Zion has
scholar
important
on
sources from
Zionism.
like a Zionist scholar that's going to espouse exactly what Jayden said.
Say it again.
Yeah, that defines it as the right to self-determination, the Jewish right to self-determination.
What did you say, Vinny? What did he say?
He was making the claim that there are Zionist scholars that have the differentiating understanding of what like Zion is colloquially understood to be, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, that would be one scholar that has defined it as the right of Jewish self-determination.
Well, one
And
isn't colloquial.
I don't, by the way, wholeheartedly agree with this scholar on everything that he says, but this has been language that he's used consistently towards his definition of Zionism. And I would say within that, as it relates to U.S. policy and my vote for Kamala Harris, what was the alternative? Not voting. And how has that remedied the situation towards defeating the anti-Palestinian efforts abroad?
Wait,
because
you can defeat Zionism, but you don't have to go through the system to do that. Like,
So what is the
when has going
alternative?
through a system ever provided liberation?
When has it ever provided liberation?
Yeah.
The 13th Amendment?
The 13th Amendment?
wait, what did he
Freed
say?
What did it
slaves? I'm
provide?
not saying that unilaterally freed slaves, but
Wait, hold on. Let's slow down for a quick.
Wait.
Do you know what the importance of
Yeah.
Juneteenth is? What is Juneteenth?
freeing of the last slaves in Texas in 1865.
And why were there people that still had to be freed if the 13th Amendment was put into place?
I don't remember the exact reason.
But you can acknowledge that there were still slaves
There were still
after the
slaves in
13th
Texas,
Amendment.
yes.
So then, no, not just Texas, but I don't know why you would use it as an
Well,
argument.
I'm just
Also,
using
the
it as
13th
example.
Amendment specifically states that slavery is okay unless it's for the punishment of
Right.
ignorance. What was it that we
Uh-huh.
seen
I'm
what was
aware
it
of
that we
that.
seen? What was it that we seen happen after the 13th Amendment? What
Mass
happened?
incarceration, yes, I'm well aware of that.
Penal
But are we
labor.
to say, wait,
Penal
are we to
labor.
say,
So where was the liberation of?
I'm sorry?
So
Yeah,
where was the
brother, help
liberation?
me gift.
I can't hear you.
So where was the liberation?
The liberation was of slaves.
What was the difference between slaves and penal labor?
I'm sorry?
What was the difference between slavery and penal labor?
Penal labor? One was
Yes,
chattel. One was chattel.
what's the difference?
One was chatteled.
How
You were
how was
brought along
penal labor not chattel slavery?
because people were not born into prison.
What harm
Wait,
is that?
That would
wait,
be
wait,
the
wait, wait,
difference.
wait, hold on.
And I'm not defending the
Hold on. Because the argument still wouldn't work because there were black people that were also born free and then put back into slavery, right? Or people that escaped and was put back into slavery. So even through that logic, it still wouldn't make sense, right? What is different between chattel slavery and penal labor? Like what component is different?
well, I just told you. You're not born into that system.
There were black people that weren't born into slavery either, and they still became slaves.
Wait.
Yes,
Okay.
black people that were born to freed black slaves were still taken and made slaves.
Yes. Is that as
So
a
not being
wait?
born into it doesn't negate the component of slavery.
And I brought up chattel, meaning derived from your homeland. That was not the case within the prison system.
Oh my God, were black people supposed to be there?
What?
Were they supposed to be in prisons in America?
Were they supposed to be in prison? I don't know what you mean by that.
Were they supposed to be in prison in America? Like, were they in their
Nope.
homeland? Was America their homeland?
No. How is that a contradiction? I'm not understanding what you're saying.
Because what you're saying doesn't make sense. What's the difference?
Run it back by me.
You said the difference was that they were not born into it. There were also black people that were slaves that were not born into slavery. Correct?
Yeah, I'm talking about the
Did you not?
forceful removal from one's homeland into a system. That is not
Yes.
the case within the prison system.
Wait, they weren't supposed to be in America to begin with, so that component already existed. They weren't supposed to be there.
I don't think you can make the argument that they were supposed to be in prison.
Why were they put in prison?
There's a variety of reasons, but prison is not exclusive to black people.
Penal labor?
Penal labor.
Do you know what
بليز
that
يا
is?
برادر help me gift
Are you familiar with
مساعدة.
what that is?
Yeah, it's mandatory work for incarcerated people.
Right, and why were black people being put in prison?
As for a variety of reasons. One was as a form of repositioning slave catchers, former slave catchers. The other one, list goes, well, the variety of reasons to why. But primarily, reasons to that.
Yo,
I know this is funny to you. Yes, this does prove your
funny,
point.
yes, because this is the coolest behavior. And like yes, he's literally proving the
But they are
point.
very similar.
You're proving
I
the
know
point.
that this seems like
You're
a
literally
slam dunk.
just talking about slavery in different ways. That's
Right,
all you're
because
doing.
it's not similar, it is the exact same. You just said it's to reposition the slaves. If it's repositioning, then how is it liberation? If it's the same structure, just shaped differently to appease
Okay,
black
then the
people.
13th Amendment was not a good example. I'm sorry.
But the thing about it, Jayden, can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
The people that you mostly hang around, what demographic of race are they?
Black.
And Dean, that's your friend?
I haven't been on Dean's Live or talked to him in months.
So that's not your friend, just an associate, an acquaintance?
I'd say we've associated.
No, but it's not like your
I don't know
man.
what the relationship is at this point. What's funny about that?
Jayden, why are you being dishonest?
Relationship.
I'm sorry?
You can't describe your relationship?
I just did. I've been a co-host, but so far as things have gone in the past few months, we don't really talk a whole lot.
Y'all talk today?
I came here first.
Yes.
I barely talked to him when he was here.
I didn't say you didn't. I said y'all talked today.
And you talked to him too.
Right. What did y'all conversation persist of?
We didn't talk directly. What are you talking about?
No, don't lie.
What?
Don't lie. I can see the
In his
comments.
Discord?
What?
I talked about how shittily this live was going earlier.
I can see your comments.
You sure can.
You have spoke to Dean in the comments.
That doesn't make me friends. What the fuck?
I didn't say you were friends.
Then what are you asserting?
I asked you a question, Jayden.
Which was?
If that was your friend.
What?
I don't understand what's complicated about what I'm asking.
I can't hear you. No, you had an echo. Go ahead.
Do I still have echo?
No, it's fine.
No.
Yeah, I never said you guys were friends. I asked you if you guys were friends.
Yeah, and I said it's a complicated relationship.
What's complicated about it?
We don't talk much.
But I'm saying you guys spoke today, right? And the nature of the
Yeah, we
conversation
were
that you guys spoke
cordial.
today, you were clearly pro Dean.
I wasn't. What the fuck? I wasn't pro Dean. I was pro the position.
Stop cussing at me. Relax.
I don't like this insinuation here.
I asked you a question.
And I answered you. You didn't like the
I
answer.
made a statement that says, I saw you guys speak today and it was very pro Dean.
Right, but that's insane. No, that is an insane comment to say because I came in here first to talk about the points that I wanted to talk about, and then Dean joined. My argument wasn't pro Dean, nor have I spoken about Dean until you referenced him.
I said the conversation that you guys were having in the comments, you guys talking to each other.
What conversation we had in the comments?
All right, Jayden. All right, because me and you both just acknowledged that I can see your comments and that you guys that you had tagged in the comments.
Send the screenshots.
Yeah, I have no issue with that. Because now you're starting to piss me off.
I don't care.
I know you don't. You also don't care about supporting Zionists.
Yes, I do. We should not support Zionists.
But you voted for Kamala Harris.
Is Kamala Harris a Zionist?
Yes.
Okay.
What?
Oh my god.
Jayden, are you serious?
I know. No, I'm not. I'm not being serious.
Kamala is a
I said I'm
Zionist and a
not being
proud.
serious. I said I'm not being serious, but I also acknowledge nuances and reasons as to why we vote and why it's not of material benefit to not vote at this point, especially with Donald fucking Trump on the other option.
You think they're any different? Kamala said
Yes.
no. She said she wants the strongest military. What do you think that means in terms of colonialism and imperialism?
Listen, I do not agree with every single
Please,
point that
brother,
Kamala
help
Harris
me
makes.
gift, please.
That's what all libs say. That's not interesting. You still support the structure that is harming Black people. So you can't just say, yes, I do support the structure that literally relies on the continuous death of Black people, but it doesn't matter because you already support the system that
Please
is
يا sister,
perpetuating
help me
Because there
gift,
is
help
not
me
an
مساعدة.
alternative. Not voting does not achieve anything.
That is not true, Jayden. It's because you haven't done the research.
Okay, what can you point to of tangible outcome that has improved by your non-vote?
Because there's other things. Yeah.
One at a time, please.
Overthrowing the system. Also, if nobody votes, what decision do they make?
Well, that's not what I asked you. I said, what of tangible outcome has improved from non-voting?
Non-voting?
Yes.
Yeah, nobody put votes in for a fucking Zionist.
What material outcome has been created as a result of not
Nobody
voting?
put votes in for a Zionist.
And what is the outcome of not voting?
I'm not participating in a system that kills people.
Right, and I'm asking what has improved from that?
I didn't put my vote in from a Zionist.
That's not what I asked you. What has improved
That
from
is what
that?
you asked me.
No, what societally that you can point to has improved within the system that you are decrying?
What?
Within the systems you are decrying, what has improved that you can point to as a result of you not participating?
Yeah, less people have voted for a Zionist. Also, non-voting has
That's not an
actively
outcome.
not voting has also actively convinced more people to not vote. Like I think this year, I mean not this year, this election was one of the highest elections where non-citizens, where citizens did not vote in presidential election. And it's had people promote their efforts elsewhere in regards to going against the system in itself.
You're talking about the cause, not the effect. The cause is people not voting. The cause is people saying I didn't vote for a Zionist. That's the cause. I'm asking what is the outcome of doing that?
Wait, because
I just
voting
told you,
doesn't
you're
do
not voting for
anything.
No,
a
you
fucking
didn't.
Zionist.
So if voting doesn't do anything, what has not voting done?
You're not voting for a Zionist. That's the problem.
That's
Like
not an
you're not
outcome. That's
understanding.
not a result.
You're not understanding. Voting does not do anything.
Right,
It changes nothing about
Right.
the
Then
current
not
conditions.
voting should.
Slow down, Savannah. It changes nothing about the current conditions on the current state. Right? So what I'm saying to you, me voting or not voting, doesn't change anything, right? So the reason why I choose not to vote is because I'm not going to put my name on the ballot in support of a fucking Zionist. Also, non-voters has grown greatly by convincing others, hey, non-voting actually fucking works, right? So the conversation in itself turns into, hey, how can we actually abolish this government? You telling us, oh, I voted for this Zionist over that one because this one isn't too bad of a Zionist, is terrible logic. People are not forced to participate in a system. And
If
then
we're talking
also,
about
eventually
logic
you
here, we're
go
talking
into
about
nobody
outcomes and
voting.
the systems that we want to see in place, right? How
Yeah,
has the
the
system
outcome is
improved?
that more
What have you
people have
personally
not
done to
voted.
improve the system?
Yeah, more people are not voting.
How does
wait,
that?
hold on.
Oh my God! What have you personally
Because
done to improve the system besides not voting?
Me
wait, that's
personally,
very
Right.
disingenuous, right?
I open
Or
Because
my
rather,
wallet.
I'll ask a different one because that
I
is
open my wallet.
disingenuous. But what collectively can we do?
Overthrow the system.
And how do you do that?
Yeah, you come together, you come to general consensus, and you overthrow the government, whether that's utilizing violence, whether that's, well, yeah, I feel like regardless, you have to utilize violence in any shape or form. right? So we come together, we come up with an idea how we're gonna do this, what's the pragmatics, and you just start killing niggas. It's that simple.
Wouldn't you have to come with Zionists to make that conclusion, though? To
Why would I
convince
come with
Zionists that
Zionists?
Zionism is bad in order to
Why would I have
overthrow
to
said
include?
system?
Why would I
You're
have no
talking about
religion with a
consensus,
Zionist?
right?
What?
You understand consensus, right? A
What are you
consensus
talking
would
about?
rely. You were talking about overthrowing a system based upon
Yes.
consensus, correct? And
Yes.
what is a consensus?
Wait, what do you mean consensus?
You brought up the word. What do you mean by consensus?
Yeah, I said we'll come to a general consensus of the pragmatics of how we're going to overthrow the government.
Okay, and I'm asking, what do you mean when you come to the terms of consensus?
Yeah, we talk
Overwhelming
about what's
majority.
going to be more liberating. Like
Right.
how
Okay.
will we do
Overwhelming
this?
majority.
What's
Gotcha.
the
Overwhelming
overwhelming
majority.
majority of the people within that demographic?
Within a demographic? Are we talking about the
Yeah.
United States population, right?
No, everybody
Then
can't
what are we
come.
talking
You
about?
can't come. You can't come.
Then who are we talking about when we come to
The
this
people that are open
idea
to
of a
black
population, of a
liberation, the people that are
demographic?
open to overthrowing the government. You as a voter wouldn't be a part of that.
I'm aware of that. I'm talking about the people you want to be a part of this
I
coalition,
just
which
told
will
you.
include millions of voters.
Who?
You
No,
have to
the niggas
reach
No.
that's
people
coming
who
will
have
not be
voted in
voters.
order to
No,
convince them not to
no,
vote.
no, no, no.
Why
The
do
people
we
that
need
will
to
be
reach
coming will
them?
not be voters. That's absolutely not.
Okay, then who are you reaching? Non-voters to create this consensus?
Yes, there are black anarchists. There are black
I know,
anarcho-communists.
I'm talking to them.
All right. So, what do you mean? Who?
And from that point, you're just saying we should just kill people.
Yes.
Let's
Just a
use
violent
TikTok language.
uprising of killing
Jaden,
people.
Jaden, Jaden,
Yeah.
Jaden, Jaden,
Violence
Jaden,
leads to
Jaden.
liberation. What's wrong with that analysis?
We don't
Always.
all have the same like ability to like say certain words on this app. Let's try to use words
Unalive.
that are TikTok friendly, please.
Yeah.
Unalive people.
Can we also please be aware of the over talking?
Okay, so Jaden, so two things before I pass it off to Z, but okay, so you are presupposing that voting contributes
Cass
to
is before Zay.
anything, huh?
Cass is before Zay.
Oh, okay. You are presupposing that this is a democracy, and I think that that's where the biggest disconnect is, because even if we don't vote or when we vote, it doesn't matter because guess who we get to choose? Two people that capitalists choose for us, lobbied by the same people, by the way. And then we now have to pick and then rely on the electoral college. So, how is us voting for the system that is still going to perpetuate harm going to do anything? It is not a democracy. Capitalism is not a democracy. There's that. And two, there are other ways to, well, no, there are ways to dismantle the system, and there is no way you could do that by legitimizing the system. Legitimizing the system is voting, and that's the point, right? You have to organize, unionize, and dismantle the system from the outside. You cannot work within inside. And you even prove the point because you are excusing Zionists and saying, oh no, but they have to, this and that. You both acknowledge that there is no way to actually advocate and liberate from the inside while also excusing the people harming from the inside. You can't have it both ways.
Dear brother, gift, help me.
Have you or have you not, at some point or another, participated in the system of capitalism?
Oh yeah,
Duh.
we all have to.
It's not
Oh,
consensual.
It's not
but
It's
you
not
want a
consensual.
desired
consensual.
outcome from it, right?
Wait, one
Wait, but
second, one second, one second.
capitalism is not consensual. Voting absolutely is consensual.
Wait, one second, one second, one second, one second. Pooh, it may be time to trade out our refugee sibling for another one that is in the comment section. They've been here for quite some time now.
Okay. Give me a second.
Yeah,
Why do you have to
Yasmin.
participate in capitalism?
Because I can't get resources without it.
Why not?
Because capitalism is coercive.
Is what?
Capitalism is coercive.
Is coercive? Do you think voting is coercive?
I think who?
Do you believe, is your position that voting is also coercive?
The representation?
Is voting coercive, the process of voting?
I think having to vote is not, but I think when we're talking about who gets to be on the ballot is absolutely not consensual.
Wait, who gets to be on the ballot isn't consensual?
Mm-mm.
What do you
Not
mean by
entirely.
that? Don't we vote on people who get on the ballot?
Yeah, how do we get to vote on them?
Through primaries.
And how do we get on there?
By voting. What? By registering for
My whole
office.
point, my
By
whole point, that
registering.
my whole point is that it literally boils down to a choice that we do not have.
You have a choice to run for office or not run for office. You have a choice to vote or to not vote. But the question here is whether or not said outcome you're leaning
How does
towards,
person get on the ballot?
they registered.
That's it?
Yes, you filed to run.
And what's the requirements?
There's a fee you have to pay, right?
Okay, that's one limitation.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be of age. You have to be a citizen.
There's three
Oh,
limitations.
citizen, huh?
Okay.
That's three limitations already.
Yeah, well, not a citizen, but a legal resident. And that is for certain offices,
Still a
but
limitation.
what?
That's still a limitation.
I think limitations should exist.
And that's the problem.
Why is that a problem?
Why would you put limitations on a voting ballot?
Because not everyone should run.
Right,
Because the
but
people that are on the ballot should run?
because the point is that we are supposed to choose, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Where
then
does
why would
that
there be
say?
restrictions?
I think we should generally restrict people who are like schmetaphiles from running for office.
Well, we
That
wouldn't
And
doesn't
choose
so
that
happen.
now, would we?
That doesn't happen.
I understand that, but I'm saying, shouldn't there be restrictions? Shouldn't there be reasons as to why people shouldn't run for office?
Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Either
Okay.
Yasmin or Mohammed, they've been waiting patiently to come up. They're both refugees. Can we bring either of them or both of them because we have two open spaces, please?
Yeah, Russia, let me see, because I know some of them have, well, I'll tell y'all in Discord, but let me look at it right now.
Should dead people be able to run for office?
Yeah, actually, I would love to put Kwame Nkrumah in place.
Hell
You vote for
yes.
dead. Okay.
Shout out
Why?
Ghana. Shout out Ghana.
Period. I'm
Shout out Ghana.
Ghanaian.
Shout
Better
out
person
Ghana.
than a pedo. Yeah, but the issue is we actually don't have that regulation that stops pedophiles from running for
I
office.
know it was a hypothetical.
Yeah, but shoulda, woulda, coulda doesn't make anything.
What?
Right.
Yeah, I know. It's called a hypothetical.
Yeah, but
But
why would
look,
you bring that up? It has nothing to do with our voting system.
It does, because we're talking about restrictions.
But that's not a restriction.
Yes, you cannot run a dead candidate.
I'm talking about pedophiles. When you said
Okay,
pedophiles.
I think yes, that should be a restriction.
Yeah, but
Are
it's
you in
not.
favor of that restriction?
Of course.
Why?
Yeah, I think pedophiles should be dead.
yeah.
But I'm talking about banning them from running for office. But you just said a fucking dead person should run for office. So what?
Yeah, but I said
A
pedophiles
dead
should
pedophile
be.
under your worldview would have the right to run.
Whoa. When did I say that?
Oh my goddamn god. Did you
That
not
was the
just say
joke.
that?
You
We
asked
was
me if I think dead people should run. I said yes. I never said a dead pedophile should run. Slow down, Savannah. Don't. Because you have a habit of doing that. You have a habit, like that shit you pulled earlier where you was like, I said only Christians perpetuate this harm. You have a habit of lying on me. I don't like that.
I didn't lie.
When did I say that?
I didn't say you said that.
You just,
okay.
this nigga
No, I
lies
didn't.
so easy.
Okay, but look, Jayden, you said that you need capital, right? Who
Mm-hmm.
is the most marginalized in society that have the least access to capital?
Trans people.
Okay, and trans what?
Trans black women.
Oh, perfect. So now that we acknowledge that the system is still structured on marginalization, how are you saying that we should still support the system when you just admitted that it is still reliant on restricting access from the people that are the most marginalized in society?
I
Back up.
think this general panel has
Give me
presupposed
1
that.
second, brother. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Everyone, we have 2 refugees on the panel. If you wouldn't mind voting or sending gifts to the people at the bottom of the very, very bottom of the panel, I'll just send them some gifts. Nobody else up on this panel has the need for these gifts to the degree that they do. Please give them something if you can. Go ahead, Jayden.
I think the panel has presupposed that I'm in favor of the system at hand, and I
You are.
absolutely am not. I
You
absolutely am not. I'm
are.
for ranked choice voting. I'm for eliminating the electoral college. I'm for eliminating fees and funding.
Mind you.
I'm for the public funding of elections. I would support that. I would support banning all private contributions, political PACs, and Citizens United. Those are
Okay.
basic common sense electoral reforms that would expand democracy, not limit it. I'm for
You don't
Okay.
universal
want
mail-in
democracy.
ballots. I'm
You don't
actually
want
for
democracy.
lowering the voter age as well.
We don't want democracy. Mind you, this is the same person earlier who
Ranked choice
I was
voting is democracy.
introduced to because he literally was telling me that brain surgeons are more valuable than fast food workers based off of a
You didn't have an argument.
capitalistic
That's
metric,
not what I
right?
said.
To
Don't lie.
acknowledge that capitalism in itself is harmful and then to say, oh, but we should use capitalism to grade people, it's like ridiculous. And it's also been so interesting when we're talking about
No,
brain
that's not what I
surgeons,
said.
because when we're talking about people that have access to voting, it's very, 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 very hard for the people that actually are being oppressed to get access to those voting polls or get access to the right to vote. And it's also just a flawed system because felons can't vote, but the white felon could be in office. Right? The system in itself is flawed. It doesn't function in the way that he is presenting it to do so. It's kind of just irking me because it kind of turns into like the lesser of the evil conversations. But the whole thing is none of them are lesser of the evils. They're the same fucking evil with a different face.
Right. Control that
No, my
position.
point was not that it's better because it generates capital. My point was because the
No, I said you
outcomes
were
of it.
using a capitalistic metric.
No, I wasn't. I was using
You
the
were.
outcome of their service. No, I wasn't.
But you
I was
haven't
using the
proven, by
outcome
the
of their
way.
service and the
I'm the
limited
only one
supply
who brought up
thereof.
any type of data in that conversation.
What?
I was the only one who brought up any type of data in that conversation.
What data would you have wanted me to bring up?
Evidence of this outcome.
Like what exactly? Which claim specifically?
How many brain
Do you want
surgeries
like more people who? How many brain surgeries? What?
are successful? Did you ever look that up?
Did you ask me to?
You're talking about
Like
the
as in
outcomes.
terms of the
Hold on.
surgeries they
If you're
do?
making the claim about these outcomes, that means you would know what the outcomes are.
Sure. 1 second.
Right. So
I
what's
didn't
the
make that
outcome?
claim, by the way, but all right.
Yo, he's such a liar. Like
I'm
this
not
is literally like the male Trump. Like this is
the male
pathetic.
Trump.
Yes.
All right,
My
let's
memory
see
is
here.
bad, but you
So
definitely did
brain
say that.
surgeries,
Trump is
brain
a
surgery
demonic entity.
for elective procedures. This is from INT Live Hospital. For elective procedures at experience centers,
Why
short-term
only
survival.
elective?
What?
Why did they minimize it to elective?
Because brain surgery is an over-encompassing concept.
Right.
There's
That's why I'm
specific types
asking.
of
Why did
brain
they
surgery.
minimize it to
Right,
elective?
because there's specific types of brain surgery.
Well, yes, but
There's
why did they
epilepsy.
minimize it to elective brain surgeries?
Because it's a category. It is a category. If we want to go
But
specific to
the
which types
overall
of
of brain
brain
surgeries? Like
surgery,
I didn't minimize my argument down to Burger King. I spoke about
I
fast food
didn't
workers
say
as a
you
whole.
did.
Right. So what's the overall about brain surgeries?
Okay. Again, it is a category term. It's an umbrella term when we talk about brain surgery. We would have to talk about the
Elective?
different types. Right. We'd have to talk. Okay. Do you want selective brain surgery?
What? I want the data of brain surgery as a whole and its averages.
Of the whole. All right. If successful means long-term cure or excellent quality of life, rate ranges of near 90 to 95 for benign tumors down to under 10% for the most aggressive cancers.
That's actually a correct stat.
Thank you.
Continue. Well, I read the
That's
rest of
what
that
you
stat.
asking for.
Continue. No.
You want the rest of it?
No.
Wait, what is the
Yeah, I
rest of
read
it?
the
You
rest of
said
that data
overall.
as well. Also,
Where do
it's
you,
saying that it minimized the tumor can be a form of success, but can you read the rest of it?
from where?
From that same sentence. I read that exact source.
What source are you citing?
Girl, I literally just read that source earlier. Read the rest of it where it goes into the 36%.
What was your source? Can I
Oh
just
my
make sure we're
God.
on the same
Read the
page,
rest
please?
of it, Jayden. Why are you
If there's more,
playing?
can you direct me?
Bro, I swear to God, y'all, the next sentence or two literally talks about the 35% stat. Just read the next sentence, Jayden.
Okay, where on what stat says
He's
35%?
playing. Y'all, I swear to God, he's playing. I
Where
literally
did you
read
get
that
your
same
information?
exact.
Chat
Please,
GPT?
I literally read that same exact source earlier, and it talks about the 92%, and then it goes down to the 35% success rate, in regards to how they won't survive after 5 years. I know exactly what source he's reading because I read that exact number earlier. So I don't know why he's acting like there's no more to the rest of the fucking article, but this is what he does. But anyways, I am gonna get off of here in like 10 minutes, so you guys could just play if you want to play.
Okay, so can we go to Cass and then Z, please?
Yeah, please.
Zion is before me. Zion's before me. Cass, and then Zion, and then I'll go. And especially if we're wrapping it up in the next 10 minutes, I'll just have just a couple questions for Jayden. I'm familiar with Jayden. I don't know Jayden personally, but I do know Jayden's work online.
Thank
So
you.
go ahead, go ahead, Cass.
What'd you say, V? I'm sorry.
I said Cass, then Zion before me, especially if we're wrapping it up swiftly. I do not know Jayden personally, but I do know Jayden's online presence.
Oh, this is my first time hearing of this demonic entity. Okay, we could continue that cue.
Uncalled for.
Okay, it's my turn. I'm mostly just listening. One thing I wanted to say though, like in terms of democracy, something I've noticed in my state is that Zionist lobbies are funding, I think it's as APAC, funding Zionist candidates, and they have so many resources that the progressive candidates, even if they do gain traction online or like some base support, they just can't compete, just because of the money. So, not really democracy, if I'm understanding correctly. But that's all I have to say. Pooh, again, thank you for the space tonight. I'm sorry to like derail your whole thing.
Oh,
No, please.
no.
Yeah, appreciate you all and much love to you all. Thank you.
We
Of
love you,
course.
Cass.
Hey, Cass,
I'm most
before
likely
you
gonna
leave,
go into
Cass,
Discord
I would love
after.
for you to. Yeah, Cass, before you leave, I would love for you to come in and to speak about your experience. I don't typically hold like trans lives because it's not my demographic. My demographics is what I do in my lives is specifically to take cishet men to task and how we can change society. But oftentimes we bring up trans people in conversation. I would love for you, as articulate as you are, to come in and like speak about your experiences, especially when they bring up trans people. I would love for that.
I appreciate that. Yeah, for sure. I would be down. I can offer some, like, to an extent, of course, of my experiences as a white trans man, like a cis passing white trans man. But I know dozens of amazing people as well that if you ever wanted more, so we could talk in the DMs.
For sure. Thank you. Go ahead, Zion.
Thank you, and thank you, everyone. I just wanted to, I guess, like address a few points I heard a little while back. Sorry to like bring this conversation to like a few points ago, but like I wanted to address that. So, I remember you, Nafi, and Jaden going back and forth talking in terms of like the differences between them, whether or not Kamala Harris or Donald Trump would have been in office, the material harm that would have been created. I think mentioning the military is actually a great example, because of Kamala Harris saying we will have the most strongest and most lethal military in the world. I think one thing that's very, very important to note here is that foreign policy, U.S. foreign policy doesn't happen in a linear structure, right? The imperial boomerang is a phenomenon I hold to heart, and it is a very real concept that is happening in the United States. Whatever happens overseas does happen here inside of our borders. The money that is being used to fund the military industrial complex this extensively has also been utilized to fund our police departments here, to provide them their weaponry that is harming black communities today. Um, the the things like projects like Cop City have been funded by the military industrial complex. The surveillance technology that is being used to surveil Palestinians is being introduced to surveil civilians here. So we have to reckon. This is why it's very, very important to consider foreign policy and what is going on in the global south within our politics. I think what I see the American public doing now is deeply, deeply falling into American exceptionalism. And Jaden, I think that's what you may be operating on, whether you may intentionally be doing it or not. But this is very dangerous to not recognize how deeply foreign policy is also entrangled within our borders. And another thing I will say of other tangible things we can do, I would say, is actually going into your communities to build coalition. You can do this to doing mutual aid, like we said earlier. That's why I was kind of pressing you about Zara, because mutual aid is such a better way to actually change people's material conditions than go through the same what's the word I'm looking for, bureaucratic institutions that do little to no change. Building coalition helps build dual power, and with building dual power builds effective ways to contradict the system to ultimately revolt against it.
Clock it.
Clock it.
You guys, by the way.
Let's give Jayden just a brief chance to respond to that. After you respond to that, absolutely. Like I just have a few questions for you, Jayden. Before we end it, and this should be around the time where we like do like our closing statements on what we're talking about here. Let's not forget that we have
Wait.
2 refugees. You can absolutely go before me, Nafi. I just have a few questions for
Oh,
Jayden myself. I just want
yeah.
to like point out that we have some refugees that are up here, and they absolutely deserve to like have like some representation. They don't have to participate into the same volume that we're speaking the same language, but they are up here and they deserve us to like speak and like just donate to those people. Please take the time of Nafi. I have just a couple questions for Jayden.
Yeah. But
Okay.
first, can you please address what um he said, please?
Which point?
All of the points that Zion
There
said
was like 3 people that just talked. It's just, and I'm getting tired. Just which point did you want me to pick up on?
about the voting and the coalition
Well,
contradicting the system.
actually, can you start with the military and the Imperial Boomerang?
Sure. The military industrial complex is one that absolutely needs to be destroyed in this country and among the rest of the world. I don't believe in nukes. I don't believe in the type of tactics that are utilized, especially as it relates to surveillance. War must be done away with in its entirety. Within that, I have to question the ethical consistency in saying that in order to prevent wars, we need to unalive people in our population. Is that not perpetuating the exact same harm you're trying to negate? Because
No.
within that, we aren't just talking about people who are physically violent. We're talking about
Right.
people who simply vote a way that you disagree with. And that's why I said you would need those people in your coalition. You would need those people to reform themselves, to
No, what
revert
the
and
fuck you
disown their
doing?
ways. Unless you're
What is the
saying that we should
necessity
just
of
unalive
that?
innocent people, I cannot get on board with that.
Wait,
Time
Especially
first
out.
of
if
all,
that's
first
Time
of
out.
all,
Before we
nobody,
reopen a can of
nobody.
worms, Pooh has said that Pooh wants to get off in 10 minutes. This is not a 10-minute conversation. This is an all-day conversation. Let's try to like wrap it up as much as possible. Wrap it up as much as possible before we like reopen something that has nothing to do with
didn't
any
reopen
of your
anything.
lives.
Yeah, because that was full of
Like
shit.
if we
It's
want to like
fallacious.
look,
It's full of shit.
Pooh is getting off. Pooh, if you want to, like, you can post this into like the Discord, and then like we can take it over to my live. I'll start a live so we can have this conversation, but we have to respect the Black woman's time. Just like let's try to like wrap it up as much as possible, please.
Yeah, I'm trying to do that. If you were being serious or not serious, I think some point clarity would be necessary. But as far as I heard, and there seemed to be some endorsement towards this, unaliving people whom we disagree with and support beliefs of which we disagree with is not a position that I would say is conducive of a more peaceful environment.
The, the issue is that you look at violence as always inherently bad. I don't think violence is
No.
always inherently bad. I think that violence used to oppress people is very much than violence used as a form of resistance. Me saying that I'm gonna kill people that's killing people is not me being the same exact person as the people that are killing people. Right? Like that's just not the same thing at all. Like, would you say that like somebody who kills their rapist is a bad person?
No, but however, you're saying that people that
Right
vote,
then. So then you
wait,
can
you're saying
recognize
that people that,
cases where violence is
can I
utilized for
respond,
the sake.
please? There's
Hold
just more
on.
to my
I'm just
response,
saying
is
that you
all.
can recognize where violence is being utilized for the sake of liberation. So when we're having the conversation about killing our oppressors, absolutely. It doesn't make us the same person. Violence for resistance is not the same as violence for oppression.
Wait, but do you believe that white people are inherently racist?
Hell yeah. I don't
And
think
that
they
is
should
oppressive,
exist.
right?
I don't think they should exist. Wipe them out,
Okay,
including Dean.
okay. I can't get behind that position of
Of course you
unaliving
can.
innocent
We
white
know
people
you
because that would
can. We
Innocent.
know
entail
you
children.
can.
That would
We know
mean
you can
white
because you
children would die.
believe that white supremacy can be reformed. That's the problem.
I
You
don't
think we
believe
can
this.
have people racialized in a society and the hierarchy just magically disappears. We know what you think, Jayden. We know.
You
You're a
want to kill.
palatable Negro. You're a palatable Negro.
Right,
That's
yeah.
exactly what you are.
Right.
Unaliving
And
innocent
can
people
I
to stop more
they
unaliving innocent people is a paradox.
Jaden, they're
One
not
that you can't
innocent
solve.
though. They're
Shout
not
out Haitians,
innocent.
by the way. Shout out
They're
Zimbabwe.
Can you tell me why that's not a paradox?
because
What?
they're not because they're not innocent. They're
White
oppressors.
children,
Yeah, they're
Oppressors.
not.
Yeah.
babies.
Correct.
Yes. You can weaponize all the people that you want. White people are racist. White people
So a
are racist.
genocide to stop a
And
genocide.
sure, that's not to say that there
It's not a
won't be
genocide.
oppressors
That would be a
that
genocide,
It's not a
wait,
genocide. The genocide has intent.
which is to
right.
unalive all white people, right? You're seeking out a specific
No,
characteristic
define
you want to
genocide,
eliminate?
Jaden. Define
Wait.
genocide.
Are you not seeking to
Define
eliminate?
a genocide.
Okay, thank you. A genocide. A genocide. The deliberate and systematic destruction in whole or in part of a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. White people would fall into racial. You want to eliminate them systematically, unalive
Mhm.
them. That's a genocide.
Absolutely. Now, why do I want to eliminate white people?
Wait, was I wrong?
No, hold on, hold on. Now, why do I want to eliminate white people?
You say you want to further quell oppression in this country and abroad.
Why do I want to eliminate white people?
I just told you.
Right, because the conversation that's here is like you're talking about white, like, oh, this is an ethnic group, which is not an ethnicity, it's a racial
I
class,
didn't
right?
say ethnic. I said
Allow me to
racial.
finish, Savannah.
I said
So, like, you're
racial.
saying that I am trying to erase
I
white
said
people?
racial.
Allow me to finish. In order
Don't
to fit
interrupt.
your definition, you were saying that I'm trying to wipe out a whole group of people on the basis of their race, right? I'm not wiping out white people solely because they're white. I'm wiping out white people because in a racialized society, white people absolutely uphold white supremacy, and that oppresses me. I am protecting myself. I am resisting myself against a system. So no, it is not a genocide by definition. You're just being silly.
Wait, but
Right.
that was the
Because
same rhetoric used towards Jewish people in World War II, that they were upholding Zionism and anti-German beliefs and that they needed to be eradicated.
well,
What?
that's not true though.
Was it
Obviously,
true?
Yeah, it
But
it's
was
is.
it true?
propaganda.
But was it true?
What?
Was it true?
No!
Okay, is
Very
it
much
true
was
that white people are oppressed?
propagandized.
Is it true that white people are oppressors?
What?
Is it true that white people are oppressors?
Yes, that is
All right then. So
true.
again, like I said, you're
Your
starting the
position
foundation
is
off
that a
completely
genocide
incorrect.
should quell a genocide.
You're starting the categorization off completely incorrect.
But that has
Getting
been
rid
the
of somebody because
categorization
of
of.
their race versus getting rid of your oppressors is not the same thing.
Wait, but that's the same language that has been used towards people in Palestine right now, is it not? That
But one is
Palestinians were the
true. The
aggressors towards
difference is
Israel
one
and
is
therefore
true.
needed to be
The difference
eradicated?
is one is true.
You
That's the
keep
difference.
using rhetoric. We are talking about actual material conditions and reality, not propaganda. Are you serious?
Right, that's a good
Yes.
question, Noah. Was
Y-
the Haitian Revolution a genocide?
what?
Was the Haitian Revolution a genocide?
Was the Haitian Revolution a genocide?
Hmm.
What does that have to do with the conversation?
We're literally talking about a genocide.
I know, but as far
So
as this
was
goes,
the
what is the
Haitian
comparison
Revolution
here?
a genocide?
Yes, that was a genocide. What?
How?
How was it a genocide?
Yes.
I'm not sure what you're asking me. How was the Haitian Revolution?
Noah
Are you against it?
Noah asked a good question and said, was the Haitian Revolution a genocide?
It was the massacre of Haitian people. I don't understand what you're Stop
The
Yes or
explaining.
Haitian
no?
Revolution?
The Haitian Revolution,
Nigga,
targeting
what?
A
French people.
No,
revolution.
I
that
told
was
you, I'm
not
tired.
the. No, that is not. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
You're talking
That
about
is
the
not the.
Haitian Revolution, right?
Yes, that's
1804?
what?
Which one are you talking about?
Which
Did you say the
one? There's
Haitian
two.
Revolution?
Yes, when Haitian
Yes.
people freed
Right.
themselves.
1804. And are you saying whether or not there was a genocide?
Yes, was the Haitian
There
Revolution
are
a
actually
genocide?
multiple.
Historically, people have classified it as that.
Yeah, there are actually
What?
multiple
Why are you talking about
mechanisms.
historically? I asked you, Jayden.
Yeah. That has been, I don't have a position on that. I couldn't give you
You
a
don't have
definitive
a
answer.
position.
No,
What the
because it is,
fuck?
I have not discussed the Haitian Revolution to this extent.
Do you recognize it as a genocide or no?
Can I get your opinion on this?
Oh my
Because I
god.
don't know enough about the
Wait,
Haitian
I'm so
Revolution.
sorry.
This is disingenuous.
Now I have to come
How is
up.
it disingenuous?
I'm so sorry. I had to come up. You're
No.
talking to a Haitian right now, Jaden. What happened during the Haitian Revolution was definitely not a genocide. Do you know what was happening in Haiti before the Haitian Revolution?
The slave trade.
So, how was the slave revolt a genocide?
Okay, I confused it for something else.
Yeah, because it's not a
Right.
genocide, dude. It was a slave revolt.
Okay.
I think it's totally fine for slaves to unalive the people enslaving them. Would you agree?
Okay.
Would you agree?
No.
How is
Because
it?
that position supports the death penalty, which I don't.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
How did you expect Haitians to liberate themselves from slavery?
Wait, but that doesn't make sense because he just said he don't think it's wrong to kill a rapist.
Wait, hold
What?
on.
Yeah, I don't support the death penalty.
Wait, hold on. So wait,
Hold on. Before we get too deep, Pooh has already expressed we're already past the limit. Pooh has been asking us to switch this topic back to just a prompt. We have to recognize we are not here to hold a woman's, especially not a black woman's time, especially with me not up here. Before I start acting out of character, we need to keep this concise as possible. If you have issues, if Jayden is willing to join my live, I will start the live. Who deserves some rest? This is a black woman we talking about here. There are only two protected classes in when I'm around. That's Indigenous women of America, and there are black women. I'm not going to allow for you guys to take time away from this black woman trying to get some rest that she deserves. We are not going to participate in this ableism. We're not going to participate in this misogynoir. We're not going to participate in like this appetency for power to just be right in the conversation. We're not going to do that. And before I start acting up, who knows me? Zion knows me. Nafi knows me on another profile. I'm not going to allow it. We need to like just allow for the shit to end. Even if I don't get a chance to speak in this and I'm willing to go last as a cishet man, we are not going to participate in that shit. Allow for the shit to end and say your closing pieces. Even if I don't get to even if I don't get to speak, we're going to allow for this shit to end. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's just like be real right here. Pooh has been asking for now 69 minutes to just switch the shit back to the topic that was originally on the board when I came into the room. Let's just keep it being.
All right, Vinny's gonna go live. I put a timer on Zion. Sorry, Zion, to use you as a timer.
No, it's totally fine. I'm so sorry for going.
But I do want you to finish your saying, Zion. I am gonna end. I am gonna go on Discord after this, but I am gonna get off of live.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's try to keep it to the point of like closing statements. Let's try to keep it closing statements like format. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I just want to like make a closing statement about the Haitian Revolution real quick, and I'll make it quick because I do want Vinay to say something if you ever get a chance. So what happened during the transatlantic slave trade was ultimately the start of the G-side against Black people, a violent system that was made to kill us and unalive us to the masses and destroy our societies and destroys us as people. So when Black people start to violently resist that, it's like we saw in the Haitian Revolution. That is definitely valid, and that is definitely justified because we are not worthy Haitians and Black people in general up against a violent system. We are still against a violent system to the masses. So I have a question for you, Jayden. How do you expect to how do you expect to stop a system that is planning to unalive us if we resist at any means? I'll end it there. Thank you.
Closing statement, Jayden. Closing statement. Just before we open that can of worms, closing statement from you.
Okay. I have a difficult way of justifying mass deaths in such a sense and war. And I understand. And in many cases, I would agree. And yes, I would say that I did not have the right position on that. All right. Certainly justifiable to unalive captors in that regard. I was not, frankly, I've been on I've been on a few hours of sleep, and my understanding of the genocide with Haiti was not correct. So I will say that, and I will say that I was misspeaking within that regard.
Okay. Does anyone else have anything to say before Pooh is ending their lives? Before I just ask just a simple 2-3 questions.
Mm-mm.
Anybody?
No.
Okay. Jayden, I understand that it's late where you are. I just have 2 or 3 questions. Just a yes
Did
or
you
no.
want to take this in your live or what?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'll put up a prompt that's just nonsense, just so that we can continue the conversation before I make the prompt myself. I just have a simple question for you, brother. Are you willing to allow for people that are marginalized before you speak on that marginalized group of people? Are you willing to allow for them to speak for themselves?
I always do.
No.
And it's different because Jayden, honestly, I used to follow you on a different profile. I'm Bowser. I was actually Bowser the Breaker when I followed you years and years ago. We debated on a number of topics, and honestly, there have been times where you cooked me. I can't lie to you.
Yeah, I don't remember you, but all right.
Yeah, you know what I mean. It is what it is. My question to you is: if you're allowing these people to speak on their perspectives, why now? And I understand that you have delineated yourself from like Dean and Parker to the degree like you only, co-host lives every now and then. It's been months since you've been there.
No, I don't co-host on either of the lives now.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to say that because like I don't follow them anymore either. I used to consider them, air quote here, some of the good ones. If we're going to switch over to the live that I'm about to host, it's just going to be like, are you as far left as you consider to be, right? Do you
The answer is
consider?
no. I absolutely am not.
Yeah, we know.
Oh, I didn't complete my question. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Sorry, there was a lag. I thought you did.
No,
My
it's
answer.
Jayden. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm an old man now. I'm almost 40 years old.
Damn.
Yeah, damn, what, nigga?
Sorry.
What, nigga?
Oh yeah.
But I didn't know.
Nigga?
It caught me by surprise. I didn't know.
Damn, maybe put you in the chokehold, nigga. Damn. Anyway.
I didn't know.
Relax. I'm trying to mediate. So Jayden, outside of that, are you willing to come over to the live to continue the conversation, or are you gonna like take a rest, take a break, step away from the situation?
No, we can. I don't know that it's going to be the most well thought out discussion because I'm tired, but I can absolutely partake in the discussion.
Yeah, no, Jayden, listen. I host my lives very particular. I allow for people to, for lack of better words, expose what they believe and what they initiate like to commonality or to society, right? I would love for you to come over if you're willing to express your own ideals. This is just no longer the space for that.
I totally understand that.
Pooh has been asking us now for 76 minutes. As of right now, I keep a timer on it. 76 minutes for us to change the topic back to what we were initially talking about. We can absolutely go over to the live. We can absolutely have that conversation. That's perfectly fine. I just woke up just a little bit ago. I just fell asleep like at my job. Like, to be honest with you, I've been waiting on this delivery all day. They haven't like come to this place. So we can go over to the live. We can have this conversation. We can continue it. I will stay quiet. I will shut my fucking mouth and allow for people to express their fucking selves. It's just like we have to understand. Like one thing, my rule is I only have very few. No over talking. I understand we have passions, and I understand that we have like our own positions. Second rule is we do not participate in misogyny or anti-indigenous language. I am a person that's born in West Africa. My mother is also an indigenous person. I'm also a Haudenosaunee Seneca Mohawk. We do not participate in that. And then third, as long as we can participate in conversation that is not ableistic and to the degree of us over talking, we're not going to do that. If we can agree to that, you're all welcome to come over to the live. But Pooh is tired. Pooh has been trying to end this live for a long time. We can just like allow for Pooh to just get some rest. Black women deserve to not have to like hold the stronghold in conversation. If we can adhere to that, then we can go over to the live.
Okay. I thought, is it going to be a 1v1?
If you would prefer to like have a 1v1, that's fine. Absolutely,
Yeah.
Jay.
All right.
Yeah. Like I
Can
said,
y'all also
I
talk
don't
about
mind.
on the live?
I
Because I
don't.
want to know why you stopped co-hosting with Dean. So can you add that to the topic list?
Why
Can I
does it
add
matter?
that? Can I add the why am I not co-hosting Pooh's live? Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that right now. I will do that right now, Pooh.
So can I have a closing statement?
Yes,
Absolutely, Nafi. Go ahead, Nafi, please. I always hold space for Black women.
So personally, because I'm a communist, who is not? But I'm a communist, and when you read on the theory, we recognize that there will be liberals that have potential to help break down the system and basically be with us. But however, we're not going to just lump liberals as the people on our side, because of course it's not going to be all of them, right? And to be so scared to have violence means that you are okay with the violence happening now, but you're not okay with the violence necessary to dismantle the system. And also, Jayden said that we need to appeal to the majority. Liberation have never been about choice. It has never been about convincing. It has always been about necessity, right? Because there will come to a point where people are sick and tired of the contradictions of capitalism, where it gets too overwhelming and their material conditions are so horrible that they cannot stand it anymore. And that is when revolution always happens. That is how it has always happened in history. So Jayden is not a choice, it is a necessity. And um and yes, it will be violent. Capitalism is violent. So of course we have to use violence to destroy a violent system. We can't kumbaya to victory. That's not gonna work. That will never happen. That is idealistic as heck, because you still support a very violent system. So I think that you need to deconstruct why you are okay with one type of violence, but not okay with another type of violence that will address that. And that's all I gotta say. Love you, Pooh. And I'm gonna see you in
Love
the
y'all,
Discord.
of course. I think Liv is asleep, but yeah, I thank everybody for coming. I am gonna be live. I think I'm gonna be hosting either this topic board or the topic board that says why people don't deserve food. So if you want to be here for that live tomorrow, follow that back up.
Start.
I should do racist baby tomorrow.
Yes, I
I
love
think I
that.
should do racist baby.
They be so triggered. So funny.
Anyways, the topics may seem silly, but it does have a overall message specifically. So if you do follow, also I'm gonna post Zara's GoFundMe on my story since I didn't have the ability to post in the comments. Follow and donate to the GoFundMe there. And also I'm gonna have refugees on there. Follow some of the refugees that you've seen here. Follow them so you can gift them as well. But I'll be on here tomorrow. I'm gonna go forward to Discord because I need to vent about some things that happened today that I can't say. But also, if you want to go watch and support Vinny and them have a conversation, you can. Watch the Coon talk. But yes, good night, y'all. Thank you.
They can't even stand BLK people at.
Have two representatives of refugees. Always let them up because they deserve these spaces. So we'll just continue the conversation that we had earlier. Jayden, are you ready?
Is this a 1v1 or is this a panel discussion?
Wait, I didn't introduce
Oh no,
myself.
it can be absolutely a 1v1 if you would like it to be.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
I prefer panel discussion. Yeah, me too.
I just thought we had agreed
Okay.
on it before.
Wait, I haven't.
Yeah, no. We
if you want to do it later.
No, Jayden, we can absolutely have a 1v1.
Wait, I'm so sorry, host. I haven't introduced myself. Do I wait or?
Yeah, go ahead, Zion. But before Jayden and I have us just a little cordial, back and forth, just a little bit.
I am 22, and the last article I read was about the recent election that's going to happen in Haiti, where they just registered over 300 political parties, but only 10 of them got approved. Also, host, I did send you a DM about the situation. I just wanted to to read that.
Yeah. And like I said to you, what I said to you in the DM, that will be approached in the adequate volume that it needs to be approached.
Oh,
absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, so Jayden, no one speak, please. Jayden, we'll continue the conversation because we both waited for a long time. Like I said, I don't know you personally. I don't know anybody personally on this panel. I just know you through social media or your presence on social media. There are a number of questions that I do ask people, especially in these situations that come from higher platforms. I've had higher platforms myself. I would say the first question that I would start with is going to be, are you willing to allow for people to have the voices when it comes to marginalized groups, to have their own voice in their own space, in your space?
Yes. I answered this in the last live, yes.
Okay. And I do understand that you have, for lack of better words, separated yourself. You've separated yourself.
It's a little immature, wasn't it?
Yeah, you were very clear.
I mean the coughing, the unmuting to cough while I was talking.
Yeah, that's strange. Who was that?
ZZZ.
Wasn't me. What are you talking about?
Don't lie.
We'll just go ahead.
We'll
just go ahead and get rid of that.
Bro, you fucking dumbass bitches can't even have conversations. Fuck y'all booty ass motherfuckers, bro.
And just
why do you have this panel? I thought this was 1v1.
Yeah, we'll just get rid of them. If you cannot stay muted, stay muted. We'll just get rid of those people. So we just have a one-on-one conversation, as respectful as possible. If you do have something that you want to just chime in on, raise your hand. But at this point, honestly, respectfully, black man to another black man, I would like to just have this conversation with another black man. I do respect the outcomes that you're advocating for. I don't necessarily always agree with the method that you go with to get that outcome. You know what I mean? And I respectfully, if you do disagree with the method that I use, honestly, you're within your bounds to if you can articulate it to me, absolutely within your bounds. I'm not going to negate that at all. Never take that away. The issue that I do have with you personally is oftentimes when I've been in spaces with you, or if I've been in observance of the spaces that you've been in, and I do know that you have separated yourself to at least a degree when it comes to Parker and Dean. I do observe those things. When you said that you hadn't been in those spaces in months, I do know that. I do understand that. And I would not misrepresent you. I would never say oh, just because you do this, then that means this also as well. When it comes to the representation of communities that happen to be directly the trans community, what I have observed in those kinds of spaces is oftentimes, particularly from cishet white men, they do not allow for people that are not cishet white men to speak. Do you because you did say earlier that you had a live last night that was about a DV victim where they were able to adequately ask for resources. The association that you have with those kinds of people are very much abhorrent to the communities that are affected by the issues that are commonly spoken about in those spaces. What do you have to say about that?
I'm sorry, what? The associations I have with who?
The association that you have with Dean and Parker, where they specifically talk about issues that affect marginalized groups.
Yeah.
They
Okay.
oftentimes don't allow for people that are affected by those kinds of conversations. They don't allow for them to speak.
Right. Yeah. I don't know how much you do know about me at all, but that is one of the most significant things that I have pushed for within those spaces. And it's one of the reasons why I don't particularly associate as often as I did. But I have consistently called out the lack of representation. I even drafted a list of creators that needed to get in touch. And unfortunately, that did not end up being the case. But I've consistently done that. I've consistently pushed for fundraisers for a variety of different causes. I have consistently done all the things of which it seems as though people are assuming I haven't done.
Yeah, no, I don't. At any point that you feel like I'm misrepresenting your position, as much as I dislike the way that those spaces were held, I don't want to like misrepresent you or your position. So you're welcome to like just stop me and be like, "Hey, yo, that's not my position in this current situation." Um, I at that point in time, I wasn't like fighting tooth and nail for your position at all. I was just talking about like my observance. I don't want to misrepresent you at all. And I do observe that you haven't been there for a long time, at least for like the past few months at least. Um, I don't know what goes on in that Discord. I was a part of that Discord for a little while, and I stepped away from it because it was a little bit just like disregarding the people that had the voices that were speaking for it, that could adequately like speak upon these things.
I'm familiar.
It was just a little bit odd. So the thing is, when oftentimes when we have these kinds of conversations, like I don't have like trans lives because I'm not a trans person. I don't have lives about like um, what women are feeling because I'm not a woman. I specifically in this space, I hold men to task, cishet Christian men specifically to task in these kinds of situations. Are you willing to? Because the last time when I asked you this question, we were kind of overspoken because passionate people were speaking at the time. Are you willing to allow for people, like say Cass, for example, when they're talking about like, hey, trans people experience this. Are you willing to allow for a trans person to join your panels to express like their own lived experience? Yes or no?
Yes, and they are already there. Cass, by the way, I followed through a live that Eli had recently, I think a few weeks ago. Eli is a close personal friend of mine. I even did a fundraiser for him. So, yes, trans people are part of my moderation. I have an all woman moderation in my life, woman and non binary. And so, yeah, there's never been a problem for me. Whenever there's a discussion on women's rights or black women or disabled people or veterans or trans people, they are readily available.
Okay.
When's the last time you've watched my lives? Can I ask you that?
Yeah, it's been since I'll say early June of 2025.
Well, I've been doing that since well before then, but all right.
Yeah. So hear me out. Hear me out. That was the last time that I tuned in. I did unfollow you at a point in time because I was just like, this is the vibe for me, the way that this was functioning. Like I do understand like you and efforts. Like I said earlier, what I led with is nobody's gonna pass a purity check for everybody. It's not gonna go across the board. There's no purity test that's like everybody on one side or the other. Just the way that the things that were at that point in time were like the way that they were governed by the moderation, by the way that people were just like in the chat and stuff. I was just like, hey, maybe this isn't the space for me, and I advocate for people. If it's not the space for you, then you need to remove yourself from the space. I do admire the efforts that you're going through to like make sure that these things are going to like in that same direction. I'm a little bit further left than you. I can't, you know, disregard you for not being as far left as I am. I will never disrespect you because you're not as left as me. Like I would never say like, oh, you're advocating for them because you're not as far as left as I am. I would never represent you in that way. I'm just saying like
Your
when it comes to
brother
like certain
gift
like,
help me.
assalamu alaikum. So I would never like misrepresent your argument. I will never say things that you haven't said. I will ask you questions about what you said, but the space that I host are not going to be in that direction. Can we agree to like not misrepresent each other in our arguments?
Yeah, that's fine. I really don't know who you are.
Okay. So, with that said, and you've already agreed, and you've said that you've let people express themselves that belong to these marginalized groups. Would you say that it would be responsible for us as cishet men, because you're a cishet man, am I not
I'm
representing you
not
correctly?
hetero, no.
Would you mind expressing who you are?
Cis pansexual.
Absolutely. I'm cis. I mean, I would colloquially call myself het because I do have a genital preference.
Okay.
I am a person that is I'm sapiosexual. I'm attracted to people that are intellectual.
All right.
Right. So when it comes to like certain like understandings of like gender identities and like certain expressions, when it comes to these things colloquially, we understand like I am a cishet man. Like I do prefer like what's the words that I'm looking for? Certain avenues to participate in like coitus.
I got you. You're cis. You're het.
Yeah, right. So when we talk about things like Zionism, let's just hop straight into it. Zionism, and Memdami, and you gave us the earlier. It was Shlomo. What was the last name there?
I don't fucking remember it. My computer's turned off right now.
That's fine. That's fine.
I'm
The person.
genuinely, I don't know how long I'm gonna have this discussion for because I have a migraine.
That's fine. That's fine. That's
But
fine. I don't. This isn't. I don't want to represent this kind of lie because you did agree to come this. This is not me attacking you. I don't attack people. I allow for people to expose their own beliefs and then we can come to a conclusion afterwards.
I got it.
I would say that when we hire people that have certain kind of like ideals, then we would colloquially understand or colloquially come to the conclusions that persons have certain ideals that would be harmful to others. Do we agree?
Yes.
Okay. So when we hear like neo-Zionism, you understand that most people would just hear the word Zionism, right?
Yeah, New Age Zionism, yes.
Right. So New Age Zionism and say like the older
Allah,
Zionism.
brother, please gift help me.
Thank you. So when we understand like people when they hear the word Zionism, they're going to have like certain kind of beliefs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and in those beliefs, we understand that Zionism is harmful. Do we agree?
Yes.
Okay, so in that belief of like Zionism being harmful, who right now is the most at risk of being harmed of Zionistic beliefs?
As it stands right now, the Palestinian people, but it also extends towards other Arab nations.
Absolutely. And we understand that with those high kinds of harmful beliefs, and especially those that come from like Arab descent, that the people that typically hold these Zionistic beliefs do not have any ties outside of their religious beliefs that they have, like the ownership of certain demographics or areas or geographically, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
When we understand that people
Please,
that
يا
have
brother, مساعدة help me.
when we have certain beliefs that are, say, even neo or traditional Zionistic beliefs, that this is going to be harmful for people that do not hold the same belief of Zionism, correct?
Yeah, it can be at odds and can perpetuate some level of harm towards them.
It can. Would you mind telling us how harmful it could be for people that do not hold those same Zionistic beliefs?
Yes, there is a deal of harm that can be presented in that.
Yeah, to what degree?
To the degree in which rhetoric can be used to fuel action and policy and create narratives which can uproot one's way of life, one's safety net, humanitarian aid, etc., etc. Reason as to why I have some level of pushback is because, for one, it was highlighted one member of Mamdani's cabinet was a Zionist. And as far as policy extends, as far as actions go, I don't know that one person alone in a cabinet of people who are very much so in the interest of not moving in that direction is going to make that big of a policy difference is going to make such a systematic change that affects people en masse. And while it is significant and is worthy of condemnation, am I going to sacrifice the progress that Mamdani has brought upon the the policies that have impacted people for the better because of one Zionist in the administration? I don't know that that's practical.
Okay, and then practicality. Again, this is I made this live to be like a lefty purity check. I don't think that anybody's going to pass everybody's purity check when it comes to like how far left you are. I'm certainly a lot more far left than you are. I don't think that is not real should exist at all. I do.
Gift, yeah, brother, help me, please.
I don't believe that the state itself should exist. Not saying that the people themselves should exist. I don't think that harmful people should like be on the same side of the census as far as like currently existing should exist. While we have differentiating beliefs, I would say that when we come to like a conclusion of like what should be happening specifically in that area, do you think that those people should be harmed? Yes or no? We don't have to get into like the
No,
nuances.
no one should be harmed.
Exactly. And we should not hold people in positions to like espouse those kinds of ideals to harbor or like what's the word? Should encourage people or embolden people to have those kinds of beliefs.
Yeah, but I do believe in the principle of risk reduction here, and whether or not such an alternative would pose a more detrimental outcome towards the safety of the Palestinian people, and whether or not the other, which is Mamdani, doesn't. And very clearly, I think definitively and as a metric of outcomes, it is simply not comparable to say that those are two sides of the same coin, that they represent an equal amount of perpetual harm and danger and evil in the world that would further negate the rights of the Palestinian people. I just cannot get on board with that sentiment.
Yeah, I don't think that they're same coin. I don't think they're two sides. I don't think there is one side of a G side of a person's or people. I don't think that we should be doing those things to the other side as well. Just simply because the person belongs to say a state that should
Help me, gift, yeah, brother,
Ooh.
please.
I don't think that people that belong in say a state that I do not believe should exist should be penalized for them existing in that state. I think that the state itself should be held responsible as opposed to the people that even support those things. I think that harmful behavior is going to be based upon an individualistic belief in the existence of said state. When we have like an understanding of people that exist in Israel and they want to decimate people that do not recognize or acknowledge that Israel should have its own ethnic or ethno-religious state, I don't think that they should be penalized to the degree that people that are being harmful. Would you agree?
Isn't that your position as to why we should penalize American Zionists who are not directly contributing to the harm being perpetuated there?
No, I don't. I don't at all.
I'm just a little bit confused as to how you can posit that argument that we shouldn't punish people that support beliefs and instead focus our energy on the governments that perpetuate them, if you're saying that we should not support Zoran Mamdani because of a single person in the administration.
Right. I don't believe that just because a person has certain kinds of beliefs that they should be penalized to the persons that absolutely uphold those beliefs and then implement policies, practices to harm people that are espousing those kinds of beliefs.
Yeah,
Like
that
I
was my
wouldn't say
point.
like the guy like I have a neighbor, his name is Todd, who is a white supremacist. I don't think that he should be penalized to the degree that say like David Duke, who runs like public office, gets like grants and things. I don't think that they should be penalized to the same degree.
Do you disagree then with the idea of unaliving all white people then?
Yeah, I don't agree with that at all.
Okay.
I don't think that just because a person is white that they should be penalized simply because they're white. I don't hold that belief at all.
I agree, and I think that's pretty morally consistent with the stance that I had about the person in Mamdani's administration who I've never heard of.
Exactly. Like
You
just
disagree
because
with
I'm
me
a
in the
part.
live, though.
No, I didn't disagree with
Okay.
white people being penalized on the
No,
basis
about
of
the
them
Mamdani
being a
thing.
white person. I didn't disagree with you there either.
Okay.
I
You're
didn't disagree
difficult
with you
because
there
a lot
either.
of the rhetoric seemed to be flying quite quickly, and I didn't hear much of an argument in support.
Now, look, when people are speaking, as respect for you as a person, not even just as a black person, not just you as a black man, I disagreed with that stance just based upon like my own individualistic beliefs. What I didn't do is I didn't interrupt people that had that belief. I'm a very, very firm believer in regardless of if I agree with or disagree with a person, I'm not going to interrupt with what you're saying. And as soon as I can express how my feelings are, I'm going to express that. Like when earlier in that live, when they were talking about like you and Dean donating to like certain like programs and stuff, in the chat, I was like, we can't pocket watch to the degree of like understanding like where they put their money at, because we won't unless like we have the taxable papers to say like they are not participating in it. I don't like misrepresenting people's positions on things. I would rather ask a person and then them exposing where they sit in that position.
All right. Well, I hope that clarifies my position with the answers I've given you so far.
I do think, honestly, I think it is harmful when we are representing our positions in arguments, specifically when it comes to like people that support is not real and their
Sorry?
position to like
Wait, just back up. Something's not real? What?
is not real.
Oh, okay. I thought I missed something.
Yeah, I don't think that is not real should be an ethnostate that is disparaging upon people that live in that geographic area. I don't think that that state should exist.
I don't either.
Okay, man, you made that very, very clear last lie. And I don't want to be like, oh, you support this politician or you voted this way. That means that you support every single thing that that person like idealistically supports.
That seemed to be the way that conversation was categorized, and why I assume a lot of people hate me right now is because of my nuanced takes on things. I can understand that people say and do atrocious things, but on the basis of risk mitigation, I would rather an alternative. I would rather an option that is better than the alternative. I'm not in favor of cutting off my nose to spite my face and prolonging an issue that could otherwise be addressed through policy and the right people in place. Even if I disagree on a number of things, I can still make the informed determination, the informed assessment that one person is still unequivocally better than the other. And very clearly, especially in today's modern politics, there is absolutely no argument. I mean, the policies taking place right now on a variety of different demographics, there are ways to stop that and effectively cancel it out. But not doing anything about that, having no system in place, simply is not an option right now. Nor is there a credible or realistic pathway to get to the kind of society of which people have advocated for, which is no policies, which are no
Please,
politicians.
brother, help me gift, please.
Yeah, and I
It
will
is
say that I
just
do share a commonality when it came to like voting. I did vote for Kamala Harris because I do believe that the only other option that we had in that situation was Donald Trump. I firmly believe that not voting was an advocacy for Donald Trump to take office. I do share that honest belief. I did go out and I voted and I advocated for people to vote. I tried to like drive myself out to people that may not have, because I'm in Southern Alabama right now. I went out and I got people and they want to vote. They just now have like the ability to like transport themselves to like the voting system. I did go and do that. So I do disagree with you participating in the voting system, even though we observe that the Electoral College does not have to adhere to what like the popular vote has to be. They did not adhere to that. This is why we're in the position that we are in now. I do believe in, same way that you were talking about earlier, the abolition of the Electoral College and just like letting the majority vote like dictate what's going on in the nation. I do agree with you on those points. Just because, just like when earlier, when we were talking about like you aligning with like Dean, just simply because you are part of like a panel, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
I don't
I
agree
don't
with that
agree with
assessment.
that to the degree like there's a guy on here. His name is Lil Leo. I don't agree with Lil Leo. You will also commonly see me in panels with Lil Leo up there, and it's not to say that you are, but particularly for myself, while I disagree with Lil Leo, I will join panels with Lil Leo in there as a countermeasure. And it's not to say that you are a countermeasure to Dean. I don't like Dean. I really don't like Dean.
Why didn't you say all this when I was on the live being berated?
It wasn't my turn to speak.
I see. And when it was, why didn't you say it?
I've said that many times. I've said that
On the
many
live, no.
many times.
On the live, the things you're saying now are not things that you said on that live.
Wait. No, the first thing that I said when it was my first time to speak, because I only got to speak twice on the live, was that I do not agree with the method that Dean takes, but I do admire the result that Dean wants to go into the end goal. I said that twice.
Right, but what you're saying here is that just because I may be on a panel with someone and hold some similarities of position, that doesn't make me unilaterally in like lockstep with that person. That is not what you said when people said I was there for Dean. I joined that live before Dean did. People aren't reading the chat.
I said that in the chat, brother.
People aren't reading the chat.
Yeah, I did.
People aren't reading the chat.
I said that in the chat. Just because you were there doesn't mean that you would unify yourself.
Okay, but the people on the panel did not address that point, and I think it would have had much more sway in that argument had you said that.
No, in that current conversation, like I've said many times, that I'm willing to go last because I'm a cishet man, and this definitely like benefits me more just to being a participating in the society that we observe now. I've said that many times, that just because you're there does not mean that you are agreeing with the person. Just because you're having conversation does not mean that you're agreeing with that person. Like though Leo is probably sitting in this live right now, if I'm not mistaken, I don't necessarily, just because I am there with a person does not mean that I agree with that person. I do not hold the position that just because you share common spaces does not mean that you agree with that person. I don't agree with most racists in Southern Alabama just because I have conversations with them. I do like off-camera public debates in Southern Alabama. I'm in Mobile, Alabama. I live right outside of downtown Mobile, Alabama. I have public debates with these people just to like test their logical consistencies. We don't have to, just like I said earlier, I don't know whether or not you donate to programs. I don't know whether or not Dean donates to programs. I don't know that Parker donates to certain programs. I don't have your taxations in my hand just to like determine whether or not you participate in the donations of like these consistent like programs that are up for trans people, for Black women, for
I volunteer for
I don't know what's going on with that.
I'm on the ground. My advocacy does not just limit itself to a phone screen. I'm there. I'm with these people. I'm volunteering. I'm organizing. And I have the receipts to prove it. I do this weekly. Now I do this weekly, or as regularly as I possibly can. I am with the trans community wherever I can be. I'm with them. I'm doing what I can, utilizing whatever influence I can, even just as a cis person. I'm there. And I'm not saying that to be boastful, by the way. But I do think it was deeply disrespectful when the efforts that I have put forth were discredited in that live.
Okay, so
on the basis of no one knowing me.
Yeah, do you understand guilt by association?
Yes.
Okay, and we understand like when it comes to like guilt by association with persons like Cass, for example, where Cass came up and was expressing their lived experience, and there was a connection issue, and they were actually advised to like, hey, maybe drop down and come back up. And then after like Cass expressed like, I am a trans man, they were not allowed back up there to speak about the trans experience. Do you understand like how people can like associate you, who has typically been associated with those kinds of parties, as being dismissive of the experience of trans people?
Well, that's why I use my actions to further distinguish myself from those people. And I think I've been pretty consistent in my efforts of platforming trans creators. And I happily platform Cass should he ever want to be on my live. But there are trans people who are moderators. I wasn't even there when that happened. Had I known that would happen, obviously I would have condemned that. But there are trans panelists who are on my live, trans moderators, people within what I do regularly as part of my home team, or whatever you want to call it. They're in these communities. They are in the marginalized communities. I want their perspectives. I want their voices. I want them to be seen. One of the most consistent things you will find from me, should you ever dig up any receipt on the things that I have said about Dean and Parker and many of the other larger creators, is the lack of representation. That is the most consistent criticism that I have levied for a long, long time. And I do find it deeply problematic when there are conversations having to do with the gay community, with the trans community, with the lesbian community, with the intersex community, with the disabled community, that is desperately lacking in those perspectives, that is desperately lacking in those voices. I have been the most vocal person, if any, that has levied that criticism.
I think it's a little bit not necessarily disingenuous. This may be the misnomer in the situation. When we have to say things like,
Sister Gift,
of course, everyone listens to gift the refugees that are on the panel. I think it's a little bit, I'll say, disheartening when we say like things like, I'm the most this in this situation. Donald Trump used as that same verbiage. Like, I'm never going to be able to say I'm the person in this position just because I'm
No, I
not part
can
of this
say that.
narrative.
I can, because I have been the most vocal person within that community telling them what they need to do regularly. I'm not saying that in a braggadocious Donald Trump kind of way, but that is the reality of the creators who know me, know that I have been more vocal than anyone else about representation in the larger streams.
Okay, so it would be valid to say that you are a person that belongs to that collective of like people that like express or espouse certain kinds of beliefs. To say like nobody in that collective of like higher ups when it comes to like people that express these kinds of beliefs. Like from the outside looking in, you can observe that like that is a little bit braggadocious, right?
It is true, though. I have people that will vindicate that statement, that I have been the most vocal person, if you want to say in his inner circle, that has levied that criticism regularly. Regularly. That is a fact.
Right. So how would we, people observing the situation, even with you separating yourself from that collective, would you understand like how people can say like, oh, that sounds like that?
I don't care.
Why does not caring matter other
I
than
don't
the
care
observing?
if they think I sound like Donald Trump. If what I'm saying is true and I have the scars to prove it, that I have been consistent in my criticisms, vocally, publicly, privately, I don't care what comparison someone wants to levy against me. It is immaterial. It affects nothing. What does matter is results. The criticism somebody has about my approach, I don't give a shit. I care about seeing people being platformed. I care about them having the resources they need. I care that charities are being promoted, that fundraisers are done. All of my live backgrounds now, at least most of them, have some form of charity plugged into them. I've advocated for that. I've said that people need to do more of that. I've drafted out list of creators that should be platformed, given out contact information, said, hey, get in touch. This is a person I would recommend. This is who you should talk to about this and that and this. I've done this constantly.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that you haven't. I don't want this to appear like, oh, you've not done these things. That's not my position on the situation. Because like I said, I don't know you personally. I do know your online presence, and you do have a different presence when it comes to like the current conversation that we're having than those two guys have. I do believe that what they do is, I won't say like completely performative. I would say like it is performative to the degree where they do not allow for the certain situations to have happened, right? Like when it came to like not even just Cass, when it came to like what's her name, particularly black women, when Donita was speaking about those things, Donita was dropped. Like Donita was dropped in that current conversation. And it wasn't just based upon like Dean. But what Dean did not do, Dean
Look,
did not
just
hold those people
respectfully,
to
Dean
task.
isn't here. Why am I having to answer for Dean's actions? If you want to talk
I'm
about
not
how
saying
I
that you should
conduct
answer
my
for Dean.
lives, but this is just irrelevant at this point. Why do I have to answer for Dean?
I'm not asking you to answer for Dean.
But why do I have to respond towards Dean's actions? I'm doing the opposite of what Dean has done, point blank, period.
Okay, so if you would allow for me to finish, like I would, hopefully you would agree to, then you would understand my position in the argument. Can we agree to like allow for each other to finish?
Pardon me?
Can we agree to allow each other to finish our position before we
Okay.
like argue against it?
Yes. Yes.
Like Jayden, I'm not hosting this line
I
to be in
know.
opposition of Jayden. We
I
agree,
said
right?
yes, but so far of the past 15 minutes, this discussion has been framed around someone who's not here.
Oh, okay. So Again, we can go back to like guilt upon association, correct? Do we understand that?
Yes. Although it's
And we can
interesting that we
agree.
said that all Christians were bad in that last discussion, but all right.
I never made that claim at all.
That was the
I've
last
never held that
background.
position.
I didn't say you did, but I do think that was interesting.
Yeah, yeah, and that would be guilt by association. You could absolutely
Yeah.
associate me with that background because I was participating in the conversation that said
Oh.
that all Christians were bad people.
No.
And with that, with you coming to that conclusion, I could say like that's valid for you to like come to the conclusion that maybe I have that same position.
Yeah.
Like if you were to associate
I'm
me
not
with
doing
that
that.
background,
I'm not doing that, but yeah, that'd be an example.
but you're currently doing that, Jayden.
No,
You're
I'm not.
currently like
No, I'm not. I said I
you
do
are.
think that it is interesting. Did I say you? Did I say you, V? No.
No, you
I said
didn't
I
say
do
me.
think it's interesting that you hold that position, but that is not what was spoken about when that discussion was up. I don't know if you were there, but that did come up. That was a discussion, and you were on the panel with Dean, right?
Yeah, we were both on the panel. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's just interesting that point didn't come up when that subject was brought up. But all right.
Yeah, we're talking about like the commonality and understanding. Like just because you're there when a statement or a conversation is had, that you should not be associated with it. But with that said, up until recently, in the recent months, you have been associated with people that have been disregarding of certain situations. Do you agree to that?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the conversation that we're having right now. I'm not saying that you hold this position. I'm saying just by the determination of guilt by association, then we could also be held to a certain amount of accountability, even with us not having the certain vernacular or verbiage in that position. Do you agree to that?
Actually, let me clarify. I agree that guilt by association exists. I don't necessarily agree to it, though. And I do think it is a logical fallacy to commit to that.
Yeah, it's a bit of a reductio. I can agree to
Yeah.
that.
Okay. So, like, I really don't see the point if I'm doing what I can in my space as to how there's any association I need to answer for a person that I have not personally associated with in a very long time.
Okay, I'll explain how.
All
Okay,
right.
so let's just use by example Tom Bone just below you. If Tom Bone was to host kind of lives, and this is not at all, nobody at all listening to this, participating in the panel, whatever. If Tom Bone was to host lives saying disparaging things that are abhorrent towards, say, Black women or Indigenous women, if Tom Bone hosted those kinds of lives saying like, oh, Black women don't like a respectable man, they only want to be hood rats, or Indigenous women only want to be attracted to alcoholics, that would be abhorrent. And then anybody that joins that lives and doesn't immediately disparage against like Tom Bone, like saying like, hey, what you're saying like is abhorrent. I may not have heard everything that you've said. I may not understand your position. Then other people can come in and like see that panel, just that live, just like the prompt that is up per se, and saying like, hey, I don't agree with that. Tom Bone, why are you here? You understand like the guilt by associating with you on a regular basis for a significant amount of time, like holding that position as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it was regular. I'd say maybe once every couple of weeks I was on his panel. But yeah, I think that is a very bold and sweeping generalization for one to make. And if one has done said condemnation, as I have, then what more is there for me to answer for?
You don't have to answer for anybody but yourself. And one thing
Okay.
that I did say numerous times in the chat was I absolutely advocated. This is not your position. I've seen you in public spaces having conversations, and it was a misrepresentation of what you were saying. The only thing that I was up there genuinely to do was for people to like, hey, this is what is happening. This is what the conversation is. Do not distract away from the conversation. The reason why this live is happening per se, like right now, what is happening right
Their
now.
brother gift help me.
Absolutely. So what the reason why this live is happening right now is because Pooh was trying to get off of live. This is just a continuation of the conversation that we were having earlier. I'm just giving space so that if the conversation has to keep going, this is the conversation that we're having right now. This is here. I just got up. I'm at work right now. Cool. Let's have this conversation. I'm not saying that you have these kinds of positions, but I need you to understand, like, with the association of Dean's position, Dean's actions, and the thing that has happened just because you were on the panel with him. A lot of the times, just because even if it wasn't on a regular basis, Dean has shows like what 4 times a week. Just because you share his space with him doesn't mean that you hold every single position of it. Like Magical has checked me on shit on a regular basis. This is why I love Magical on a regular basis.
I think we've already addressed this. Is there a question in this or something you want me to respond to?
Yeah, absolutely. In regards to Mendami, because there are questions that I did want to ask you because it wasn't my turn to speak. When it comes to regards to like Mendami and like the neo-Zionism, and you said like Shlomo has like a different definition of like what Zionism is. I do want to know like your position on like the state of what is not real is.
We're going back to Israel now? Is not real? I thought you wanted to finish up that conversation with that, but
yeah, absolutely. Now, what is your position? It's not your mayor. You didn't get to vote for him.
Right.
Well, what is your position on like Mendami's position on is not real?
I think it's immaterial. I think it has not shown any perpetual negative consequence in the way that's been described. He has described it as a state of equal rights and one that he would like to see of equal rights. He's condemned the genocide. He has correctly referred to it as a genocide. What do you really expect a mayor of a city in America to do with the capabilities that he has?
I mean, the person that has the most power in one of the most powerful cities in the world, one of the most inarguably influential cities in the world, when they're hiring people that have certain kind of like idealistic beliefs, like what do you say when it comes to like people that are looking at and observing from an outside lens? Because I'm happy that Nami went. I'm genuinely like happy. Like that puts persons in positions that like have not had that position of power before. I'm for that. Mandami is honestly, in my opinion, one of the goats when it comes to that position. But as I observe him and I recognize that he has had a goated position as one of the most powerful people and one of the most powerful like affluent like the cities that exist in the world, especially in modern times. What we observe is like you say this that you don't believe in those things, but then you also believe in putting positions of power for people that believe in certain colloquial understandings of beliefs. Most people don't understand what neo-Zionism is, but when they understand that this person is a neo and then air quote just drop that off to the side is Zionist, you can understand that people have disdain for Mandami putting that person in a position, right?
Wait, so can you define what that person has meant when they've stated that they were neo-Zionist?
Can I quote directly what?
Well, paraphrase. Like, what was their understanding? What was their interpretation of neo-Zionism when they self-identified as that?
Yeah, they believe in the ethno-state Israel determining themselves over where they are positioned right now in the Middle East. Just to like paraphrase.
That's what the person said?
Yeah.
Is there any quote that you can draw upon that would validate that? I'm not doubting you, but I don't know enough about this. And if that is your understanding of it, then I'd love to see something that would back that up.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you I'll get back inside because I'm outside gardening right now, so to speak. Can you tell me like what neo-Zionism is?
I didn't define it, no. I'm asking you, because you're saying that you disagree with the person based on their definition of neo-Zionism, and I'm asking what that definition is and how exactly they've defined it.
No,
if you don't mind,
that's not my position at all.
I have misophonia. I don't really like the sound of chewing.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll put the chips down. That's
Thank you.
Totally my bad. I got the munchies. I can walk inside. Give me 1 second, and then like I'll pull up direct quotes from her when she was talking about like her position when it comes to that. But for the class, can you describe like what neo-Zionism
I can't, because that's not a term that I'm familiar with.
You're not familiar with neo-Zionism
The term
even
neo-Zionism.
As you said it.
If I were to define it, I'd say New Age Zionism. That's what neo tends to mean. But what does that mean? How would you say that the definition is something if you haven't been given a definition? I'm just describing what the words mean, not the definition.
Okay. So we're talking about like definitions and like the way that they're using utility. So like Zionism is just saying like that people should be part of like a certain geographical area, and they should have that just based upon like certain predisposed like if or ain't or ought when it comes to like religious belief. Would you agree to that definition of like what Zionism is?
Of Zionism, yeah, and I am curious as to how that differentiates from neo-Zionism.
That's what I'm asking you.
Well, I don't know that a person in the administration supports that, and I'm asking whether or not I can see verifiably that this is their stance.
You said that in the live.
What?
That this person wasn't actually like a Zionist, that they were a neo-Zionist.
No, I didn't say that about that person. I said that there are nuances towards... No, don't misinterpret what I said. What I did say is that there are Zionists who are anti-Israel, who are anti-IDF. I did not make a declarative statement about that person because I don't know who the fuck they are. No, that is what I said. Zionists, you may have misconstrued what I said, but that is exactly what I did say.
I may have
quite literally what I said, is that there are Zionists who are anti-Israel, who are anti-IDF.
So if there are, yeah, absolutely. So let's just say like there are people that are anti like the IDF or anti-Israel that are Zionists. Can you describe it outside of being neo-Zionist?
I'm sorry?
Can you describe a person that is anti-Israel, anti-IDF, anti-Netanyahu? Can you describe that person as a Zionist that is not a neo-Zionist?
Yes. If their interpretation, first of all, definitions can be interpersonal, can be used and interchanged within one's understanding of the word, and context does matter. Some people may identify under the label Zionist, but within that, their definition would be one that is not for the perpetual destruction of other territories and innocent life. There are people that do hold that position.
What does neo
that is
mean,
not
Jayden?
New.
Okay.
Right.
What is going to separate oneself from like the new version of Zionism?
That they don't believe in a nationalistic state. They don't believe in a nationalistic Jewish state.
It's so neo-Zionism, bro. Come on, Jayden.
What?
Like, I would never say that you're.
Can you not laugh at me, please? Like, can we have a serious conversation?
Yeah, I'm gonna fucking laugh at you when you say funny shit.
It's not
like,
funny.
If you can understand,
that's the reality.
It is
that people hold that position.
Like,
people can claim a label. Listen, it's just a label. It's what they believe in that makes the difference. People do label themselves a Zionist and hold completely antithetical views of the IDF and the Israeli government. That is true. People do exist that label themselves as a such thing in an attempt, by the way, to redefine said labels, to reposition what those positions mean, to redefine these words, oftentimes destigmatize it. But oftentimes it is not the case in which people are unilaterally in favor of that.
Agreed. I can agree.
Okay.
That when the National Socialistic Party, when they call themselves socialistic, they were not actually in function nationally socialistic. I can agree to that. But when we're saying like,
and as far as I know, Phyllis Wisdom, she does not recognize the right to exist as a Jewish state.
What does that have to do with the conversation?
That is what oh my God, is that not what Zionism is?
Wait. Why did you bring up this person in conversation?
Because this is who we're talking about. This is the example of a self-proclaimed Zionist who does not hold the positions overall that has been of the Zionist movement.
Okay, and I, when I said that a person, that when you said that a person just because they label themselves a certain thing does not mean that they are that certain thing, and I said, yeah, of course, just like when they said that they were nationally socialistic people does not mean that they were like socialist in function. I agreed with you on that.
And what are you disagreeing with?
Oh my God. Jayden,
I've been pretty consistent. I'm genuinely confused as to what you're lost about.
Jayden, listen. I don't know what you were taught as far as like when other people were talking, but I was taught when somebody else is talking to shut the fuck up until they finish.
Okay.
Like, can we agree to like shut the fuck up while other people are talking?
We don't need to use that language. Let's be civil.
I will.
I don't need to engage with you, but let's be civil.
Yeah, cool. Like, I will say shut the fuck up when other people are talking when you won't shut the fuck up when other people are talking.
Then don't expect me to engage any further. Okay? Can
I
we be
don't
civil?
expect you to do anything but be black and unalive, Jayden. I don't
Great.
expect anything of you.
Okay.
I expect you, Jayden, I expect you to slick your hair back. That's what I expect.
All right.
Like, right? Like, let's just, like,
Okay.
be real here.
Can we calm
like,
down?
you can expect
we have
me
a
to
civil
use
thing?
language.
Right.
Like, yeah, we're having a
Well,
civil
you haven't
conversation.
up to this point. That's why I'm saying, like, let's be civil about it. You don't need to tell me to shut the fuck up.
No, yeah, I'll absolutely tell you to shut the fuck up when you won't shut the fuck up when I'm talking.
I have, though.
You haven't. You have interrupted me every step of the way so that you could interject and say things that you wanted to say, Jayden.
That's not true. I've waited multiple times and responded when it was my time to speak, as indicative of the pause that you left.
I didn't pause. If I'm still speaking, there is no pause, Jayden.
Is that a pause that you just left?
That was a pause.
Okay.
For you to respond to what I was saying.
Right.
But if I'm literally speaking, and then you start speaking while I'm speaking, there is no pause, Jayden.
But don't be disingenuous and say that I've interrupted you every step of the way.
Jayden, is that what I said?
You literally just did.
Quote me directly.
Play it back. Oh my God, you said you've interrupted me every step of the way.
When I'm speaking, and then you just like, oh, well, that's not what I'm saying. Like, allow for me to finish. Jayden, even when you interrupt me, I have like stopped talking so that you can say what you needed to say. Can we agree to that? And I can understand, like, in conversation, that's a regular thing. That's a regular thing. Like, you just did just now.
Okay,
you just did
because there was a pause. You asked me a question. What? You said, can we agree to that?
Oh, my God.
Anyway.
Okay, so Jayden, we're going to start over from the beginning. Can you agree while I'm speaking, you don't speak? And then while you don't speak, I won't speak?
Yes, I will try my best to do that.
Thank you. And I can understand, like, it's a regular thing in conversations to interrupt each other. Do we agree to that?
Yes.
Awesome. So we're really talking about in terms of, like, neo-Zionism, because you brought that up in Pooh's Live. Can you agree to that?
Yes. Wait, did I bring up neo-Zionism? No.
You literally did.
Actually, no.
Yes, you
that term
did.
is not the one that I originated. No, I didn't.
What was?
No,
okay, what was
that
the
is
phrase
actually
that you
incorrect.
What was the phrase that you used?
I was answering towards someone else's use of neo-Zionism. I was not the one that introduced that topic, that term into the conversation.
The only mention of Zionism was just like purely Zionism, not neo-Zionism in that conversation.
That's not true, because I was asked, what is neo-Zionism? And then I gave my understanding of it, which is rudimentary. But I said if I could define it, I'd say probably New Age Zionism. But I was not the person that introduced that term to the conversation.
What would be the purpose of somebody asking you what neo-Zionism is if you had not mentioned it?
You would have to ask the person that asked it.
That makes no sense.
I didn't bring up the term neo-Zionism. I responded to it.
Into the conversation, that would not make any sense.
Yes, it would, because I used the term in response to someone using the term when they asked me what is neo-Zionism.
Please, your brother, gift, help me.
If I did not mention blurple, what would be the utility of me asking you, okay, so what does blurple mean?
I wasn't the one that introduced that term to the conversation. If someone else
you
did.
Literally did.
No, okay, in what context did I do that?
You said that there are people that are Zionistic that do not believe in that. That is colloquially understood as neo-Zionism. That is
but I didn't use that term.
What the
no,
fuck is
I didn't use that term.
Means?
Stop with the profanity. I did not use that term. I
I
expressed
will
that.
use profanity as much as I want to. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, let's not interrupt each other. Remember? What I said was I point blank illustrated there are people who don't hold that position. After which point I was asked, can you define neo-Zionism? And I said if I had to, I'd say New Age Zionism. Now, what that means...
What would be the purpose in asking somebody what neo-Zionism is if they did not say that it is neo-Zionism?
You would have to ask the person that asked me that question, but I did not introduce that term into the conversation. Leave it at that. I did not do that, okay? And there's as much as we want to debate back and forth whether or not I did or didn't, I did not introduce that term. I defined it. Someone else asked me a question, and I said New Age Zionism if I had to guess.
Vinny.
Well, okay. That's what happened. That is exactly what happened. I'm not trying to gaslight, I'm not trying to misconstrue, but I did not introduce that term. So anyway, hope y'all are having a good night. Remember, there's
Yeah.
yes.
Anybody
Please
able
gift
to
our
gift the
friend.
refugees? Anybody able to help the refugees? Please do so. If any of them have any GoFundMe's, if you're able to help them out through that, please help them out with that as well. On top of that, I will also say, some of y'all are microaggressing like a motherfucker in the comments. Y'all need to get your shit together. I don't care whose side you're on. I don't care who you're defending. Watch what the fuck y'all are saying.
And do support the GoFundMe, which is in the link tree in my bio for Zara. Okay, there are immediate needs that she is asking for in terms of financial care, in terms of housing. So we want to make sure that she is safe where she is.
Oh yes, please especially support Zara. Zara's my favorite.
Well, I don't know what happened.
My bad. I got a phone call. That was on me. That's on me.
Okay.
That's on me. But the definitions of things is neither here nor there. Can we agree to that?
That didn't seem to be the case for the past 10 minutes.
Jayden, if I get the clip,
you will have
and
it.
you brought neo-Zionism into the conversation because we asked like what those things. I didn't even ask. I was just there. Just like listening in. Right. I was literally rolling a blunt when the conversation was happening. But if we can bring you that clip, tag you into it, will you concede to that point?
Yes, but it's not going to happen. Well, you can see that you were wrong once you have that clip.
If it is absolutely the case,
yeah.
Jayden,
here's how I know.
If it is absolutely the case that you did not bring that, I will be the first person to tell you. I will absolutely concede to that. Absolutely.
Actually, put money on it. Put $20 in Zara's GoFundMe.
There around here, I've done some more.
I don't even know.
Want to know how I know I didn't say it? Because it's not in my vernacular. That's not a topic that I discuss regularly. In fact, I don't even know that I've used the words neo-Zionism up until tonight.
Wait, are you making the claim just simply because words are not like in your vernacular that you do not use those terms?
I'm about to smack
I did not use that term up until the point that someone brought it up.
For the life of me, just leave it at the fact that somebody's going to get a recording. Whatever is said is said. Move the fuck on, please.
Yeah, and I'm confident that I didn't say
Let's not sit right here.
No problem. But all right, if definitions are neither here nor there, then okay.
Thank you, Magical. Okay, so outside the terms of whether or not they were used or not, you do not agree with Zionism. I can agree with you up to that point. I will not hold the position or misrepresent your argument for the sake of getting a W in like debate. I'm not that kind of person. I don't win off of misrepresenting other people's positions. I think that is very silly. I think that is an automatic L. So in terms of like the way that the structures that go into like voting systems, and you understand like what goes into the electoral college, and I agree with you on in the abolition of the electoral college. Like, do we hold that same position?
Yeah.
What does voting do in the face of the electoral college?
What do you mean?
What does voting do?
As in, it allocates electors, which then vote in the electoral college and elect the president.
Say again. I'm sorry. It kind of like jumbled up just a little while ago.
So voting sends electors to the Electoral College, who then vote for president.
Okay, and does voting make those Electoral College candidates like? Does it make them do those things?
No, not always. Although usually, typically, in a majority of the cases, it does.
Okay, in the majority of the cases, it does. If the person that is in the Electoral College agrees with that, they will typically vote that way, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The reason why, even as a person that voted, you voted, I voted, we both voted for Kamala Harris. Do you agree that even if they do not agree with us as a majority of people that voted in a certain way, that what they vote for is going to take precedence?
Can you reword the question? I'm sorry.
Okay. When it comes to like majority votes, does the Electoral College have to abide by the majority vote?
Based on majority vote? No.
Okay. So you could understand that people that do not want to participate in voting, just based upon the way that the Electoral College has been established, or the powers that come from the Electoral College, while they do not want to participate in voting.
I can understand that. I do think it's reductive to talk about a system in such a way that only 4 instances have led to the result in which the candidate that did not get the popular vote won. I am against the Electoral College for those reasons. I think it should prevent it in any such case, and that 4 is far too much. It should be 0. I'm for eliminating the Electoral College. I don't think it's rational to say that people should not vote in order to establish a system in which they do want in the type of democracy that they want to see.
Agreed. I don't think the Electoral College should exist. I don't think that any persons or personhood should have like more value into like what's going on in the determination of what's going into any country that exists on the planet, what goes on. I agree with you there. And you understand and you agree that there are people that have a disdain just based upon like what the Electoral College is doing. This is how we got like Grump in there today. Like we both agree that Trump should not be the person that has the highest seat on the planet. We agree to that, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So with that understanding, we understand that people that don't vote do not have any power when it comes to what's going on in the nation, as far as our understanding of what's going on with the Electoral College, yes.
Well, that's true of all people, whether they vote or not. Your power is indirect. Okay, we live in a representative democracy. Our vote goes towards people we elect to make those decisions. We're an indirect democracy in that sense. I think we should be a more pure democracy. I'd actually advocate for abolishing the Senate as well as the Electoral College. I'd go a step further to say the Senate is an antiquated system. The way that we should be voting, I think, especially in terms of policy making, there needs to be nationwide memorandums, and that should be how policy is dictated, or at least in a more direct democracy way, letting the people have a more concise and direct way in where their vote goes and what they actually want to support.
That was a lot of words to just say yes.
I don't care.
Like, you could just say yeah.
I can say what I want.
Yeah, like I can say like fuck, right?
Mm-hmm. But I wasn't disrespectful.
Is fuck always disrespectful?
The way you used it, yeah.
Okay, so if I said like, I don't give a fuck if you're a Nazi, I think that you shouldn't like exist in the same senses that I do. Like, would it be disrespectful?
What part of the way you use it, yeah, did you miss? Context matters. When we're talking about shutting the fuck up in a 1v1 live that I was asked to be a part of, that's generally pretty disrespectful.
You asked if it was going to be a 1v1, Jayden. Let's
No. And you agreed to this.
I said that I would be hosting a live,
right,
so that we can continue the conversation. And then you said I'll join if it's going to be a 1v1. Let's be for real here, Jayden.
Yeah, I am being for real. What part of that was a lie?
Yeah, you asked for a 1v1. I said I would just continue the live so that who could get off.
You said you'd host a 1v1. That is what you said.
You said, will it be a 1v1?
I asked you, and you said, yeah, I can do that.
Oh, my God. So, yes, again, Jayden, why we have to, like, gish gallop?
That's not gish galloping. Definitionally, that's not what it is, but okay. You said you would agree to that, and we're having one now. And it was disrespectful when you said that I should shut the fuck up. I wasn't disrespectful when I gave an answer that was more than yes.
Shut the fuck up.
Testosterone. Okay, where do we want to go with this? Because the whole back and forth. Okay, okay.
Is Gish Galloping adding unnecessary content, unnecessary information to the context of the conversation that we're having? Oh my God, don't snatch me.
What is the original topic of this conversation?
It was the electoral okay, sorry.
No, you go ahead, Jayden.
It was the electoral college. He asked me a question. I gave a nuanced and thorough answer, which I thought would have been concise, which I thought would have given enough information. He didn't agree with that approach, I guess, and would have preferred a yes. And that's the issue that we're currently having, I guess. Petty and unnecessary, and frankly, I'd rather move on.
Okay, and Vinny?
Yeah, so the conversation is a continuance of the conversation that was happening in Pooh's Live, where they were initially talking about like how voting isn't necessarily important. I don't necessarily hold that position. I do hold the same position that Jayden has, that we should absolutely vote. But at the same time, understand that like with us voting, the electoral college is going to like override if they do disagree with it. With us understanding like if the electoral college made like what we're dealing with now, where the majority vote in certain states had a certain position, then those people are going to align themselves in certain ways and they have certain powers. We both agree that that person should not have that kind of power.
And now what?
Okay, right. That's what I'm trying to figure out, because y'all's testosterone is stifling me, and I'm unmedicated right now, so I almost cussed both of y'all out. Get it together.
I've been pretty subdued.
How are you subdued?
What did I say that was out of line or disrespectful?
What did I say that you said something that was out of line or disrespectful in this live of the live?
I'm asking you. I didn't say that you did, but I'm asking you, have I been disrespectful, unruly, uncoordinated, uncooperative?
No. Can you tell me where I have?
By telling me to shut the fuck up.
By saying
like
we
should have said yes.
Wait. So by saying like, while you speak, I'll shut the fuck up, and while you speak, I'll shut the fuck up?
Did you not just say, you could have just said yes?
Yeah, how was that disrespectful?
Both of y'all have been cooperative, and both of y'all have been bitey.
It's disrespectful because it reduces my answer to one word when there's more that I wanted to express. And it shouldn't have to be on your...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
It shouldn't have to be your determination as to how I answer a question. I should be at my jurisdiction to answer it in any way I want.
Okay, so if in a conversation where we're asking for like just a simple yes or no conversation, why do we have to invoke nuances?
Because not everything is a simple binary. There are yeses mixed in with nos. There are caveats. There's context. Things may not always fit into a simple yes or no category. And that's why I refuse to limit myself with the language that I use.
Okay. So with me saying, let's just for instance, right? Do I need to ask you when I say like, is the sky blue today? And you say like, yes, the sky is blue, but it's just based upon like the way that the light hits and refracts in the atmosphere is going to make the sky blue. Does that take away your limitations of like what the answer actually is?
No. Why would it take away?
Okay, so when I'm asking you a simple question of like a binary question, why do you think that it is reductive to say like you could just give a simple answer even after allow for you to explain what the answer is with the nuances? Like I shut up when you answered it.
Yeah, right? Because binary questions don't always require binary answers. Were you done? I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
No, really, if you need to speak and say anything further, I won't interrupt.
No, I'm just like pointing out how even when nuances are in conversation, and I'm asking you a simple question, and you introduce those nuances. I'm sorry, go ahead. When I allow for you, not even allow, because I think allow is just like stupid. Okay. When you give the nuances in the conversation, when you express those nuances, and then I express afterwards, that you could just say, hey, these are the nuances in the conversation. And then I say, like, you could have just like answered that simply. I didn't remove your ability. I didn't remove or reduce your ability. I didn't cut you off when you expressed those nuances. I simply said that you could have just given us a simple answer to come to the same conclusion. Is that reductory?
I could have and chose not to, and nothing of substance was lost by me answering it the way I did. And you giving that example of is the sky blue? Not every answer is going to be a convoluted, nuanced discussion. I can give a yes or no answer towards things that have a yes or no answer. If things are more complicated, I should be able to express that. It really isn't that big of a goddamn deal, man. Can we get off this point?
Literally, you...
That's another way that you were rude, by the way.
Wait, Jayden, all I did was express is that you didn't have to like introduce the nuances for us to understand to come to the same conclusion.
And I've given you the same reasons as to why I had to answer the way that I did, and you've been stuck on this for the past 10 minutes.
You did it.
No, I didn't. You couldn't accept my reason when I told you this.
You got it. You got it, Jayden. You got it. You got it.
How old are you?
Oh my God, did
You're
I
in your
actually
30s, right?
Older than you are, Jayden.
Right, you're in your 30s?
I'm older than you are.
And why, if you had the high ground in this, why didn't you just change the subject if it was so unimportant for you?
Wait, you think age offers like
I didn't say
high ground?
age offers high ground. I said if you believe you have the high ground in this and that this is a stalled conversation, why didn't you navigate the way out?
What do you mean?
You saw that this was fruitless and you didn't want to engage anymore. Why didn't you take the direction and say, okay, you were fine to argue the way that you wanted?
Well, Jayden, Jayden, what is you got at me? What is you got at me?
What?
What is you got at me?
You got it? It's just filler.
No. What is the phrase you got at me?
What?
With it
You
being
got
filler?
it?
With it being filler?
Oh,
you got it.
Vinny.
If you insist, that's usually what it means.
Okay.
Okay, so if you insist and you want to take that route, I'm not going to argue with you anymore. Is that not me saying like, hey, I'll step away from that?
If you wanted to do that, you should have done that.
I literally just did that, so why are you complaining, Jay?
You didn't, because when you asked me,
I literally just did.
Petulant
No, you didn't.
This feels like twins. Y'all feel like siblings right now.
He likes me. He's just afraid to express it. He used to follow me. Did you know that? I didn't know who this guy was. He said his name was Bowser. Don't remember shit about that.
I wouldn't be surprised. I used to follow
Jayden, let's not take cheap shots while you got slick back here. Don't do that.
What's the problem with my hair?
I didn't say anything was a problem with your hair.
Right, but you said let's not take cheap shots. What's the cheap shot there? I have hair? Oh no.
Do I feel like a mother right now?
Follicles. Yeah,
God
go ahead.
damn. Fuck's sake. So we can all agree that there is no longer a point to the conversation that was just now going on, correct?
Sure can.
This guy used to follow me.
Put some bass in your voice.
My voice is literally deeper than yours, Jayden. Don't do that.
Don't impersonate me. Put some bass in it.
Testosterone.
Wait, Jayden, don't you do impressions?
Sure do.
Testosterone.
Okay, thank you.
What's the point you want to make? You just asking? Yeah. Okay. Done several movies for Eddie Murphy. I can tell you that. I've done Kevin Hart's project.
Nigga, don't nobody believe that.
I have the proof. I have the pay stubs. You people. The movie is You People.
So you're making my
Stop. The movie is You People, and the other movie was Candy Cane Lane. I was a voice double for him.
Yeah, merch it.
Merch it?
Yeah, merch it.
What do you mean? Merch it?
I'm sorry, you don't really share like space with like the commonality of black people. Merch it just means like if you're willing to like say that I have the proof for it, like provide it.
Yeah, I get what you mean. But what would you like as proof? You want my IMDb? Would you like the pay stubs?
Okay.
I'd have to dig that up. Be a little bit.
You have to dig it up. Why not bringing it if you have to like I gotta go dig it up?
Sure. Oh, okay, I'll bring it up for you real quick.
Go ahead, think about it.
Real fucking quick. Let me get on my email. Eddie Murphy. Gotta go back. Okay. This was September 28th, 2021. Eddie Murphy lines. My agent over at CESD. Lines. Here it is. His name was Akbar. Amira, do you hear yourself? You are my baby girl, and I love everything God put inside of you. Amira, I picked Chris, and you loved him. I just unpicked him, and I realized he wasn't a person. Here, I'll actually show you the email if you like. But that's a copy of the script. All right, here we go.
Yeah, while you do that, I just wanted to say I genuinely
cover your name, cuz. Cover your real name. Hold on, wait, cover your real name.
Yeah, cover your shit.
Yeah, cover your real name, Jayden.
This is my real name. It's my agent's name I'm covering up. But that's the email.
Okay, yeah, cover their names. I do not advocate for like exposing people or doxing them to any degree at all. This is not the space for that.
Well, that's why I covered it up.
Okay, we just wanted to make sure. And I'm sorry, I just gotta say this because people are absolutely defending Jayden, or you're on Jayden's side. That's cool for you and all. Or even vice versa. That's fine. Not going against that. But let's not throw racist ass microaggressions towards Vinny just because of the fact that you are siding with Jayden. Let's not. No,
I don't really mind people being like
I don't give two rats ass fuck what you think is okay, Vinny. I'm saying it right now because you might not do it, but I'm definitely about to gift. So I'm just giving this last warning because at this point I'm to the point of muting motherfuckers. So y'all better get it to fuck together, especially some of y'all white motherfuckers in the comments that are sitting here microaggressing like a motherfucker and talking out the side of your neck about a black man just because you want to defend another one. That makes no sense.
I really ain't worried about these little ass niggas. Most of them won't even run a fade. I done dropped my actual address many times in lives. These niggas ain't really ready for that bullshit. Just to keep it a bean.
Please gift, help me up, brother,
well,
sister.
I think we're about done here, right?
Jayden, we'll just continue the conversation. At any point in time you don't want to be here anymore, that is on you. Just like I said before, I don't necessarily agree with the methodology that you go in conversation to like advocate for these things. I do agree that we should be fighting in that same direction. When we go through these things of like, oh shit, magical, what the fuck? Well, I'm not dropping magical. Anyway.
Yeah.
I'm not dropping
Palestine, Syria,
I'm not dropping you magical. But I don't disagree in the direction that you're going when we're like an effort to like change what's going on in society. I won't disagree with that just because I don't disagree with your methodology. There are a lot of people that I don't agree with like the way that they go about things. This is just a continuation from earlier conversations. I defended you 6 or 7 times in the comment sections. I said like 8 or 9 times like, hey, yo, that's not his like position in this argument. I've never heard him like have that position before. I didn't say anything on the panel, but because it was not my panel to say anything at all, I'm not going to speak out to defend anybody if it's just going to interrupt other people. I'm a cishet man. I'm not going to just be like, hey, I agree with this or I don't agree with that just because you sit on an opposite side of the aisle in a certain particular argument. I do advocate for people to go into your lives and understand what you're saying, because I think in certain situations that you're astronomically more articulate in your position that we share. I don't disagree with you. I do disagree with certain things, and we can argue about that like in DMs or whatever the fuck it may be. That's there. This is just a continuation.
All right. Well, yeah, if there's anything else you wish to discuss, it is past 2. You've said that you disagree with my methodology, although I haven't heard much disagreement on what my methods are. I think we talked about the Electoral College, we talked about voting, we talked about guilt by association.
Gift, help me up, brother. Please. Gift.
The thing that I disagree with, the thing that I will say that I disagree with is oftentimes, and like I said earlier, I must have missed a live where you like hosted the DV situation where you were like advocating for the people to like raise the funds for their person in that particular situation. I may have missed it because I don't follow you. I haven't followed you in like 2 years.
Okay.
I missed that. But I would say in the spaces that you were commonly recognized in, those people do not allow for the marginalized group to speak for themselves. I don't know what's going on over there. I don't fucking go over there anymore. And I didn't know until you told me that you don't share spaces with those people, because I don't go into those spaces anymore. I don't agree with them. When Cass was speaking about what was going on in the trans community, you weren't there in that conversation. You weren't there. I'm not going to lie and say that you were there. You weren't there in that conversation. Yeah, Cass, trans
So
Cass.
I did show up actually during that. I did step out for a few minutes because I had been on for well over an hour and needed to use the bathroom. Yeah. Came back, heard what Cass has had to say, but I also follow Cass. I followed Cass for a little while now. I've heard what Cass has had to say on other lives. So
you weren't there in the particular instance when Cass was expressing their experience.
With regard to not being platformed, right? Yes.
Not necessarily being platformed, because Cass was up on the live, and then Cass was like having technical difficulties.
About being kicked. Yeah, I was there for that.
Yes.
I was there for that.
Okay, so you were there when Cass was like kicked from the live.
When they this has been a minute. No, I was there when they were talking about it. That's what you're talking about, right?
Yes.
Yes, I was there when Cass was talking about it.
Okay, so let me back up then. When it comes to marginalized people, trans people, people that are part of the rainbow community as a whole, when it comes to like women being misrepresented in conversations, oftentimes those people are overlooked in conversations. They're overlooked. And a lot of the times, us as cishet men, we assume that we know more about a situation just because we've done a few Google searches. We do not experience it. I do not have the same belief that we should allow for people to be overlooked that are commonly used in spaces that you are recognized for being in. And I understand that you may not be in those positions anymore. That just goes back to the guilt upon association. I don't agree that you are guilty just because you were in those spaces for a certain amount of time, that you hold those positions. I just understand how they could be represented. It's just the same thing with me being a man. And when we're talking about misogyny, when women want to speak on those things, I will shut the fuck up just so that women can express themselves and say what's going on to them and their experience. I don't agree with that. And I do understand that you, when Zara was speaking, that you went and you donated, and you also offered the opportunity for like, hey, look at these resources so that you can like, you know, look into those resources if they're going to be available to you in your locale. I agree with that. And I don't agree with people saying like, oh, you're just saying the resources. You, when you donated, I can't do anything other than take your word for you donating. I'm not going to hold you against it. The same way that I said with Dean. I don't know if Dean goes and donates to these things. I don't have Dean's taxation in front of me. I don't know what's going on. I would just say, if we're going to have these kinds of conversations when we have with marginalized communities, then we should allow for those people to speak in volume as opposed to speaking for them. I don't speak for women. I just hold men to task.
Yeah, I hate to use this term, but you are preaching to the choir here. We don't disagree. We talked about this earlier. I'm doing this. I see that you're doing this. Nothing is new that I've heard here. Is there anything you want me to do differently or to further that I'm not already doing? Although I'm not too sure because you don't watch me, but what is it that you're asking for me or would like to see?
I would like to see you encouraging people that sit on the same side of the aisle, because again, I'm not there. I don't watch your lives anymore, to be completely honest with you.
Well, how would you see it?
I would say that if you aren't, I would say encourage people that sit on the same side of the aisle that we do to allow for people that live the experiences that we are discussing, advocating for them to allow people that live those experiences to have those discussions, especially on huge platforms. You got way more followers than me. Dean's got way more followers than the both of us combined. Like,
nobody watches my streams.
Like, we should just allow for people to absolutely, like, again, to everybody in the comment section. I'm not saying that Jayden doesn't. I'm just saying, like, advocating to other people that have huge platforms to, like, let people express their experiences. And I've seen Dean, and I necessarily haven't even say Parker. I like Parker a lot more than I like Dean. But, like,
I got shit to tell you later.
Facts. Send me that. But, like, I will say that, like, we should absolutely be advocating to each other, especially with the positions of privilege that we have as cishet men. Allow for people that do not live our experience to express their experience.
Yep, I've been on board with that for years. That is how I run my lives, and that's how I will continue to run them.
But that's it. That's it. Like, we are not allies. We are accomplices, and we ain't doing shit.
All right. I hope you didn't find me too abrasive tonight.
So we both y'all acknowledge.
I don't feel like you're abrasive. I don't feel like you're abrasive at all, Jayden. That's, if you were abrasive, the vernacular that I've used would have gone way out of left field.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. But I have felt throughout this conversation that there is something you dislike about me that has not been clearly identified. I've been asked to do and say things that I'm already doing. I've been asked to take positions on things I already hold. I've been asked to disassociate. Sorry. I've been asked to disassociate from people I don't talk to. I really don't know how much further the conversation can extend past that. But hopefully, if anything, that has given you some fresher perspective as to where I'm at and where I've been with things. And I surely would invite you.
Help me. No food, no help, please.
So we're all on the same page that we're fighting the same fight, right?
Seems like it.
Yeah, can you tell me what parts do you think that, like, I'm, like, saying things that you aren't doing? Because I specifically said, if you aren't doing these things, I think you should.
Right, you were talking about my methodology, but wouldn't clearly express how I can do it differently.
Yeah, that's why I said, like, I haven't been in your lives in fucking forever, dog. What I'm saying, like, if you aren't doing those things, I think that you should. And I can say, like, it is prejudice for me to say, like, just because I've been in lives where you haven't done those things before, or into the volume that I would like for you to do those things, that's where I would say, like, that's where I hold, like, contention. Because there have been times where I've seen, like, in lives where people, like, saying, like, hey, let me up, I can express these things, where it wasn't necessarily that you had ignored them. There are fucking millions of comments that go through these lives at a fucking volume, dog. I cannot hold you against that for not seeing, like, particular people saying these things, but I have seen, like, a lot of, like, just ignoring people. I've seen, like, moderators, like, mute people that are expressing, like, hey, that I can do those things. Like, that's a conversation for later. Like, I think we're on the same side of the aisle on 99% of the shit that we talk about.
Sure. It's just in terms of your disagreements with me, and you've expressed that you have a number of disagreements. I have not heard an alternative tonight. Of the things that you know of me, not the things you don't see, but of the things you do know of me and disagree with, I've not been presented any alternative that I should explore.
Well, I've already expressed them. Just what I've known you to do or known to be in your spaces that have been there. I've expressed what those things are.
Which is overlooking people, is that right?
Yeah, pretty much. And then that's not something that you, like, particularly do, like intentionally do.
Okay, so you last watched me in the summer of 2025 and saw that I wasn't platforming enough people, right?
I wouldn't say necessarily, like, enough people, but there have been people in spaces that have been, like, able to, like, articulate what their experiences have been that have been ignored, and it doesn't necessarily have to be upon you. I do, like, the management, the moderation that goes into those lives. I have seen people be muted that have been able to express themselves.
Sure.
Like, Zara has been muted, and, like, Dean and yours, and, like, even Parker's life that have been, like, people that have been, like, able to, like, articulate what their experiences are. And that's not necessarily just on you. You cannot control what happens when a moderator mutes somebody.
Yeah, to my knowledge, Zara has not been in my lives, has not been muted. But yeah, what you've seen, is there a specific example of that happening? Or a conversation that you thought I should have had a person of a certain demographic speaking on?
any conversation when it comes to trans women, I think that there should be a trans woman present.
I know. I'm asking an example of when that's happened where I didn't do it.
Oh shit. Let's say summer 2025. There was a younger white man that was up and was talking about like trans women being in like the bathrooms and like the necessary criteria in which a trans person could like participate in like women's sports, specifically trans women, because they don't necessarily even talk about like trans men. There were 4 trans women in that live, and that was around the time where I was just like, you know what, maybe this ain't the space where I should be like representative, because I don't want to navigate people away from like the argument of like trans women being like accepted. There were 4 people that I saw all of their comments disappear from your live.
Respectfully, that wasn't my live.
That wasn't your live?
No.
Okay, then maybe I'm misremembering.
Yeah. Under no terms whatsoever do I allow the muting of trans people in my lives.
Okay, then that's on me. Okay. I'll own that. That's on me.
So if there's some, okay, so we understand miscommunication. Cool. Cleared that up. We understand that we're on the same side and we're fighting the same fight. Now, do we all, and I'm pretty sure we all agree that to actually fight for the liberation of people instead of suppressing and speaking for people, we're always uplifting those people's voices, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Now, fucking shake hands.
Sure.
I mean, air shake. Yeah, air shake.
Anyway, if that bet is still on about earlier in that clip where I said something that I didn't say, let's do it.
Yeah, for sure. I messaged Pooh for that clip, and then I'll just shoot it over to you.
Sounds good.
Okay, cool. Now,
all right. Well, is that it?
Y'all, is that it?
Yeah, that's it. We were just continuing the conversation so Pooh could go to sleep.
Okay. Well, have a good night. It's been animated, but generally no hard feelings, and I hope you don't feel any animosity towards me or my hair or my voice acting or my Eddie Murphy impersonation or anything like that. I know that came up, or my articulation when it comes to answers that could be brief. I hope you don't have issues with those things, and more than welcome to come to my lives, come to the fundraisers I hold. Hope you check it out sometime. It's been a while since you've seen me.
Somebody.
Yeah, I'll refollow you, and I'll come in, and like if there's any delineation, I will definitely be talking shit in the chat.
Jayden, before you go, somebody's been very adamant on talking to you in the comments. I don't know if you know them.
I don't know who this is. Like 5 minutes.
Okay, Vinny, look them up. I'm pretty sure they're in.
Oh god, here, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me law request up.
Hear me out. I don't like the sound of that.
I don't like it either.
Yeah, that's
they were talking about something about teaching or explaining how we exchanged information or something like that. I don't know.
I'm sorry, I haven't been looking at the comments.
It's a crack ass morning. I don't know.
It is 5:30.
I'm sitting here planning a whole call out live. I don't know.
I'll give you a whole 5 minutes, guys. Just come on up here. Law, just come on up. I can't invite them. Their account private. Doesn't allow for the invites.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Yeah, no. Even while we wait for that, I don't know what the fuck is going on. While we wait for that, since we are on the same side, there genuinely is a very substantial threat right now to I would just say to the Black community as a whole, because so far it's affected a number of Black people on Debate Talk, or not. I don't even like considering myself part of Debate Talk. Oh my fucking god! But either way, so I'm still putting together shit. It's gonna involve not really a call out, but informational live, putting shit out there, informing people about said community. But at the same time, yeah, I'm just gonna leave it there right now. I'm still putting stuff together. Fox, I don't know who you are.
How the fuck did Magical get called out? What the fuck?
All right.
You're good, Jayden. No, they're not in the request, Jayden. You're good.
All right.
This motherfucker said that they are requesting and they're not there. It does not. They're not requesting. I've tried to offer to like let them come up and they're not there.
Okie dokie. Well, I appreciate you for having a 1v1 with me. That was actually pretty cool of you to do that. I was a bit scatterbrained in that last conversation. It's largely due to the fact that I'm fucking tired. I've been dealing with a goddamn migraine. Talking to 5 or 6 people at the same time is very difficult in this stage. But hopefully this was a lot more cogent of a conversation. I hope you enjoyed yourself, and I hope you have a pretty decent night.
You too, man.
All right. Take care.
All right, go to sleep. Good night. The rest of y'all motherfuckers are on the panel. What y'all want?
I just wanted to host Parker is not a good person. I can send you a photo of something that'll change your mind.
Oh, hi, Owen. I know exactly what you're going to say.
Yeah, I got a photo of Parker that'll change your mind.
Wait, I wanted that photo. Fast. I need you to send me. I need you to send me that shit.
I have you on Discord. I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
I'm curious what this photo is of.
How do I describe it?
What is the nature of the photo?
I think for now it should stay private. I'll send it to Magical. Magical can send it to you.
Yeah, I've seen it before. It's a bat.
What is
the jewel in the hand? Fuck that.
It's
fuck
bad.
That. Drop the deets. Drop it.
What, is it like him licking a toilet seat? Like what is
Not worse than that.
It's worse
than licking toilets?
It might be the only thing worse than licking a toilet. Actually, there's a lot of things worse than licking a toilet.
And the only reason I'm laughing is because I'm just nervous, and also because of the fact that, oh my god, my jaw really dropped. Because before I saw this photo, like, even though I freaking dislike Dean, I thought Parker was okay. But after this, I was like, oh.
Nah, y'all leaving niggas in the dark. Everybody.
I'll send it to you once I get it. I promise.
Host, I'll whisper to you.
Jesus, I will. I'll put that shit on
everybody, shut up.
Nobody else can hear. Host, it is Parker doing the mustache man arm salute. Nobody heard.
Send me that.
Nobody else heard.
Send me that. Run me that real quick.
Father, gift, help me. Please.
Yeah, run me that. I need that.
I will say for the people that fucking know me in the comments, I will corroborate what Owen is saying. I'm cooperating.
Me support
I've seen it.
AI? It's AI.
It's not AI. It's been through multiple. It's been through multiple AI checkers.
Bro, okay, this is what I wanted to say, and that was why I had that image up. If anybody could read the caption of the image that I last had up, it was mostly referring to like a lot of the people in the comments, and I'm gonna be honest, like, I understand that we have a certain type of loyalty to some personalities that we engage with on the internet, but I honestly feel like half the time that they didn't even know what the fuck y'all was talking about. Like, they just sitting up here just defending the dude just to defend him and not even know what they're defending him for. Like, what the fuck?
Nah, that's why Marcel got to see me in real life. I ain't gonna.
Ooh, don't. Ooh.
That's why Marcel got to see me in real life. Hey, look. Hey, I went to that nigga's job.
Really?
Yeah, real shit.
Dead ass. Oh my god. You recorded that for me.
On my granny, on my kids. Marcel do not want to see me in real life. I went to that nigga job. I done went to the park that he hang out with his son and shit. The only reason why I didn't beat his ass up because he was with his little boy. I Yeah, hell yeah, he got to see me in real life.
Please gift يا brother.
I will.
Please help me مساعدة.
I will.
That's on Granny, nigga. You
I
gotta see
will
me in real
say.
life. You out here talking about like how we advocating for like not being schmetophiles and we should protect these children, and then you doing that shit behind. Yeah. He
No,
got to see me in real life.
Vinny. No, get this. Check me out.
That nigga called a law on me. I can merch my shit. That nigga called a law.
Vinny, check me out though. The call out live that I'm doing, the one that I just mentioned, is gonna make what I did to Marcel a couple years ago look like a fucking walk in the park. Okay? So I need you to keep your eye on that, please.
Yeah, real shit. Hey, matter of fact, I'll get the picture from my sister because my sister came with me. She got the picture of that man pulling the pistol on me. He got to see me in real life.
Wait, send me that picture.
Wait, Magical, I sent you the picture. I sent you a picture.
Oh, you got it?
I got it. Yeah, I sent it to you on Discord.
Yeah, he got to see me, bro. That man talking about we protecting children, and then you a whole schmetophile, boy. Hell yeah, boy, you got to see me in real life.
Well, not me, not to get on your bad side.
Oh my god, we advocating for like not being schmetophiles, and like we supposed to be deleting schmetophiles from the census and shit. Yeah, boy, you got to see. I drove out to his place. I drove 11 and a half hours to his crib. That boy got to see me, boy.
I'm not even gonna lie, because I remember you was gone for a while. We can't talk about why, but
Well, no, the first time we originally ran his ass off the app because of his racist shit. I was a part of the first call out. That was my call out. And then the second time was like maybe a couple of months later when you know who did that call out where he got access to the dude's Instagram and Facebook because of his girlfriend giving the password and shit.
About him?
Yes, that Marcel.
I remember this shit. I was like, oh my god! I remember watching that live. I was out in public. I went to go eat dinner, bro. I was so depressed about that shit, man. Like I was low key ready to slime myself out because of that shit. I wasn't even gonna lie because it was that disturbing.
Yeah, that boy, he got to see me in real life. I can't wait till I get a hold of him. That boy,
his name was Marcel, man. Oh my god!
Yeah, I'm gonna do something demonic to that boy. I'm gonna do something demonic to that boy.
God damn, why is it so pixelated?
that man, oh my god, he is a traitor of the highest order, man. I remember being there for that shit, and they were saying that I was calling them slurs because I kept saying NIGGA and shit. And I'm like, I'm not saying a slur. Now, if you said it, it would be a slur. But like,
hell no. Look, I was on my hiatus, bro. My pop passed, bro. My pop died, and I had to like take some time to do some personal shit. And motherfucker hit me it's one of the only people that's got my real life number, bro. That motherfucker called me and was like, "Hey, did you hear about this?" And then when I was like, "Hey, yo," because this is the crazy part. It's me and Marcel had an agreement. If either one of us was proven to be like. To be a harmful person, especially to the kids, especially in that nature, that we was gonna pop each other. Like if you do that shit, I'm gonna pop you. If I do that shit, you pop me type shit, bro. You gotta see me, bro. That man called the fucking police on me. I went to that nigga's job, boy. I went to Walmart warehouse where he work in Texas, boy.
Not the Walmart warehouse.
Hell yeah, I told him that nigga's job.
I mean, yeah, because he doesn't like work at some big ass establishment. He works at a chain business.
Just fuck meet me in the park. I'm gonna meet your ass at the warehouse.
I went to that nigga job on his lunch break.
What did he say to that?
He didn't say a fucking word. That boy, look, I'm gonna tell you what he said. He was like, I don't have time for this. And I was like, oh, you finna make time, boy? You on lunch. I waited in this parking lot for you 3 hours, man. I waited for you. I drove 11 and a half hours. I'd have waited in this parking lot for 3 hours, bro. You got time. You gonna make time. I'm finna put your ass on hold. And he was like, I'm not gonna deal with this. And he went inside. He called the police on me. And then when I went to his crib, I met him at the park. And I'm telling you, the only reason why I put my hands on him and take his pistol out of his hand at the fucking park was because his son was with him. That nigga, he gotta see me, bro.
You a lot nicer than me, Benny, because I would have beat his ass in front of his kid.
No, I don't believe in traumatizing the child, bro. And what I'm gonna do to that man when I catch him, bro, because I'm so much bigger than him, bro. When I catch him, bro, he got to see me, bro, in real life. That's on phone. That's on Granny. That's on my kids, bro. That's on GD. That nigga gotta see.
I'll never forget the shit that we found in his search history, man. Oh my god, he was looking up old pictures of the Olsen twins and shit.
Huh?
Hey, look. The nigga that we not gonna talk about, on the app no more, cause he taking his little hiatus right now. He sent me all that shit. He one of the only people that's got my real life phone number.
Wait,
that nigga sent me that shit. I was like, yeah, hold on, skirt.
What the fuck?
Yes. Oh my god. I remember when he called me about that shit on Discord, and he said, "I'm gonna just let you know, I'm gonna do a live about this, man, and I'll be real. This one not gonna be good, and I need you to, like, you remember when this happened?" And I was like, yeah. I remember I was out downtown. I was at the Kava bar, and he hit me up about this, and I was like, oh shit, what happened now? It was like,
no, I heard Marcel come out of that mouth, and I had flashbacks.
Yeah, see me, cuz.
I'm like, yo, you're telling me.
Please help me, brother. Please.
You're telling me this grown ass man made a whole entire community based off of calling out and running off predators and pedophiles on this app, and now you're telling me this dude, when they had access to his Instagram, he was searching up age play pictures of minors.
What the fuck?
Yes, he was searching up feet pics.
Oh my god, he's a feet lover.
It was bad. It was horrible.
Bro.
I forgot about
it. It ain't even just that. When the nigga was on Twitter, how the nigga was using like people's kids to make videos, or like about their kids on the videos and shit. Boy, yeah, you got to see me, cuz. I didn't look. Me and him, we didn't have conversations. Me and him on the low, where my kids is talking to his son type shit. Like, so you got access to my kids, bro, and you talking all this other kind of crazy shit online, bro. Yeah, you got to see me, cuz. I don't care about none of the other shit. I don't give a fuck about nobody else's problem with you, bro. We got to run a fade, bro. And I'm gonna do you dirty. I ain't gonna hold you. I'm gonna put foot in your mouth. On street, on neighborhood.
Do that same shit that you yeah, because I remember the first time you went on hiatus, man. He that dude really deserved that shit, though. I feel bad for. I don't even know if I can. You know what?
This gift 1K, 2K, help me, please.
I ain't gonna say I can excuse racism, because I can't excuse that shit, bro. But I'd rather let racism slide. But you out here harming kids, bro. You gotta see me, cuz.
I mean, that's a fact.
You gotta see me.
That's fact.
You gotta see me.
Also, real quick, because I don't know why. You know, it's tea time at Vinny's house, apparently. There's 80-day folks in here. If y'all are enjoying this, you know, grab your lemon, squeeze your cups, you know, get a little sugar cube if you like it sweet. But can y'all tap my brother's screen? Like, can y'all tap my cousin's screen? Like, honestly, y'all in here chilling, getting all the hot, juicy gossip. I'm more lost in an episode of Lost Season 4, Episode 6, you know. But hey, we're here. So if you guys can tap the screen, please and thank you, that'd be great. What? Hi, Magical.
Hi, AJ. Hi, cousin. Yes. Yeah. The picture's fucking more pixelated than it originally was.
Oh, nigga.
But
not the.
Yeah, it's bad.
Wait, it's Magical. Did you send that to me on Discord?
Ooh, let me show. I got you. Appreciate it.
That's the crazy shit. Marcel is 5'10", like 120 pounds. I'm 6'4", 257.
Damn, I weigh a little more than he do. Shit.
I'm gonna put paint on. That nigga skinny like a crackhead. 257. I just weighed myself yesterday morning.
Nigga, the fuck where? You lanky as shit.
Not no more. I've been bulking for the past 3 years.
Chainsaw Man, you just
my twin 285.
Vinny, don't ever pick me up in public if you give me a hug. I swear to God.
I don't pick people up, bro. I break motherfuckers.
Okay, like, cause don't break my back when you hug me. Last time I made a video, I made a video on TikTok. I was 175. I have been bulking ever since. You want that peanut butter protein?
Man, I beat niggas ass, bro. I put pain in niggas for real in real life. And then he talking about it. Then he started talking gangster in front of his kid. I was like, bro, like for real, stop it. I hurt you. I hurt you for real. Stop talking to me like this, bro. I beat your ass up in front of your son, and then I'm the bad guy because I beat your ass up in front of your son and traumatized a nigga.
Like Kevin Hart, Dad, pop, pop, pop. Nah, Dad, you go take the trash out because you got your ass beat.
Last time I talked to him, the last words I said to him was, "I flood your street with uppercuts." Stop talking to me crazy, bro.
Flood your street with uppercuts.
Yeah, chainsaw. Yeah.
Yo, Vinny, can I use that one?
Hell yeah. Nigga keep talking all that gangster shit, boy. I beat your ass up, boy. First of all, I'm from West Africa, boy. We had a whole situation going on over there before I moved up this bitch. And then I moved up this motherfucker to Alabama. I moved from Alabama to New York City. From New York City to Orlando, Florida. Boy, I've been nothing around but gangsters, bro. Stop playing.
What's it called?
I don't know.
Yeah. Wait, AJ, do you want it?
Want what? Yeah, yeah. You got me on Snapchat. Yeah. Now, Alyssa,
yes, I do.
Alyssa got me going. I'm 5 foot. I'm a $105, but I think I'm 6'4". I know that's right.
I'm 5'3", but sure as fuck act like I'm 7 foot.
I moved directly from Mobile, Alabama to the Bronx. 150 Martin Luther.
Oh shit.
I put pain in your ass. Stop playing. And he started talking so damn gangster when his son was over there. And I said, I was like, bro, the only reason why I'm not putting my hands on you right now is because your little boy here. Like, let's just go ahead. Look, we can go to the bathroom right over there. We can go into the bathroom, bro. We can just go ahead and get it over with. I ain't gonna slaughter your shit, bro. I just need to put hands on you because we made an agreement. We made a deal. If one of us is doing that kind of shit, then that's what it's supposed to be.
Who the fuck is that? Magical?
Yeah.
Who is that?
That's Parker.
I mean, are we really surprised?
I'm not.
Exactly.
No, I guess it threw me off what he was doing though. Like I thought it would have been something else. I'm not even gonna hold you.
See, I stopped wearing polo shirts for a reason. Dead ass.
Jude, you saw the photo, right?
I ain't bought a polo shirt in years, bruh. See why?
Last time I wore a polo shirt was Easter when I was 12 and my mama made me wear it.
Now I'm really mad because I used to have a black polo shirt with a white number 3 on it with a big old polo symbol on it. Like, yo, polo was the shit in the early 2000s. Let's be
oh God, what you mean? You can tell me nothing.
Nothing.
Look, this is my hand. This is my hand in front of a computer, G.
I get long ass fingers.
I put pain in this, boy. My whole hand is the whole screen. I put your ass through torture. The whole screen.
Vinny, go like this real quick. Just like close your fingers. Like no, I got alien hands. Fucking Martian hands.
looking ass fingers, bro.
Look, I can grab the top of the screen and still touch the keyboard. I beat the shit out you.
Independence
Day, I got a good grip.
I beat the shit out you, boy. Stop. As I be telling niggas online, bro, stop playing, bro. I'm big as fuck. I beat the fuck out of you, cuz. Don't throw it together.
Let me get it together.
A nigga found what was it? He found a mug shot where they had to make me sit down in that motherfucker and talking about I was 5 foot. I was like, nigga, I was sitting in a fucking chair. The nigga standing beside me with pistols drawn. I'm big as fuck, cuz.
You remember them alien movies when the alien would like attack someone on the face? That's Vinny's hand going to somebody like, ah!
Look, I put it to you like this. 2024. I was sitting at the bar and the man was talking crazy. He was really talking outrageous to a lady, and I was sitting down at the little bar. I had been drinking and shit, so I was like, man, I'm just gonna sit down. I ain't gonna stand up to this nigga, bro. If I stand up, he ain't gonna even want to say shit. I really want to fight him, so I ain't gonna stand up and say shit to him. He was talking crazy as fuck to this lady, bro, and I was like, man, you want to say that to no man? And he was like, I definitely will, and walk around that little bar and shit. Walk around that motherfucker. I'm slouched down in the chair, and when I stood up and he stopped talking, I kissed that nigga in the top of his head. He ain't say nothing else. I kissed him on the top of his head. He's on.
Wait. What?
I kissed a grown ass man on top of his head on the crown. What are you talking about?
Not the forehead. Not the.
I'm sorry, that's been the most humbling experience ever.
On top of his shit, bro. Then when I do your ass dirty, bro, it looked like really I'm beating up my nephew, bro.
Nah, give him a nigga.
Nigga really don't like when you put your hands on their shoulder and they got to look up to you.
Minnie, shut up. I just woke up and you got me crying laughing, please.
I'll take a nigga up and shake all the change out they fucking pockets like I'm Donkey Kong. Fuck is you doing, bro? Stop acting like
Chainsaw thoughts.
God damn, man.
Yeah.
That's fucking embarrassing. Like, what fucking, like, my thing is, what fucking reason did you have to be doing that?
Mm-hmm. He's white.
The nigga was talking crazy, bro. He didn't like, he righteously, I don't understand what the situation was to this day while he was talking to that lady crazy. I just heard a nigga talking to a woman crazy. And I was just like, bro, you want to do this shit to no man?
Did you look at your Discord?
Hell yeah, I did. I just seen that shit with that motherfucker was Yassi.
Yeah.
Anyone just hear that Vinny said he'll grab you by the ankles and shake the change out of your pockets? Anyone else hear that?
Yes, I heard that shit.
He wouldn't be able to pick me up to do that, so
yeah. Pick a nigga up and shake him over my head like a fucking barrel. What are you doing, boy?
Dude, I'm not even gonna lie. I was supposed to go to a rave tonight, and like, I just stayed home because I was ready to be in crash out mode. Because this dude, I haven't been on TikTok much because I've been dealing with like people like this in real life more than I have on the internet, man. And it's gotten to a point where like, fuck it, like, because they're not getting the message that them being exposed is doing enough. Like, I don't know, a friend heavily advised that I don't do this, but like I was ready to like, fuck it, man, because like we really need to make a real example of these motherfuckers. Because the fact that like, I'm going to try to put this in the most TikTok friendliest way possible. So my friend rejected him a previous day. So he sees her again at the bar, and he gives her a little tablet. This shit had me fucking livid, especially like given like what I found out about this dude.
Vinny's so pretty.
What's your damn hat?
Vinny's so pretty.
Morgan Freeman looking at her.
Beat your ass, boy.
Matthew will go to hell. Bro, I'm guarded. I just choked on smoke. I'm sorry. Vinny, I would drop her for that. Oh shit.
Beat niggas ass on shoulder grave. I would beat your eye, put hands on you, bro, and your mama gonna cry, bro.
Oh my god.
Oh shit, my stomach hurts.
Good.
I tell niggas all the time, bro, don't do that shit, boy. If I put my hands on you, you might go on a t-shirt with the wings in the cloud like it's wing stop. Stop doing it.
Oh my god. Call this nigga Joe Clark. I'm so mad at you right now.
Okay, that's a little crazy. He don't even look nothing like that, man.
Man, look, the crazy part is I'm the second shortest boy in my dad's kids, bro. I got brothers over 7 foot.
What?
Hell yeah, my twin 3 inches taller than me.
I'm never coming to a family reunion because I'm 5'5", bro. Nope.
No, the way I'm gonna be looking at, I'm just gonna be so
wearing heels, bro. I'm gonna be wanting to
punch them in the throat just to make them my height. Like
I'm wearing stilts, goddammit.
Look, all the women in my family, I think the tallest women in my family might be 5'9" for real. But like all the men, all my brothers, they I'm the second shortest. I'm 6'4.5".
I'm not hating spirit.
My brother that's shorter than me, he's 6'2". We all do not play, bro. We gonna put hands on you, and we pride ourselves in our ability to perpetuate gratuitous violence, bro.
Listen, I might be 5'5", but my mouth make me 6'9". You feel me? Hey, you feel me?
I don't even think. Are you even sure you know what that means, dog?
What the fuck? Anyway, Magical not leaving nowhere.
I'm not moving. I'll be more nice since TikTok don't like hysterical black women.
Dear brother, gift me, please.
So how is
I got into it with a nigga one time, and he said some gangster shit to me that I started saying to other people. That nigga said, "I'll slap you so hard to knock the whiskers off your cat." I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna write that down."
Knock the whiskers off your cat.
He said, "I'll slap you so hard that it'll knock the whiskers off your cat." I was like, "Oh, bro, yeah, you got it. Don't hit me that hard. I got to pop you."
No, same, Melissa. Anytime me and my friends go out, I'm typically the one that's like, stay the fuck away from us. Even when we're on the dance floor, I won't say anything. I won't say anything. But if a man tries to slide up behind one of us, I'll put my friend to the other side and I'll just give them a look, and they'll back up. And if they don't back up, something's gonna happen. I've never been kicked out before.
I ain't never been kicked out.
And I'm gonna be so real. I wish I did have the fucking freedom to crash out like that, but it's like these like
damn, we gotta restart. These niggas tweaking. They report everybody on Shorty.
What the damn? Okay,
I just called another bio.
Let's restart.
But I'm restart right now. These niggas tweaking, boy. Y'all protected pedophile.
Talking about
but I'm talking to a complacent man, so you're not gonna